I'm gonna be real. I just think it's crazy that Math Hoffa is not on here, bro. I'm gonna be real. I think that's kind of ridiculous.
Why?
I mean, if I give you a Jesus piece, I'll definitely give you a couch to sleep on.
And if you go back to Mase suit, if this sneeze, it's over for the back of his suit.
Feels like he's trying to change the outlook that people have on certain characters, like how he thinks people are being taken out of context.
Damn, Lauren, that was deep.
No matter what, God said it's a sin. Nigga, now what?
No, all of the age jokes, they believe. I think they think we're ageist.
Come to find out, this is a meeting to figure out if we should rob the food line down the street.
Like I said in the car, like he tried to emotionally manipulate us. It's like, fuck
I usually
Yeah,
don't, but it's like
You on vacation?
I was on a mission when I was out in Mexico.
This probably gonna be one of the first situations to where we got a real problem with.
Yeah, and him lying about not watching it is more so him not wanting to give Flakko free clout.
Yeah, this is the perfect clip for Charlamagne to
You like
watch.
that, don't you?
I mean, because
That's that old head
hate
analogy.
fighting, nigga.
You stuck him, nigga.
Why was Pearly things there?
Why?
yeah, they couldn't have found a fourth black woman. You like hard convictions. Yes, shocking like a ding dong, people. Welcome back to another installment of the Homeroom University podcast. You see, this is the podcast about your favorite podcast. I'm your classmate, Tone Groove.
Jay Nobles.
AJ the Menace.
White man behind the boards.
Yeah.
F Mac on the keyboard. That's me. Yes. We are back another beautiful week. Appreciate y'all for clicking on the video. Check out the Patreon if you haven't already. Like, do your due diligence.
At least buy him a drink first, man. Sheesh.
Nah, I like to go in hard. Sour. Yeah, tell them what to do.
Yeah, that's why he was only able to pull up one. But
Alpha male, nigga.
Patreon to understand what that means.
Oh, wow. I'm glad you got that off. But, yeah, appreciate all the support. Nonetheless, check out our subreddit, too. Office hours, too. Hashtag office hours.
Yeah.
Thing near the end of the show. We answer your questions about different podcasts. Answer the questions that you might have about us. But,
Somebody did suggest also for the office hours doing maybe like a video or audio office hours, and I do kind of like that. So if y'all wanted to leave like instead of typing it out in the comments, go to the Homeroom University pod. That's on Instagram, and leave like an audio note. If you leave an audio note, Instagram only gives you 60 seconds in the DM anyway, so it doesn't need to be more than 60 seconds.
You don't got to push it.
Yeah, you don't got to push it. Same with the video, no more than 1 minute. And if you can't get your thought out, your question out in 1 minute, that's on you. You know what I'm saying?
I was about to say.
But yeah, like, and then we'll pop it on the screen or whatever like that. That'd be kind of fly, I think, so that y'all can actually be up on and a part of the show more than just a screenshot of your actual question in the comments. Another thing too is I did a podcast that just released this past Friday on Northside Hours. My boy Donovan McCrae, Carlito B, and it's on YouTube. I'm gonna leave the link in the description. There's actually gonna be, I'm gonna insert at least like 2 to 3 commercial breaks in here as well too. I got like a little 15-30 second commercial to promote it, to bring us all back to that. So yeah, y'all check that out. Northside Hours. It's
some good brothers right there.
some good brothers,
Some
man,
great brothers.
that I've known for over 10 years. Started in the music thing. So, you know, I really just joined his show. They asked me a couple questions, but I'm really just joining their show overall, you know? So check them out. They just started. They're under like 50 episodes. So they didn't just start, but they're in that, you know, that under 50 episode mark.
Yeah, they've been
They took a little sabbatical, but they're getting back.
they've been hustling.
Getting
They
back
said
consistent with
they
that.
said seeing us at Joe made them be like, all right, fuck this break. That's what they said at the show.
So nigga
So-
said dreams do come true.
Yeah, so make sure y'all jump in there, drop graduation caps in the comments on there as well. Just show y'all support, get that episode up to like 500 plays or something. You know what I'm saying? Just
show them what we can do, man.
Yeah, flood it over there for them. You know what I'm saying? Or more than 500.
We
But
might have to start doing a talent show. Like once every now and then, like we get them to like send in like a submission, a video submission.
of your podcast?
Not of your podcast, but of like a real talent show. Well, what can you do? It might be some other tap dancers out there. You know, can connect with your people again.
Yeah,
Might be some jugglers. Like we can do a whole talent show because that's some school shit,
some stand-up comedians,
and it's
some real ones.
Yeah, say it again.
Some real ones.
Yeah, some real ones. Yeah. Any of those and all this, you know, we welcome those submissions as well. But that'd be a cool way to like really like talk to the fans.
Yeah, and that'd be hard. Either like that'd be hard.
And I mean, there's a bunch of talents. Like if your talent is drawn, send that. Your talent is
I don't
twerking.
know. Well, the only thing about that is like,
Might get convoluted.
why are we doing a talent show on the podcast about podcasts? That's some live show shit. I'd rather us do like,
Which is something we could branch into.
I'd rather just, yeah, but it doesn't make sense. I'd rather like us watch a podcast that they're doing and like grade a new podcast or like.
You love podcasts.
Yeah, hey,
I guess that's why you're here, man.
Homeroom University, man.
But I say, man, send in your podcast
This nigga's a
submissions.
student of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work, though, either. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a lot to ask to every week cover a new podcast. It's
Not even every week. I was just thinking it's like some shit that we do.
Just
just
some
on, just on some side
It could be
shit?
once a year.
And
Okay, yeah.
that
Like we
does
doing the talent show.
that
Right.
does sound like a Patreon-esque, like exclusive type
It
of
does,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
And of
Write it
course,
down. Somebody.
Yeah.
of
One y'all.
course,
Write it
that's
down.
why we need some more supporters in the Patreon. And we do got a lot, respect to all the people that do support us on Patreon, but that's why we need a little bit more so we can be able to do these things.
Patreon episode's been turning up, too. We just had another good one.
A word.
You were there.
Yeah, just now. yeah.
I thought you were talking about view count. Like, in
Oh,
terms
no,
of,
no.
like,
I'm just, you can't even see the views on Patreon.
Oh,
Yeah, you can't even see that shit. You
shit.
just-
No word?
You can only see the likes?
Unless I'm missing something. I ain't never seen the views on that shit. I just see the likes and the comments. That's it.
We're doing well.
Yeah, so
I was
yeah,
about to say,
yeah.
we
It's
got
just-
likes and comments.
I'm just talking about like the
Y'all.
actual episodes we've been dropping.
I'm about to say, yeah,
Yeah,
we've been
yeah.
having, some phenomenal Patreon.
Yeah,
On
for sure.
Yeah, we might eat on the mic. He might smoke a cigarette, but you getting the personality
The real one.
that y'all wanted.
Yeah, and this is an action-packed show too. So a couple things happened this week. Obviously, a lot of things happened, but
What's the
a
most
year
important?
ago we did the complex list, and that was an entire episode. But we just don't think it's necessary. So in my mind, we're gonna do this 2024 Hip Hop Media Power Rankings list again that Complex just dropped. I'm gonna try to keep it. I think we should try to keep it to 30, no more than 45 minutes, and then we'll move on to the other topics because I feel like we can wrap majority of the things up there, and we're gonna correct the list per usual because we know it's best for y'all.
Yeah. These chairs got us feeling a lot more arrogant.
Yeah. So 2024 Hip Hop Media Power Ranking list has dropped. These are the people that are in the media. Obviously, the title says it all. There are people that are new on the list this year. There are people who are not on the list that were on the list last year in 2023.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a couple things that kind of need to just be gone over in general, and we'll rank how these all work out or whatever. So
What was your first feelings when you first saw it? Like, was it surprising? Was it like, nigga, what?
I actually read the article this time.
You read the article?
I feel like we read it last time too.
Nah.
But you're saying by yourself?
Yeah, by myself, in my alone time.
talking
I
about
read like
each person?
95% of this article, yeah.
Each person. Okay.
And then after a while, I skipped like maybe the 15th nigga.
I can tell you how I felt as we go down this list because I don't want to wait too long. We want to go through this list first. So are we starting at 25? And they can see this, right?
They're about to be able to, yeah.
All right. So let me know when it's on.
It's on.
All right. So at 25 we have Gabe P. First thing I thought was I have no idea who this person is. That's all I thought.
You never seen this guy?
I haven't.
This the dude that looked like Drake that does the
On the radar.
on the radar
Or is it
freestyles.
off the radar?
Oh, I've never seen the host of that show. I've only seen the freestyles.
I think it's on the radar, but so he
the
does.
one with the green neon.
So he
Yeah.
does interviews
Oh.
too, and he's been doing the interviews with the freestyles for a minute.
I've literally
but
only seen the
obviously
freestyles.
the
Yeah.
interviews don't get as much love as the freestyles.
okay.
But
Well, this makes complete. Damn, he should.
and it was funny because Tax had tweeted he was like Gabe P should have been higher.
Yeah,
and
I
I
was
was
about
like
to
that
say-
must. I think that's some bias in there because it's like
Should've
the
been
niggas. There's some Brooklyn brothers, but
Is
Let's keep going.
What
Let's
makes
keep
it
going. We got to go through the whole list.
fuck my
At 24, we have. I got it.
Arshawn Jawed.
He so yeah, have you heard of
No,
him before?
we'll just keep going. At 23, we have Jason Lee.
Oh, you should do it like that.
I just want to go through them just so we can lay the foundation. At 22, we have Adam 22. I feel like that was a joke. At 21, we have Van Lathan. At number 20, we have Trap Lord Ross. At 19, we have Nadeska. At 18, we have Sway Calloway. At 17, we have Angela Yee.
I've never heard his name.
16, Big Boy. 15, Angie Martinez. 14, Bootleg Kev. 13, Rory and Maul. 12, Yachty and Mitch, so a Safe Space podcast. 11, Nori, but not Drink Champs, which is kind of interesting. 10, Nardwar. 9, this is where it really matters. Top 10. 9, Gillian Wallow. 8, Anthony Fantano. 7, Ebro. 6, Vlad. 5, Elliot Wilson. 4, Charlamagne the God. 3, Kai Cenat. 2, Joe Budden. And number 1, hip hop media, Akademiks.
Yep. So the most notable thing that we got to make mention of is the people who weren't on there before, like Rory and Maul being 13.
I got a list of weren't
Yeah.
on there at all. Period.
They weren't on the last
Right.
list,
Yeah.
and then they shot up to number 13. So if we compliment Rory on being better, he's gonna think that we're sneak dissing him or something, right? What did he say when he was tipsy?
remember.
Off the.
I think what's
Rainbow
more-
But it's kind of crazy that happened because it kind of speaks to like the whole. He kept saying that y'all was shitting on me, and then all of a sudden it was praise. It's because you started getting better, and we're obviously not the only people that took note of this.
And you're saying it's being seen like that now because
Yeah, their podcast was trash when that last list came out, so that shit shouldn't have been on there. Yeah, for sure. But their podcast, it has gotten better, so
Rory, the world is noticing.
it does make sense.
And
But
it's-
I think what's more important, honestly, is the people that were left off the list that were on the list last year.
like Jazzy.
Like, I'm gonna go through all of them. Carisha. I got Carisha, Math Hoffa, Peter Rosenberg, Nala Simone, Jazzy, and Jinx were the names that were on 2023 that were not on 2024.
Didn't see that coming.
Now, I'm going to be real. Out of this list, I'm not really mad at that, except like Math Hoffa. I mean, I've said plenty of things about Math Hoffa, but him not being on this list is kind of crazy. So
Because
I
it's
don't.
hip hop.
I mean, yeah, like Matt Hoffa does a bunch of interviews I don't want to see because I feel like I've heard all those questions before, but he's doing them though still.
But don't you think that's just like it's not like a real trophy? Like,
What you mean?
you're not really bigging him up. It's kind of like he kind of has to be in it just for all.
That's the reason that
No,
Angie
I
Martinez
don't-
and Big Boy keep getting put on the list because
That's
they
another
have
thing.
to be there.
I think Matt Hoffa was slighted by not being on this list. I
Oh,
think
what-
that was a slight.
What interview did he do that was worthy of a mention? Because as I was reading the article, I was trying to kind of like see what they're ranking this on.
Okay.
They're just talking about who's had the most buzz around them this year.
Right.
It's not necessarily who's done the best work. Like there was a couple people who slid down the list because in the description it was like, I mean, he ain't really had no viral moments, so it's like he's kind of
yeah, right. It did say
so
that,
it's
yeah.
a weird way of how they're gauging who's important in media. But what did Math Hoffa do?
And they're also
Matt Hoffa, okay, like
Wasn't the biggest storyline for him this year the split?
probably.
And that's not hip hop.
But he's also done like Dame Dash interviews. Like this is the thing. I'm not watching no Math Hoffa podcast, but I'm saying the nigga has not stopped. He hasn't stopped getting like notable people to come to his podcast. Like his podcast, whether I like it or not, has been consistently going, and they haven't dropped off. Like it's not like Math Hoffa went from interviewing A-list celebrities to like now this nigga's like scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like he didn't have no fall off like that. Like if we're being all the way fair,
you don't
So-
get celebrated for being consistent.
or like pity points, and it's also
I feel like there's people on this list celebrating for being consistent.
no. Can you say who specifically?
Yeah. Okay. Elliot only moved up because he complained so much about last year. That's
Elliot
number
moved
one.
up because he started showing more personality.
Yeah, there's no work contributing to that. Like, what is him complaining? We
But
saw him complain all year, bro.
The biggest knock against him was that there's not enough like conviction. You know what I mean? There's not
Yeah.
enough of like what you actually think and who you are. Ever since then, he's been checking niggas. We got pressed. He's been saying how he feels.
And you're not saying Elliot because Math Hoffa should be there over
And-
Elliot, right?
I'm not saying he should be ranked higher. I'm just the question was, you were just saying somebody was pretty much asking like you shouldn't be on there just for being a consistent person putting out content.
Yeah.
And I'm saying there are people on this list that are only on here because they've been consistently putting out content.
And I
Like,
disagree.
Okay.
I think Elliot has more pull and influence than Math Hoffa.
On the corporate side, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, most
Maybe
definitely.
even on the the actual hip hop side. Like Elliot be outside, as we know. We
Right.
ran into him. Niggas
Right.
like, yeah, you see me, I'm outside.
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm tipsy in public.
Right, that is so
Fuck
crazy.
it.
It's so crazy.
He was
to me.
drunk
Was he the
public,
oldest
no
person
problem.
there?
Who knows? It is funny
No.
when you run into a nigga outside. They're like, "You see, I'm outside." Okay, nigga, I'm
Yeah.
here too. What the fuck?
But you see,
Like,
but niggas don't be outside, so you got to really
I
make it
guess
known.
I guess niggas
You
really
feel me?
don't be
Niggas don't be
outside. Yeah,
outside.
but it's like, nigga, we're in front of each other right now. Duh, you know what I'm saying?
We're both
Like,
outside.
Yeah, but okay, bro.
But
like,
honestly, I thought this was a solid list, but I want to hear more about your.
yeah. So I didn't read everybody's bio or whatever like that. I didn't read everybody's bio. I'm gonna be real. I just think it's crazy that Math Hoffa is not on here, bro. I'm gonna be real. I think that's kind of ridiculous.
Why? Why?
Just like I said, he has not fallen off in terms of like the caliber of guests. He stayed consistent.
But when your competition is pushing it further and you just doing the same thing as last year, you're not gonna get the mentions. That's just how it
And
works.
you can't have Math Hoffa and Nori, I feel like. You got to have one of the other.
Sway's on here. Like,
They're like the
Sway,
same- they're like the
Sway
same
is the
nigga to
most
me.
consistent forever, bro. Like, there's some people
Math
that are
is
just
sober
fucking
annoying.
consistent on here. Like Angela Yee's just consistent. There's
And
not
there's
really.
nothing wrong with consistent, but
I
it's
feel
also
like she's on here because she got the spin off the Way Up joint. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sway, consistent as a motherfucker on here. But
What is he
I-
ranked?
also a
But I can't
legend
think of
in
any.
it.
I can't think of any interviews that's been like
What is Sway ranked?
he's at
18.
18, but Sway's on the list. is
Have
what
you
I'm
seen
saying.
more of Gabe P's work in recent times?
I've seen
or more
more-
of Sway's work.
Gabe P?
Yeah, the dude from the Radar.
Yeah, 25.
Gabe, but I've
Yeah,
seen.
oh,
But
I
I've seen.
thought you was asking who it
Yeah,
was.
yeah. But I've seen more Math Hoffa work than I've seen Sway work. I've seen more Math Hoffa work than I've seen Big Boy work.
If it
I've
comes
seen
down to- if it
more
comes
Hoffa-
down-
I've seen more Math Hoffa work than Angie Martinez.
I'm not
I
saying that he shouldn't be on the list.
Bootleg Kev is on the list. He deserves to be on the list. He should be lower. I think he's consistent as fuck, but I don't think his interviews are the best. But he's been consistent as fuck. But he's just been He's just been consistent. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
But it's also influence. Like, influence plays a major part. And I don't think Math has that influence. As far as, like, new school of rap, old school of rap. Like,
I'm like,
everybody,
really-
you
on,
might
this,
be able to get
everybody on this
Davies.
list
It is a power
touching,
ranking.
like, something. Like, specifically with number 24.
If we're talking-
I've been watching his kids take over for a long time. Like, 2016. He's been grinding for a minute.
The
and he's
Indian
more
guy?
of a new age rap interviewer. You know what I mean? Like, he's touching the new school. Like, everybody on this list touches a demographic. Math
That's
Hoffa
important.
is just an old nigga for all intents and purposes. That's respected. But he not, nigga, you know what I mean?
What's the pool?
He ain't moving the needle.
What's the real pool? You think he getting LeBron in that chair? LeBron probably has a contractual obligation that he can only sit in his own barber chairs.
Literally.
I didn't realize I was gonna be fighting for Math this hard. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, me either.
Well, not
I just thought it
necessarily
was-
fighting for
I just
Math,
thought it
but
was
it's-
crazy he wasn't on the list. I'm not even going to talk about, like, I don't have time to like dive into where I thought he should have been ranked. I just think the fact that he was one of the people left off is kind of crazy. I do. I think that.
And
I really think that.
Can you reasonably say somebody on this list that he can
I
replace?
named a couple. Yes.
Elliot Wilson. Come on.
Elliot Wilson should be. No.
Or Elliot, or that was Elliot should just be.
He should be on the list, probably. Yeah,
about
Elliot
to
should
say
be
that's
on the list. Yeah, Elliot should be on the list, but
And I don't. That's why I
maybe
don't think it's nobody on
maybe
this
one
list.
of these OGs or something like
No.
that. Like,
No, I don't think.
okay,
it's nobody.
Van Lathan. What the fuck? Van
No.
Lathan is just doing podcast
He has,
appearances.
No.
but he has influence.
No.
though.
Van Lathan has
Van Lathan.
Van Lathan has white America and black America.
Yeah.
Math Hoffa can't cover that.
Hip Hop Media Power Rankings. What did they say about Matt? What did they say about Van?
They said, "Oh, it was
What
kind of
number is
crazy.
he?
It was a little. It could have been taken in disrespect. They was like to say that somebody is like fair and honest doesn't seem like much of a compliment. But in
Yeah,
in this age of media, that's kind of a rare commodity." Oh yeah, most sensible. Yeah, it said most sensible isn't the sexiest superlative, but in the world of cheap clickbaiting and formulaic hot takes, it's a damn near honorable one.
And apparently he's
For years now, it has been a title Van Lathan's held down with aplomb, and intellectual flair. After rising to fame as part of TMZ, where he famously called out Ye for saying slavery was a choice, Van Lathan uses his Red Pill podcast to analyze hip hop culture with the what the fuck? Where does this Red Pill podcast? I didn't even know he had a podcast.
You know the
called
Red Pill podcast?
No, I only see Higher Learning. See, I know about Higher Learning. He's only become more notable commentator as time's going on. Scroll down a little bit, teaming up with Rachel Lindsay for the Ringer's Higher Learning, where he discussed all things black culture. As Kendrick and Beef heated up, level-headed Van was there to provide nuance to take. I didn't see none of his Drake and
because
Kendrick
Akademiks
takes.
was flushing everybody
Yeah,
out.
That's
Akademiks
what,
flush
I didn't
everybody
see
out.
that at all.
You know?
So yeah, that doesn't mean nothing to me.
Trap Lord
Well, I mean,
Ross.
you're not the only person that
Why didn't you
consumes
say Trap Lord Ross?
I think Trap Lord Ross has added something crazy to the culture.
Nobody's doing what Trap Lord Ross is doing.
It's that period. Yeah.
He's got his own. He's in the documentary lane. To where
First
he's
of
making
all, a
these
lot of people
pieces.
are only on this list because of the Drake and Kendrick beef, right? Like Van Lathan, I did not see a single
that's a major thing that they kept saying.
Yeah, like Akademiks and Joe Budden were the two we were going to. At least, you know what I'm saying?
That's a major thing throughout this article. The Drake and Kendrick beef was such
a serious thing that qualified people.
This is the biggest storyline in hip hop media this year in the last couple of years. So your performance on this groundbreaking moment, that's like, it matters. It kind of solidifies what you did for the year.
How did I miss
this?
All
Is the
of it,
playoff. This is literally the playoffs. Drake versus Kendrick. If you reporting on that, you in playoff mode.
How did I miss all that? Did y'all like be real?
I can't say I saw it, but it's
you know
still
what I'm saying?
Van
Like,
Latham, and it's I respect him.
And I fuck with Van heavy. I'm just saying, like,
and that Akademiks take is true. He was drowning a lot of shit out.
And Joe.
They were both drowning the shit out. Yeah.
Like, majority of us, we were going to those
Both
two
of them.
places.
Yeah,
Those were our two places that we went to.
That was it.
Because they're a little bit more reputable.
They're the most reputable.
They're more.
That's why they wanted to.
They're coming.
But then if we look at like the Rory and Maul, like that, like they also played an intricate part in that beef too, because they were on the head of the push-ups thing.
Yep.
They were on the head, but then you got a podcast like Brilliant Idiots, and them niggas got sampled.
Not on. That was that during the beef? I thought
It was amongst.
Yeah, but it was on Future's album.
It was on Future's album,
but it wasn't on a diss record.
But that's the album that the shot was taken on.
Then why aren't they on it?
But it wasn't on the record, though.
You got the whole premise of like even like what Future's marketing was at the time was that like I'm here, I'm one of them niggas. I'm
actually
shit.
a legend. You just don't realize it yet.
Yeah, so it's all encompassing.
That means Brian Idiot should have been on here since they got sampled.
I mean,
at least they got
Charlamagne is on here. Charlamagne's on here,
and Andrew Schultz.
It feels like a disservice to put Andrew Schultz in the 25 most important hip hop media.
Other people that weren't on the list also. So like Carisha made sense why she was left off. We weren't sure why she was on the first list.
I knew she wasn't coming back.
Peter Rosenberg, honestly, he should probably be on the list.
Why?
Most people don't like him, but he's consistent. He's on Ebro in the morning. Ebro's on the list. Shit.
But at least Ebro's like the head of like Apple.
Ebro's in a different spin right now.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, now if we're going off straight influence, Ebro should be in the top 3. Then.
This is the power rankings.
Yeah, because then that means that's wrong.
But maybe Rosenberg should also be off because you just mentioned him being consistent is the thing. And if he's like the other niggas who are the old heads who are just consistent, maybe they should be left off.
I feel like Rosenberg was in the mist too because niggas hated him during the Drake and Kendrick shit on Twitter. But everybody hates people. Yeah. People.
You're right.
People hate Rosenberg.
Period. It just feels like that's,
When it comes to power and influence, Ebro might be able to be high on the list, but he's not over Ak.
Yeah, Ak
he's not over Ak.
You're talking about two different things. Power and influence, he beats Ak.
Yeah.
Power.
Only one of them was talking to Drake.
Maybe not influence, power.
Yeah.
Only one of them was talking to Drake. You don't think Ebro would have wanted to get like first-hand information from Drake in the same way they acted?
That has nothing to do with power, though. That has nothing to do with power.
It does a little bit when you're in the middle of one of the biggest rap beats of all time and you are the only person who has the nigga's ear. Yeah. That matters.
Also, Rory and Maul too. Drake was confiding in both of them. Rory and Maul and
not in the same way though.
Confiding in them all, yeah.
Not in the same way. He was confiding, but like,
but
you're not going to compare.
I was going to say, I think it was in the same way.
Maul made it seem
I think it might have been more on the Rory and Maul
that
side.
was his confidant.
Right, yeah, like.
It
felt
but
like,
I do get.
It felt like Maul was in the strategy room. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I get what
you were saying. Like, if you're separating it, power, like if. And I'm saying head of Apple because I don't know the specific name.
Like what he actually does.
But I think it's like
Beats Radio. It's Beats Radio, yeah.
That is a hefty title.
He's got a pretty hefty title. I told myself I was going to start using ChatGPT more.
But Akademiks don't. Akademiks
for what
has a lot more influence for sure.
Because it's better than Google.
Yeah, it is.
You could just fuck around with the Meta
Global
AI
editorial head of hip hop.
Yeah, I knew he had a crazy fire title. Yeah. Global editorial head of hip hop.
So as long as he keeps this position, he's going to be on every hip hop media list.
Remember Taxstone used to say this nigga has so much power. If you don't, he said he will make sure you never get on a playlist on Apple. You remember that shit? So that nigga got power. Akademiks can't get you off no damn playlist. Ebro can though.
Akademiks does have a big voice though.
He's got that influence. Yeah, he's got the influence, the loud influence. Yeah. But the power is like cutting you off the DSP. That's different. You know what I'm saying? I cut your water off. You can still have a big audience, but I'm cutting the water off over here.
Yeah, a lot of niggas with power have no like immediate influence to the audience.
Nala Simone, she wasn't on the list, bro.
What?
Nala Simone didn't make the list this year.
Was I camping for her?
Yeah, you don't feel no type of way?
I mean, no.
You bring her up the most, so I just wanted to.
That is true.
Is
And
that true?
How many black women are on this list?
That's definitely true.
That's a stupid angle to take. Nyla Simone. Yeah, I don't know where this is coming from, but
Jinx was
I'm
also
kind of not surprised she's not on this list.
Jinx wasn't also on this list, and he was on the last year's list. Jinx had some slick shit to say on Twitter when Elliot posted this a year ago. I ain't forget, nigga. But I remember his bio from last year. It was like, I remember his bio. It was like, I'd have been mad at that bio that they wrote me last year.
Well, he was exaggerated swagger of
Let me look at it real quick. I remember it
black
being,
guy in the
I
office.
remember it saying like no frills. Like this is not exciting, but Jinx.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that
Yeah,
shit?
yeah.
It was like
So if you're here for entertainment value, you should probably leave.
Yeah, it was some crazy shit like that. Let me see. Jinx is a true student of hip hop, and his deep knowledge of the genre is reflective in the interview he conducts. After developing skills as a journalist, brothers, blah 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 blah. The show isn't very soundbitey in the age of social media cut downs, but it's a deliberate Jinx strength. It sucks. Fuck it. I'm not about to spend too much time on that.
letting ChatGPT muster up some hope for this.
Yeah, all right. So yeah, I think those are just some of the highlighting things. But like we can go back into this list. I mean, how y'all think about just the overall list and the lineup and shit like that? Do you think anybody was fully slighted out of this list?
I think it made a lot of sense for what's going on in the culture right now. Especially if you genuinely know.
This felt great for y'all.
Especially if you
Line-wise.
genuinely know what's going on. Like Gabe, like that on the radar shit, like regardless of if he owns it, he's still the face of it. So
It should have been up a little bit higher.
Yeah, probably. And given how vague the criteria is to be on this list, this is probably perfect.
it seems like multiple criteria.
Because it's like with certain individuals, it feels like it comes down to either like they got the people's ear or they got the industry's ear, and they kind of just pick and choose between those. There's no constant theme of like, all right, we counting viewers and if they can get the hottest nigga in the world on this show.
I feel like
They're all on here for different reasons, which is, the individuals, but
there are baselines criterias though.
Like
Like
what?
as far as followers, reach, like everybody on this list can reach a lot of people
but the thing
individually.
is, like they'll have
And a certain demographic. You know what I mean? Like everybody has their lane.
So you think that's what they did? They were trying to appease everybody?
In a weird way, I think this is the best way they could.
The way that they treat it's kind of the same list damn near every year in terms of the categories. They come out with all right, the last couple of niggas, they're the rising stars. The rookies that's coming into the league with a little promise, 25, 22,
You mean
21.
like the categorization area.
Yeah.
The
Then
way
in
they
that
put 'em.
middle is gonna be the legends that you can't forget, but they're not impactful enough for the top 10, and they're better than the niggas in the 20s. So Big Boy gonna be 15,
And-
Angie Martinez gonna be 12 or whatever the fuck.
And
then top 10, that's when you got who really fucking matters.
And we don't know who's putting this list together, because if I was like a white woman and I had to put this list together, like Big Boy is just one of those niggas that I would think of.
He might be number one. White woman?
Because if you white woman, like Becky don't know no better.
She might put
so we
DL
don't really
Hughley.
know who's putting this list together. Like,
Becky don't know no better. That's crazy.
Hilarious. Hilarious.
and I don't know. I think you mind just zooming in on this? You don't gotta.
Oh, on
You
this
can't
part?
zoom in on
It's
it.
not like bad, but yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Jesus. Bootleg Kev, Rory and Maul.
I'm gonna tell you
We
right now.
haven't
This,
mentioned-
Yachty
this,
and
this is where
Mitch.
I'm at.
Yo,
with it.
that's what I was
Yachty
just
and
about to
Mitch.
pull up.
What?
Yachty and Mitch is interesting.
It's very interesting.
They went from N/A to 12th place. That's a huge jump.
Not applicable to 12.
I think is that the biggest jump on this list?
That
think
might
so.
be the
They
most
weren't-
egregious one.
They weren't on there last year.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying though. Like the person who wasn't on there last year, but who's ranking the highest this year. I think they
Gabe-
made the biggest jump from obscurity to being celebrated.
And I
Which
also
I'm not
feel
mad
like
at.
the purpose, yeah, and
Yeah, I
Like-
don't know. I really like a Safe Space podcast. I don't think it should have been that high. I don't because
but what is a safe space podcast? It's just a rapper. It's not a rapper talking about hip hop things. It's just a rapper talking about shit. Even though Yachty and Mitch are like, you know what I mean, they're two interesting characters. Like I like Mitch.
And they talk to artists, like they talk to niggas in the hip hop world, but
Let's see why they made the
I was gonna
list.
say this list is hip hop based, but it's just like media still, like media
Yeah, it's still
personality.
media. Yeah,
there's no consistent theme of how like this is being strung together.
yeah. Because Kai
Yeah.
Cenat makes sense at number 3.
Right.
Because hip hop
Kinda.
people.
Kind of.
No.
Because if we're
Makes
going
complete
off,
sense.
because if we're going
Makes
based
complete
off of
sense.
like who he's reaching. I mean, it might be people that like hip hop, but it's a lot of younger kids.
And I'll even give them that. I'll give them that point.
You know,
but
the top 4 makes complete sense to me.
He has a lot of pull to get, like, he could probably fuck around and get LeBron James on eventually. Not a lot of niggas can do that. But are we ranking who's the most powerful or who's the best? Because if we ranking who's the best, obviously Cashapp is not going to be the best question asker.
And if the main
but this is an interviewer. But this is hip hop media.
But if the main,
whether it has, and he gets a lot of hip hop powerhouses at his crib.
He damn sure does.
Period. The top 4 to me makes complete sense. Academics, especially if we're weighing the battle. Academics, number 1. Joe Budden, number 2. That makes complete sense. Number 3, Cashapp, because that's the place to be. Like, he runs it. Like, and then number 4, The Breakfast Club or Charlamagne. Like, that top 4 makes complete sense to me for 2024.
Like, all the guests The Breakfast Club used to have, Kai has.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
They're getting a lot of the same guests.
They're going to they might go to Kai before and they might go to Kai and not go to The Breakfast Club.
For sure.
Who did that?
It's better for
I'm
album
just saying,
sales.
like, it's more.
Somebody's definitely done
It's more appealing. Yeah.
But who's done that?
Nicki.
I don't know. Oh yeah, Nicki. Yeah, Nicki Minaj. Yeah.
You don't think that comes from a different place?
Isn't there some gripe between?
Yeah, there's a little context on
You
that
just
though.
asked who. We just gave
No, but you named somebody who didn't do it for the reason you said. That was a personal beef.
It could be somebody who didn't go to New York but went to Atlanta. Lil Baby did not go to The Breakfast Club. In the same run,
But he went to Sloth.
That was way before. I'm talking about in the year that he went to Cashapp.
Yeah.
So Cashapp is more powerful than Charlamagne the God in media?
This 2024, yeah.
It's one of those things.
I mean, if we're gonna account for Ebro's backhand tactics and him being able to do things,
hold up.
I can't comfortably say that.
That is a good point.
All right, but every time we start analyzing somebody, we can't just take one word out of the power ranking. You know what I'm saying? Like power and influence. They got to go together. They got to work together simultaneously. Like we can't nickel and dime it every time we talk about something.
But that's what they did to orchestrate this list.
But that's not what they. No, that's not, because when you read the bios, it's saying that's not that.
It's a lot of.
If you read the bios, there is different reasons that these niggas are on the list.
The main
like
theme,
for one dude, the views mattered, and then for another dude, the views didn't matter because he had big stars with low views. Like if you actually read this shit, it's all over the place.
The main theme of it is who are the niggas getting views and pushing hip hop.
Who's the most
somewhere.
Fucking popping?
That was the base. Not even forward or backwards, but just
because
pushing hip hop.
You're doing what you said we were doing. You just choosing influence. That's popping. You're not talking about power.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is a different ranking. You got to combine them.
So we can all agree, like I don't even know.
Yo, they do it every year. They did it again.
This is a
Look
couple.
at this.
So this is a couple things. Yeah, I mean,
top 4. I'll live with it.
To me, the top 4 makes sense. Elliott should not be anywhere near Elliott should not be in the top 10, bro. Period. He should not be in the top 10. Just because you complain doesn't mean you get to go from spot 8 on 2023.
And I'm not saying for that. I'm saying he should be switched with somebody. There's somebody.
He needs to be in the team somewhere.
Yeah,
for sure. Period. He does not. He didn't do anything this year that deserved top 10.
He didn't interview. He interviewed some niggas.
No.
Nah, he dropped some old interviews.
He complained this year. I feel like this year I saw more Elliott complaining than Elliott product.
For sure.
That's a problem. And then you moved up 3 spots. That's
what if
crazy.
his complaints are his product?
he did make himself more personable, like they said, throughout the year. Through his complaints, but outside of his complaints, he was at a lot of podcasts talking about regular hip hop shit as well.
I mean, when you get to that age, you don't have many nice things to say.
But I still don't think he should be in the top 10. I agree with you on that.
I didn't know Narwhal was dropping this year, honestly.
Narwhal's still been working. He's still been moving. How about Anthony Fantano?
Anthony Fantano, I just feel like he's a staple. Gillian Wallow.
They slid to 9th, right? Where were they ranked before?
They
in the top 5?
They were like 5. Yeah, let me see. They were number 4 last year.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And so they slid
down to 5.
And that was something.
They definitely need to be in the top 10 for sure.
There was another guest-based Drink Champs. They both are guest-based podcasts, and they both noticeably slid down these lists. I wonder if there's like a
correlation.
Jason Lee dropped a lot too. Jason Lee was number 11 in 2023. He's 23 now.
Yeah.
Jason Lee dropped like crazy.
Yeah. I mean, these whores stopped having babies to do rumor mills about.
Who gets more? Hey, Anthony Fantano or Adam 22?
Oh, nobody
Adam
hates anybody
22.
more than Adam 22.
Adam
I think.
22.
Like Adam 22 is always going to win the hate train. I think always.
I think people still.
It depends.
respect-
Like real hip hop heads, I feel like they really shit on Anthony Fantino.
They do. No, they
Real
do.
hip-hop
You know,
heads?
a lot of people. I know a decent amount of people who do not fuck with Anthony Fantano.
villainy and motherfucking
For sure.
3 out of 10.
For sure. Yeah. No. I feel you on that. Like he's got influence, but I know a lot of niggas that on that type of time you talking about.
But it's
yeah.
the different people that hate them are two different types of people. Like the people that hate Adam 22 are not only, you know, for what it seems to be like on the internet, like just street niggas for all intents and purposes, but it's
or
also
black Israelites.
Yes, and it's also a lot of those.
And
A
I think
younger generation, too.
at Adam 22 being hated, it contributes to him being at 22. Because honestly, he should be in the top 10. Like,
I don't
what do
see
we-
him. I don't see it.
No.
Why? Why
You don't
top
think so?
10?
Because he's got the power and the influence.
But
He's
I
got
don't-
both of them.
But
What power?
Yeah.
and I think no.
Who is he? Who is he
the
getting
power,
on his show?
He's got power on his coast.
And I feel like the reason they put him
That's not big
that
enough.
far,
It's in hip hop though.
It's not big enough.
It's in hip hop.
I mean, like if you got power in America and I got power in the West Coast, you got more power than
in
me.
terms of hip hop, where should Adam 22 be then if he's not at 22?
I think he's probably perfectly ranked.
really, yeah. And the reason I think
Sounds crazy.
partly
What's the
they
most
put him
hip hop
there-
shit he's done?
He's above some of these niggas, man.
Are you kidding me?
He's
Come on,
above some
like
of these-
for real, look at the list.
I'll give
bro.
him that. He's above some of these niggas.
Nah, I don't.
At
I don't
22,
agree.
I wouldn't put Adam.
He's almost
below,
off the list.
I would put Adam above Bootleg Kev.
Nah, I think he's
Personally.
perfect exactly
Not
where
even
he's at.
yes.
Because a lot of these niggas, at
No
least,
shade to Bootleg, I
at
like
least
him.
the people that are above him, a lot of them push hip hop forward, and you know push
Adam
gooder
pushes it
shit.
forward with bullshit.
Exactly.
That's not pushing it
which is
forward.
why
That is pushing
which
it
is why
forward.
he should get his flowers or respect for that, but he should also stay at 22. Like you'll get your respect, you know, we'll accept you, but you're not gonna be higher than niggas that's trying to push hip hop forward for different reasons that aren't just monetary.
What happened? What happened last year with Adam? What did we talk about him for? It was a bunch of hip hop
It was a
conversations
big
we was having
issue,
about
right?
Adam.
Bro, we always talk about Adam in bullshit, but Adam also still
Because
does.
that's-
He still does shit though. He's doing more shit than some of the people above him.
You know, it's more bullshit than business.
It's ironic he got
Not
on,
even business, than just hip hop journalism.
It's ironic he got on this list when quality,
Van Lathan is over him.
yeah, where he should be. Van Lathan should be, yes. of
In
course.
hip hop
Yes.
as a hip hop voice.
Yes.
Niggas
I don't
hate
think
Adam.
having a bunch of black people on your platform makes you hip hop. I think it's deeper than that.
But at the same time, because this is a corporate establishment, they have to respect that, which is why they put him at 22. It's the perfect place to put a nigga
It's,
like
it's
Adam.
it's the purpose. And it's funny because if Adam focused up and had a year of just straight, he's getting back on his shit, he could easily shoot from 22. Like
Adam and Wack has
nah.
almost been. Adam and Wack has almost been a year. I feel like it might be at a year that they've been doing that show.
Now, and what does that mean?
It's a poppin' show that does numbers outside of just the No Jumper universe.
That's not a hip hop show though.
What show?
Adam and Wack 100 is hip hop as fuck.
He's in the rap game, yes.
So what do y'all count
but
as hip
the
hop?
show
That's a hip-hop show.
The whole hip hop
Well,
show.
is a
Well,
hip hop show. Did you listen to the last episode?
No, I didn't.
Because we going to.
But I don't have to because I know Wack 100 is hip hop.
I feel like calling it a hip hop show is what
Even if
white
you
people
don't want
do.
to, even if you don't want to call Adam 22 hip hop, even though it is a hip hop platform, Wack 100 is hip hop. Come on now.
But I feel like it's almost the one drop rule. Like one drop of black means you black. You know what I mean?
It's not one drop.
100%.
Everything Wack 100
It's
does.
the
Is,
three
what, so what do y'all count as hip hop then? Because I think that's
What's an
another
example?
thing. Yeah, because that's another thing. Because even last week when they said that we were defending Adam, even though I was just saying niggas shouldn't be surprised that he did
Right.
something like that,
Right.
but
Yeah.
whatever. They were saying that the whole thing came up again where they were saying No Jumper's not even hip hop or he's not hip hop. So what are we classifying as a hip hop platform then?
The
Or
Adam.
what are we just classifying as hip hop?
Okay.
Breakfast Club. You want an example?
Yeah,
Is that what you're asking
I
for?
want to know what gets qualified as hip hop.
When it's hip hop focused.
Only?
So we're not hip hop then.
It's a
We're
nah,
not. Why would it be hip hop?
It's
You
a
talking about
hip-hop
this
show, I agree.
podcast?
We're not hip-hop
It's a-
influenced.
it's
Keep
a-
going.
You wait. So you're saying Homeroom University is a hip hop podcast?
I don't think so.
So what are you saying?
I'm asking what your qualification or what you're classifying
But
as
you
hip-hop.
said we're not hip hop. Who are
Some
you
people,
regarding?
some people would call us hip hop though.
But that's just because we're black.
Exactly.
But we don't talk about music.
Exactly.
At times we do.
And sometimes we do, but not really. That's
When
not our
it's,
focus
when
at
it's
all.
relevant, but it's not the focus.
We talk about the black podcasts that talk about hip hop.
Nigga, we talk about hip-hop
I start
platforms.
off every show that this is a podcast about podcasts. I ain't never said nothing about hip hop.
So what's the qualifications of a hip hop thing?
It's hip hop, like Everyday Struggle. That's a hip hop show.
So what about Kai Cenat?
Kai Cenat gets looped in. Kai Cenat gets looped in, honestly, because he talks to a lot of hip hop people, people who are relevant to it, but then he'll also fuck around and be with Sketch.
So Adam 22 talks to a lot of hip hop people.
He only talks to hip hop people.
Yeah,
Only talks to hip hop people?
he does.
Yes.
Hip hop.
Only
does.
talks to hip hop people.
If he's not on Plug Talk, bro. Bro, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
that's all. The nigga is just interviewing rappers, bro.
Yeah.
We ain't never heard of them, but it ain't nothing but a bunch of
I agree.
niggas that rap,
Yeah.
bro. That's it.
Well, now we talking
And
about
you're talking
Adam.
about the Adam and Wax show specifically, right?
I'm talking about all of that. All
No,
of no.
we went from talking about that show to just talking about the platform in
Technically-
general, so it kind of got
technically,
moved.
You would have. I get why you're saying that.
That's what I'm saying,
Because
like-
on a simple basis, you are interviewing rappers,
Yeah.
which is why
I'd move him up 3 slots. Put him at 19.
Adam 22.
Yeah,
Nah,
you got to get a few people out of there from above him.
Nah,
that's what I'd
man.
do at least.
Anthony,
I can see that.
Anthony
He could definitely
Fantano.
move up a couple spots.
Anthony
I'm not
Anthony
disagreeing with that.
Fantano does not just review hip hop music. We just know about his hip hop skates because those are the only ones that we go to him
True.
for.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
nigga does every genre.
True.
though. So what makes him part of hip hop?
I didn't put him on the list.
But I'm asking. So
It's-
I'm trying to get
it's
it.
open
I'm trying to
dialogue.
get an idea though. Yeah, I'm trying to get an idea. Like what are we even calling hip hop? Because Anthony Fantano's on here, but he's not limited to just hip hop
I think
or rap music.
white
But he
people.
does talk about rap music, so I'm not mad at the mention, especially because all I know him for is the hip hop takes. I've never seen him interview Nirvana or review that shit.
He's interviewing everything.
I
can
believe
promise
it.
you that. Yeah,
I believe it.
everything, Yeah.
But he does enough in rap music to where like he gets a nod. Nardwuar doesn't only talk to rappers. Nardwuar doesn't only talk to musicians.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's another good point. Yeah.
It's. I don't know what is hip hop. What is a hip hop music?
This is a
platform?
wild take, but it could be just if they're talking about music in some way, shape, or form, and there's black people involved. That's what it's looking like.
That's what
it sounds like.
It's definitely the niggas being involved definitely plays a big influence.
Yeah.
Let's not sleep
They
on
try to
that.
call, he tried to call us hip hop.
But
you can't rap.
Because people would call us hip hop.
Yeah, they would.
Like
they
somebody,
shouldn't.
I think somebody on Twitter was like, "Shouldn't we be on the list?" I was like, "No, we don't cover music.
No.
You know what I'm saying?" But there are people that are looking at us like, "Yeah, this is a hip hop platform."
Wait, go back up to the top of this article on.
I got you. We're pretty much there already.
All the way back up to the
Like
top
the
of this
preface
article.
before we get into it.
Yeah.
Or go back up to that banner.
Okay.
2024 hip hop media. But I'm just making sure it says exactly
Media power
what we're
rankings.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
24 hip hop media power rank.
Yeah. Hip hop
Yeah.
media.
Last year we published an article by then in late March. 24-4. Okay, the rankings reflect the shifts that have resulted as smoke from the battle has cleared. There are 7 newcomers who aren't ranked at all last year, plus a new name at the number 1 spot. Well, they straight up told you 7 of these niggas wasn't even on here last year.
So at least they told. Okay, so this directly reflects the whole Kendrick and
2024 hip hop media power ranking reflects the shift that have results as of the smoke from the battle has cleared. So it's like this is all has to deal with the Drake and Kendrick
it's the
battle.
aftermath, nigga.
Yeah.
It's the biggest, it's the only thing that matters.
Well,
That-
a bunch
that's
of
the
these
only thing that
niggas,
matters.
Gabe shouldn't be on here then. Because not a goddamn off the
Yeah.
record. He shouldn't be on there if that's the case. Because nobody went up to fucking off the record to drop a freestyle.
That's not true.
I'm talking about in this battle. They said after the smoke is cleared.
Well, because it's not all about that, but that is a major factor.
That's what they said.
That where does it say this is all about what happened with Drake and Kendrick?
It says it reflects.
That reflects the
It
It's
shift.
a
reflects the
reflection
shift.
of the shift because we can
Shifts.
see more now,
The
but
things
that
that have
doesn't
changed after the smoke.
I knew off
that doesn't negate.
I keep saying off the record. That's academic shit, right?
Yeah, that's off
Yeah.
that's
On the
that's
radar.
right.
Yeah,
Off the radar.
record.
On the radar.
On the radar. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I was watching them before and after. They were never in a position to lose my viewership
they
because of
weren't.
the battle.
because
You know
it's
what I'm
not
saying?
even
'Cause-
a part of it.
Yeah,
in
you know
that
what I'm
manner.
saying? So it's like, I don't even know why Complex put that. That alone makes this whole thing fucking stupid. But As with the previous list, the rankings below reflect the current moment, not the entirety of one's career. We ranked each media personality based on their impact in the space since the release of the inaugural list in 2023. Complex employees and hosts were not eligible for inclusion because obviously there'll be like Speedy and shit like that will be on there or whatever.
Yeah, he just interviewed.
I
Joe
feel like they're
Biden.
saying two things though. We ranked each
They
media
are.
personality based on their impact in the space since the release of our inaugural list in 2023.
That's
Yo,
what I'm saying.
Complex
It's all
hire-
over the place.
Yeah,
Complex
they're trying to.
hire us to make dumbass lists too because we're good at that.
Man, what?
What we can give you shit all day, nigga. That don't make no damn
I
sense.
about to say a bunch of dumb shit, nigga.
Right.
Tony, think of something. Please.
I can't
Show
even.
him we can do it.
Yeah. Letty Martinez 14.
Oh my god.
Letty Martinez is 14 for all the right reasons.
For all the right reasons.
Yeah, this is a crazy fucking list, man.
Yeah, she got more influence over me than
But honestly, like my biggest,
Gay
but just
people.
like my biggest takeaways outside of like not diving in and reading these bios that they've constructed for people, I do think Adam 22 is too low. I think that Math Hoffa should have definitely been on this list. I don't think Elliott should have moved up. I think he should have been knocked down a couple pegs out of the top 10. I think the top 10 is pretty valid to me. I'm not mad at the top 10. Rory and Maul being on the list is a new thing because they were actually complaining about it before. Oh, while we're in this segment, Akademiks has smoke for them. Like he threw shade at them too.
He damn sure did.
We could definitely watch that.
Shakes.
And has anybody been saying anything to Flakko, especially since he went on that tirade about
Shit,
him,
Flakko should have been on this
him
bitch.
being the realest
Honestly.
hip hop media and the biggest?
Low key, Flakko should have been on this list.
That's what
Actually,
I'm
he
saying.
should have. He should have for sure.
I can see that for sure.
For sure.
Need some water.
Flacco could have been on this list, but
He definitely Flacco
they
definitely
would have
could
had
have
to
been on
give
this list.
him 2 spots. So
He could have been
enough room.
25.
Oh my god,
You said what?
you ain't
Oh.
never gonna let one of them moments pass.
You said give him 2 spots.
He has enough room. Shit, like
You do
airplane.
it so smoothly, I don't even be hearing it.
Yeah,
And then like I'll see a comment that says, "Yo, that was crazy." Like they'll repeat it.
it's covert.
You want to play this audio or no?
Oh yeah, for sure. This is Akademiks talking about Rory and Maul.
All right, no, I mean,
Hit pause right there.
I should let
Chig should have been on this list too. Continue.
Oh, facts.
Why?
that beef go. Nah, I can't let it go. I can't let it go.
What about that?
All right, Rory and Millie
Not
Maul. They're ranked 13. And I'm going to be honest with you. This right here is definitely a OVO stimulus package. And I'm going to be honest, like, to keep it real, these two niggas I told y'all most famously, I put these niggas in a bunk bed casket, and I believe that. And I still do. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. And let me be very fair and just blunt about this shit we do in terms of hip hop commentary and whatever. You know I never like these niggas, especially when they start having such adverse opinions about me. It's because they were niggas that lacked an opinion. They were niggas who lacked passion. So anytime I had an opinion, they were judgmental. Because these were, well, I could see it this way and I could see it that way. Listen, this is media personality land. Pick a side, have an opinion. We don't need the nigga to be like, oh, well, it's half full, half empty type of niggas. So when they were talking, I had to get them the fuck out of here quickly. What I've realized is that this Drake and Kendrick battle, especially, which by the way, I ain't gonna lie, this detergent hiding motherfucker, Maul, a fire lit under him. I think it's probably because Drake was hitting him, like, yo, whatever. But like, it's the first time I seen them passionate, and it just kind of shows because if anybody knows these two bozos right here, they were the niggas who were always. Anytime they used to judge me, they used to try to come across as, "Nah, we too cool for that. Nah, we're cool." That's why Joe Budden fired them. They were too cool for school. And except in the last, I want to say about like 4 to 5 months, they finally start realizing, hey, maybe sometimes you're not gonna look cool. Maybe sometimes you just have to live on your passions or whatever you actually think. Let it all hang out there. And actually, I'm taking some credit for it, and I know Drake taking some credit for them niggas being on the list, because these niggas would have been washed up. And last year they weren't ranked, and this year they are. So again, you know, I hate to give niggas secret sauce when I don't particularly like him, but let's see how these niggas fare after the Drake thing. Because again, if you are not passionate about nothing, nobody gives a fuck about what you're saying.
So what Rory said about us is basically what Akademiks is saying about these niggas. It's like, nigga, you got your name off of a stimulus package from the Owl, the great Owl.
Yeah, Rory was delusional.
Because Rory was saying how we got our little thing based off of, you know, him and, you know, other individuals that he worked with in the past.
That was just the only angle Rory could take.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was just it. Because it was factually inaccurate.
And he didn't mean it. But
yeah,
can't be hypocritical.
Yo, this is like the second time that Act said, let's see what happens next. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember when they first started their podcast, he was like, let's see what happens in a year. And then, the podcast did have its ebbs and flows, but now that
they were successful.
Now that they're up again, he's like, well, let's see what happens after the battle. You know what I'm saying? It's like I think they made it through their hardest.
They did.
Like Royal, I think they made it through their hardest moment. I think they'll be good. Like it could always end.
They're pretty. It could always end, but they're pretty. It's no more of the let's see what they do. They're doing. And the argument that he's making against them right now, that would, if he applied that to himself, he wouldn't be number one no more. Because his whole thing is, you wouldn't be in this position without Drake. You got slid into number one because of the Drake coverage.
Yeah,
that's what put him over the top.
Yeah, because Joe was number one.
So the stimulus package that they received is almost like
he got it too.
It's one of them things to where it's like it goes to all the players. Like we're all getting the same advantage.
But it also, you know,
we all
you know what I'm saying. But he's discrediting what they did.
The whole grave was curved. Like all of us got the
game sliders all the way up.
Yeah, everybody got the curve.
We all got it. So you can't use that argument against them. That's how you got to number one.
But in Akademiks of defense, I guess the nigga was streaming for like 6 hours. Like 7 hours. Like that's the
like
type
16, you mean?
He definitely worked.
That's more than
he was he was giving like play-by-play reactions.
And you also got to remember that these are his top op. Well, Rory is definitely his top op.
Exactly.
He worked harder, but he was eating from the same restaurant.
They both had the same cheat codes, but you know, shit, Akademiks just got farther.
Yeah, but like he's discrediting them for using the same cheat codes he got.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
And you know, when you shitting on your op,
that's
it's like
rationale goes out the window.
Yeah, it's like because he started by saying like I'm gonna try to cut him slack, but it's like halfway through, like within a couple minutes, you're like he can't do this. He hates this nigga too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I think that's really about it though. Unless we have any other closing thoughts on that list.
Yeah, I can only imagine what next year is gonna be like. We might have to try to predict.
We can make it way worse next year. Like if y'all are going for bad lists, hit us up, nigga. What the fuck?
Yeah.
We can make it way worse.
I think they're going for just good enough.
Right.
That's what it is.
This list didn't even catch fire like that for real. Like
because it was
like last year it was like a big deal.
Yeah.
But like this year it wasn't nearly as hot. Which is why it definitely didn't need its own episode. But y'all want to get it hot again, you call Homeroom University, goddammit. We put Nala Simone at number 2.
Mm-hmm. Letty Martinez number 1 and 4.
Nah, I'm putting Elliot Wilson
just
at
so you
number
don't
1.
forget
Are you crazy? Elliot Wilson at number 1 set shit on fire.
Yeah, that
you know
world
what
tour
he'll do
gonna
for
go crazy.
1 year?
Oh my God.
He will boast that shit for a year straight.
Yeah.
He will sell the article for us, putting him in at number 1.
He'll make Complex regret it.
He's what I'm saying. He's gonna go to every platform and be like, well, I was number 1 in the like it's gonna be lit, nigga. Like put Elliot at number 1 next year, nigga.
We haven't even seen what number 5 did yet.
We haven't even seen his number 5, like, I moved up 3.
I definitely wouldn't want to see that. He already had a little air of entitlement because of his status in the game.
Always, yeah.
So I can only imagine what the fuck that is.
Which he can have that. He can have it.
Yeah, Bingo Club ain't gonna hear enough of it.
But staying on Rory and Maul, let's get over to this Brandon Jennings.
And it's the motherfucking Northside Hours podcast. I am Donovan McCrae.
Carlito B.
Super P. We got AJ the motherfucking Menace in here.
If I'm really being honest, those be the ones that be having it.
The ones that don't look like it?
Yeah.
I hate old, tough people.
I understand what you're saying, because like, yo, if I punch you in the chest, you gonna die. Like, don't act like that, bro.
Some old niggas that could box.
Old niggas will take your life.
Yeah. Yo, listen.
Yeah.
If he old with a fanny pack,
he's more than a freaking frog. He's a bull frog.
So Brandon Jennings is an old, retired NBA player. He's retired, right?
Yeah.
Retired NBA player that is old friends with Maul from the Rory and Maul podcast. And Brennan Jennings was at No Chill Gill. Was it No Chill? No Chill. I feel like I saw No Chill Gill on the thing, but
yeah, that's what it was.
Gill's Arena.
It was
Gill's Arena,
but it was at No Chill Gill. Though. It was when they were. I think it was when they were playing games and shit.
Yeah, because it was much looser.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat asked Brennan Jennings about Maul, and bro just blacked out. Yeah, he blacked out. Yeah, he went crazy. He was like,
he called the Holy Ghost for all of his purpose.
Yeah. Like he said, there's no point in me repeating it when we can just hear what he said.
You want to watch?
And then we can break down what he said.
Yeah, play it.
There's two things. Not there. I don't know if I want to see the Reddit. Go to the Chigs one.
The Chigs one. Okay.
Because on the Chigs one, so there's two things that happen with this. There's two things that happen with the Chigs video.
What's the first one?
Let's just start this first.
All right. That's a bit.
YouTube. Chigs.
Budden to make sense why Maul was going so hard for Drake against Compton native Kendrick Lamar. Turns out Maul still has an active beef with another Compton native, Brandon Jennings. That's right, big Brandon, not the little one. Now, believe it or not, but these guys were actually cool. These guys were actually really good friends.
Like really
right came in real Jennings
in LA, but we won't talk about that.
Okay, go back.
And was a bad idea to begin with.
So this is Maul just kind of, this is a throwback on the Joe Budden podcast of Maul talking about
when they were friends.
The last time they tried to hash it out, pretty much. Which honestly, if everybody keeps bringing this up, I guess this is important. I guess it is important. Yeah, let's just play it.
Just had that situation in LA, but we won't talk about that.
Oh no! Now we have to talk about it.
No, we won't.
You have beef?
Well, no, not beef.
A situation where a tiff was untiffed.
A situation where a friend of mine tried to get me and another former friend to speak, and it went left quickly.
Whose fault? Yours or the friend?
The other person, not my fault.
Got it.
I'm always weary about being that middleman a lot of the times.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to see two people that I fuck with each other again, but in my 20s,
but I told my homeboy,
now I'm just like,
this is gonna go bad.
My business.
Yeah, I told him, I was like, this is gonna go bad because you have to know that where the other person is. As you know, it's a lot of ego, right? That type of shit, and you know that. So it's like, fam, I'm telling you how this is gonna go bad. I'm just telling you because you're trying to like make this men's happen, and I don't really care to talk to the dude again. Like, I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do anything. I didn't.
See, I disagree with that part.
What?
I don't really care to talk to the dude again.
I mean, but once you know the full story of what happened, you would know why I'm at that place now.
For you, it's irreconcilable.
At this point, absolutely.
Got it.
And
that was after.
All right, so we heard enough of that.
I wish you would just said, like...
Yeah, skip to 6:18. Yeah, we're going to get back to this. Yeah, we're going to get back to that. But, this is Brandon Jennings.
That was funny as shit.
We do need to get back to that.
We have to get back to that.
That's his own thing.
Yeah, that's his own. But we're going to wrap it up in this because I'm also going to drop the promo in this video and everything. You know what I'm saying? But it has to be discussed. This is actually Brandon Jennings. Somebody in the chat asked about it. Boom, it goes crazy after that.
Is still super pissed at Maul, and now he wants to fade with him. Today, during their live show of Gill's Arena, somebody commented in the chat and asked Brandon Jennings, bro, are you and Maul still cool? Now, shout out to whoever that person was, because this got Brandon fired up. You know when you passionately hate somebody like an ex or something like that, and once somebody brings up their name, you just get enraged? That was Brandon Jennings once he heard Maul's name. Not only did he call Maul a fat dyke, which is wild, but he also called Maul out for his antics during the Drake and Kendrick beef. Here's what he said.
BJ, you still cool with Maul? Hell no. Hell no. That nigga was crashing out. He be crashing out. He be trying to get views. All open threes, watch. Nigga couldn't read a contract. Nigga, Maul looked like a fat dyke. Hey, bro. Yo, y'all in the chat, hey, bro. Tell Maul that I want to get in the ring with Maul. He had a wide open. One round, 3 minutes. Let's see if he want to get down. A fight? Yeah, I want to get down with Maul. Man, you gonna get tired, dog. No, 1 round, 3 minutes. Let's see. Get tired. Easy. You get tired. I gave him a Jesus piece, and now he walking around thinking he Black Jesus. Shut up. Maul. Crashing out for Drake. Whoa! Nigga. Come on, sir! Sir! Yeah, no, don't even know you. Sir! Them brown sexuals, man. Yeah. Yo, go back to the okay. Now you know Maul. All you gonna do is go call. Go call some niggas.
God damn,
Yo,
Brandon.
pause real quick. Yo, Brandon Jennings, he made a crucial mistake.
Yeah.
He tried to talk about something that was near and dear to his heart while his homies was playing 2K.
Yeah.
For sure. That nigga was like, who mauled?
Nobody gave
corner
a fuck.
3.
Yeah, nobody cared. They was focused on that video
Nigga
game,
trying to
bruh.
make the proper subs.
Nigga, I was focused on that game. I was trying to hear if I could see the score.
Yeah.
Right.
And they wasn't even playing in 2K. It looked like a simulation game.
Yeah, I think they was doing like a draft
It was
simulation.
simulation.
Well, yeah, man.
But nah, man, I mean, this is why you don't give niggas Jesus pieces. Because that's kind of weird, too.
Yeah, that's a weird
Hey,
thing.
my brother, I love you. Here's a Jesus piece.
This is the second time that
Blessings.
Yeah.
You know what I don't like? Maul doesn't like clarify. I feel like he doesn't do a lot of clarification of things either. Like, I mean, niggas talk shit about him. He don't really do too much like clarification, right?
Yeah, he's too street. He's too cool.
He's too
Right.
real.
So like when Joe said like we had that whole basketball husband thing, it's like you living with different basketball players or whatever like that. I'm assuming it's Brandon Jennings. That's what I'm assuming. I don't know.
I mean, if I give you a Jesus piece, I'd definitely give you a couch to sleep on.
Right.
Yeah, but then there's like the detergent
cheaper.
thing. The detergent thing is just kind of funny. But it's like a
What's the
lot
context of that again?
I think it was they said that he was stealing the detergent. He had it hidden in the room.
He was a bad roommate.
But Maul did give context to that. He was, he had a shorty over. She put it in the room. Blah blah blah. Like it was just in a different spot.
And that is scandalous, but it's one of the
That's
better
light
things to
work.
steal.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
But it's a lot of
What
like
if you just trying to test your
most of
homie's
the time.
cleanliness?
Most of the time when niggas are trying to roast Maul, it's like how they've helped him in some way,
Right.
and that bothers me because it's like now the Jesus piece thing.
why you
right?
getting helped
It's-
so much, nigga?
Right.
What's up with all this? You just walking
So
around
it's like the
life getting
Jesus
helped?
piece that we've been seeing for this whole time. Is that really his? Was that gifted?
I think it's funny to assume that he has another nigga's gold
Another
necklace
nigga's
around
chain
his
on.
neck.
Yeah.
Especially if he
know.
hooped in it before. Like,
And you know,
he was
and-
just sweating in that shit at the
And he
park.
took a shower and he started
Yeah.
treating it like it was on. Like, I don't gotta take it off. I'm just taking a shower. It's like that's not even your necklace, nigga.
Yo, he hates that nigga, bro. Because it was like
So I don't even believe in Jesus.
he was
no more.
stewing. He was stewing, which is why he just kept lashing out every couple minutes.
Yeah.
Like,
I think he was reliving it.
yeah, like
calling
just
a nigga-
remembering why he hates him.
Calling a nigga fat dyke,
It's hilarious.
That's another way of getting around sponsorships by like not calling them a bitch.
Right.
You get what I mean? Like just call him a fat dyke.
And shout out to whoever who was trying to mediate that situation because, like, even just looking at these two pictures right now, they don't look reasonable. They don't look like they come to conclusions very well.
Who y'all think is winning that fade? 3 minutes.
I mean,
Brandon
Maul. Brandon Jennings. Like, Maul doesn't. Maul sits down. I've only ever seen Maul sitting down.
Maul frontline the consequence fight. Let's pull that footage up.
He frontlined it.
That's what he said. So that when that footage that we
When
see
he was like
11,
the Don King.
that video that we see where y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Consequence swung on Joe Budden during 11 hip hop reunion, and Tahiri popped that nigga too.
Classic.
Okay, the street. Apparently, one of these individuals is Maul. This is the part
It's probably
that
the slowest moving one. Listen.
Yo, man, yo, look at this, look at this, yo, look, I'm right here. Look at consequence. Look, you see the boys. You see the boys right now. Look. Yeah. Oh, shit. You see Joe? You see Joe? Yeah, Joe. Joe Budden got his crew.
That
Got
actually sounds like Maul.
quarter, y'all. Quarter. Yeah, you see him black. Soon. Joe Budden don't play. Yeah, we hit y'all.
Cameras down, guys. Cameras down.
It's crazy. Everybody's bald. I don't know who's who.
Yeah, no.
that definitely sounded like Maul when he
It
said,
did.
"Let's get it."
nigga.
That definitely
Yeah,
sounded
it
like
sounded like
Maul.
Maul.
Yeah.
And we missed it.
That's his
but
passionate voice.
It seemed like he knows how to handle himself.
Yeah, sound like it.
I mean,
Y'all was able to keep up with what was happening.
I was about to say he know how to. He know how to.
based off the noise.
He definitely knows how to give orders for sure. Because he told them niggas, attack,
Yes.
sick them.
No, he was the soldier in that situation
I thought he was the one walking away with Joe.
because he had already did his thing.
Yeah,
Because he's in debt.
But I mean,
Imagine what
a
he would-
general probably kills. He gets one body, but he not like really out
Out
in
of
the field.
out of
like,
Maul's
boom, boom,
mouth,
boom.
he said, "I frontline that situation." When you frontline, that means you're putting hands on niggas. You don't say frontline and
That's an
like
infantry man.
Yeah, that's an infantry nigga. Yeah, that's a soldier.
Yeah, but that doesn't
New York
mean-
niggas are also very boastful.
Storm
Let's
the
not
beach
forget.
and
Oh, so y'all are moving with the impression that he got no squabbles. There's no way he initiated it.
It's not. No, have you seen Brandon Jennings play basketball?
Nope.
He's nice.
You might have to look it up. Maul couldn't move that fast to save his life, nigga.
I don't think.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. Y'all are saying it's impossible that he threw a punch. That's how.
No,
y'all
nobody
talking.
said that.
No,
That is what you're
Impossible?
saying.
No, I'm telling you right now. I'm not saying that.
But I keep telling you that he said I frontlined and I threw it, and you were like, "Well, that could mean anything." Like it's like,
That was him.
Do you think he threw a punch or not?
That was Nobles.
Yes,
That
he
was
threw
him.
a punch, and I didn't even say that. And I'm glad you're trying to. You don't know how to defend yourself, so you're just throwing it on me.
I don't have to defend
But-
myself against nothing I ain't said.
Yeah, yes, he threw a punch.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he could whoop Brandon Jennings' ass. I still got my money on.
They got your money on Brandon Jennings?
I got my money on Brandon
for sure.
Honestly, I don't know. I want to see it.
Who
3
seems
minutes
like
is
they
a long
could,
time.
Who seems like they run a faster mile time?
Stop asking obvious
Brandon
questions.
Jennings for sure.
Jennings,
The
exactly.
athlete, in terms of the athlete, should be the winner, just because he's an athlete, retired or not.
Most of the time.
But
never know.
Stranger things have happened.
And Maul,
These are
isn't-
strange things indeed.
That's what I'm saying.
Maul is like, I never seen a nigga in person, but he seems like just straight blubber. It's not like big and like, it's like stretchy
He
fat.
doesn't- he doesn't feel
like
toned.
you can stretch his
Oh,
forearms.
he's not firm.
He's not
Pause.
firm. Pause. There's another
Yeah.
word for that. He's not solid.
Yeah, okay.
I thought you were about to say another word for pause. I was about to say no homo.
Nah, he's not. Yeah.
So what you say?
He's not like a solid individual. You know what I mean? So
I think that's kind of hard to tell on camera, don't you
Yeah,
think?
it is. I think so.
It is. And
You
the camera
think so?
adds like 12 pounds, nigga.
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Can't wait for this one to come back.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, you talking about, yeah. Probably. I don't know. Maul too cool to, I don't think he cares.
I just want to see how Justin reacts. That's all.
I mean, I got my money on Justin.
I don't think that was a question.
That's what Lauren was asking me.
No,
That wasn't what he was asking.
No. Well, that's what I answered.
But yeah, man, I don't know.
Thank you,
I
buddy.
think it's hilarious. Today, the day that our episode drops, Rory and Maul drops too. So if he was to respond, I guess it would be today. So
he kind of has to respond, right?
I feel like the Jesus piece is enough to respond to.
I think, especially
The Jesus piece,
for
like
a
the fat,
nigga like
the fat dyke part. I don't think you have to respond to.
no, you do. You do.
But I feel like the Jesus I'm trying to speak in terms of Maul. Like I feel like the Jesus piece, like I gave you something, like I feel like Maul takes more offense to that.
Because it's like,
Then-
nigga, you was my friend trying to
Right.
swag me up, but now
Right.
you're trying to bring me down.
That feels
You
like
know.
more of a reason to respond than
Yeah.
because the fat dyke is I just don't fuck with you,
Mhm.
so I'm just gonna get creative with how nasty the shit is. I to say to you,
I say like the
But the-
level of response
Yeah.
and like I guess like emotional currency he has is gonna definitely be in
On
the Jesus
that.
piece.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
that's
definitely
how
gonna be
I
on that
see it.
Jesus piece. But that fool dyke has
Anything
got
Maul
it.
feels like he
do
can
we
do
think-
for himself that somebody else did for him is going to be a sore spot.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what do we think it's gonna be a full crash though?
Nah.
Hopefully,
Brandon crashed.
Hopefully
He
not.
really did.
That's not a
crashed.
crash. We got to stop throwing that word around.
That was
Why?
that was a crash.
It's not
Nobody
a
paid
crash.
attention, but he crashed.
That's a crash.
That's not a crash.
That's a prepare. He took his seatbelt off going 90 miles per hour.
He got into a little fender bender.
Like he's ready to crash.
He fender
He took
bender.
his seatbelt off. And he was still speeding.
Ready to crash, but he ain't crashed yet. He ain't crashed yet.
He put the off route to crash.
We can't just call everything a crash though. Then it's gonna water down what that means.
That's what the media does.
It'd be better.
Why?
Because you're media. You're new media.
Why? I'm still gonna title it.
Well, that's one thing, but nah,
It's-
this not a crash.
If he would have referred to him as, a bitch ass nigga, and then started going towards like, man, you bitch ass nigga, you pussy nigga, you fucking, I'll beat the shit out of you, then that's probably a crash out.
That's a little different.
But
it
was so much
It was a
restraint.
wreck.
That's true.
Yeah,
It was a wreck.
It was a lot of restraintment. Is that the word?
Yeah,
Restraint.
yeah,
Just
restraint.
restraint,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I'm glad you're asking now. I'm glad you're asking for confirmation. 'cause
Nigga, you need to ask before.
Before you would just talk through it and try to sound smart.
Nigga, try to sound smart.
But the comments are getting
You
to
love acting smart. Makes you dumber.
Okay, and before we wrap
better
this
than what
up,
you're
let's
doing.
before we wrap
Glad-
this
I'm
up,
glad
let's
they
go
laughed.
back to that Chiggs video.
it
So,
wasn't that funny.
so Chiggs had a ad spot, and I think Chiggs has had ad spots before.
Not like this, yo.
This one was different.
Yeah, like Chigs came out as turtle shell, man.
This one was different. It was really long. It was really long.
Let me know when you want to hit it.
And I've never seen Chigs not animated. That was a little. That was crazy.
Chigs looks like a couple different
Chigs is one of the rare personalities where I don't think I ever I didn't need to see his face.
You never seen? I've seen him before.
Yeah,
no, I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but I'm saying it's not necessary. Like with a lot of people, like especially with Akademiks early on, you remember was that lore to where it's like, yo, what this nigga look like? I never thought that with Chigs.
Oh yeah, I guess
the animated logo was just good enough.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like he's got to look something like that.
Everything has been the animated logo.
Yeah, I never even thought about never actually seen him, but he's slinging these scents.
It's 3 minutes.
This nigga
is it 3 minutes?
Low key.
He went through his 4 favorite flavors.
It's 3 minutes.
321 to 6. What was it?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Play it.
It was so long.
Yeah, 370. Yeah,
it was
full
so
3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
For a moment,
get your money, Chigs.
I thought I was tripping for a second because, like, when I was watching it, I was like, "Yeah, that's another thing. This is all a good thing too." But I was like, "There's got to be
get your money.
It's got to be a snappier way to do this.
Yeah, real pimping, right?
There's got to be a snappier way to do this.
I mean, look,
unless the contract was 3 minutes, which it probably was.
This was a very.
It was jarring.
Just play it.
Like, yeah.
We can't go through all 3 minutes.
It was a very tribal way of down boots on the ground way of getting
it was boots on the ground.
Your thing out.
It was boots on the ground.
I don't want to put it on his true nationality of where he's from. I think he's Nigerian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't want to say he's selling to us like a Nigerian, but I have heard some things about Nigerian sales tactics. They could be very harsh, very pushy.
Yeah.
And maybe this is just
it takes 5 no's.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no hate because I'm definitely gonna put his promo thing in this comment. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I'm gonna do it because we're talking about it, but it was just I couldn't believe it. It was I was like, what's happening right now?
I thought I clicked a different video.
Yeah.
Speaking of changes, it's officially summertime. If you know me,
that was my favorite part. That was when I knew shit was lit. I said, what is happening? I've never seen this much energy from this nigga.
Chigs very
outside of when he said, shut up, bitch, I'm talking. You remember that?
That feels like the same guy right here.
Yes,
that feels like the same guy.
Yes. But go back to the
Speaking of changes, it's officially summertime. If you know me, you know I love summertime. Not just because of the warm weather, going out late nights with your friends, drinking rum buckets out on the beach somewhere. Don't get it twisted. I do love those things. But there's one thing that I really love about summertime the most. And that is whipping out some of my favorite summer colognes. If you know me, you know I love colognes. I think I'm probably addicted to them at this point. Some of my personal favorites are Summer Scent. Now, obviously, you can't go wrong with your Dolce & Gabbana Light Blue. You also can't go wrong with the Luna Rossa from Prada. But your boy was in the market to try out some new scents. So
he just casually advertised some competing brands.
And this is all.
He said, of course, the Dolce & Gabbana is immaculate.
This is like skip towards the end so that we can make sure we put the promo on the screen. Yeah, put the QR code.
Yeah, I got you.
Not be the only
just
one.
Just pause it on the QR code and just have it on the screen so people can.
My fault.
No.
Use Chigs to get 55% off your first month at
make sure Scentbird. Make sure y'all scan that code for sure.
It's a hot summer. I know y'all don't want to be musty. Go to Chigs channel
for sure. And it's gonna be in the description of this video. But it made me laugh though because when you said Nigerian sales tactic, the way the pictures pop up on the screen were just like the first JPEG that they ever made.
You would think he got a virus on his own channel. and it's him. He's doing it to himself.
Oh man, this is like
you scan that code, you're gonna get hacked.
Because when this first dropped, obviously it was important because we was like, yo, that nigga Brandon Jennings is talking crazy right now.
Yeah.
So we send the link immediately. But then within 3 minutes, this is when it happened. I said, hey, yo, have y'all gotten to that
What's
ad?
that smell?
I said, have y'all gotten to that ad yet? Niggas said, yo, we got to talk about this.
But shout out to these aggressive sales tactics, man. I love it.
I hope it works.
I love it.
I'm gonna use it. Fuck it. I'm gonna use
You
it.
want to get some Scentbird?
Bro, 55.
I actually do need some cologne too. I ain't gonna lie.
55% is insane.
It's a monthly subscription, so
Cancel it after 1 month.
I think it's one of those things where they'll send you a new scent once a month or something like that.
But you might have to do it 2 times a month just to cancel it because you're getting such a good deal for off the first.
Some of them do make you do at least 2 months.
So it might be you might be getting fucked on the back end. But
y'all know how to argue
it's not
with
our job
Indians.
to read the terms and conditioning. It's yours.
Yeah, that's
just make sure you go support
anyway.
Jigs.
Yeah, I'm a support. But yeah, man. I hope you continue to get more of these, honestly, because this is only a good thing. Obviously, they dropped the bag off, right? You know what I'm saying?
They dropped so much money, Chicks on his face.
I'll do a 3-minute commercial. Fuck it. If you know what I'm saying? Like, it's whatever. Like, but all right.
What would you be selling?
I'll sell anything. So raid to a bug. All right, let's go to this next one. Cameron and Mase versus Jay Prince. So Cameron and Mase, I have started watching just like their daily thing, even though y'all know I'm not crazy about sports. I've been watching it just more often just because they're so funny, bro.
You lying. You've been watching it?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, like the segments and like the bits and snippets. Bro, they're hilarious. You know what I'm saying? But long story short, I'm kind of glad they're kind of beefing with Jay Prince right now because Jay Prince, to me, even though I do know Jay Prince history, I've watched a lot of his interviews, heard people talk, but like I know Jay Prince history, but I do also find it annoying that like when Jay Prince normally pops up outside of him doing an interview about his life, it's him like pressing some shit or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that part is fucking annoying a little bit. And I just love.
You sound like Flakko.
Yeah, and I just love hearing Cameron and Mase say, "Nigga, we don't have OGs. We don't even respect OGs over here." You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit was amazing. Matter of fact, go to It Is What It Is YouTube channel because they just clipped it like an hour ago.
I was about to say, of Mase just kind of going off.
That's it right there. Yep, epic rant. It damn sure was epic. Killer, let me get the killer. Let me do this, killer. Let me do this, killer. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mase is so like he talks so unsettling.
He doesn't move his mouth, which is what makes it kind of eerie. But he's cracking jokes, but his mouth doesn't really move when he talks. I realized what it was.
Yeah.
Jay Prince has a message for both of y'all with your comments after what you guys had to say about Shakur. He said, numbers don't lie, haters do. Let their haters say that he's boring and nobody wants to watch him. Sorry to tell you, it's just a select few of you haters. As you can see, there's proof that he has the #1 ratings in any fight on ESPN this year, the top 3 ratings since 2022. And to all of you haters who want to escalate that hate outside of the ring, I'm Shakur's manager and I handle all his business outside of the ring. In other words, Cam and Mase, I will fade all his shots and take all bets.
Yeah, chill, killer. I got this one. I got this one.
All right, go ahead.
I got this one. You gonna take all his fades and take all his shots and you handle everything out the ring. All right. So then we talking to you then, all right? We starting with you. Since you the big homie, we starting with you. That's how it goes around here. I want to just start off by saying you are so like lacking self-awareness. Like when you give such a lackluster performance and then you think you can make threats to people because you gave a lackluster performance, pause. You don't have the right to tell me what I should like or to tell Cam what he should like. That's not your place. Like, art is subjective, right? So if art is subjective and I don't like something, you can't really get mad at us because we don't like something. And you're standing there with two Hall of Fame boxers that are constantly letting their hands go. So I think is crazy that Andre Ward let his hands go. Terrence Crawford definitely let his hands go. And then you walk out with these boxers.
Okay, I think he started off good. Cameron was like pissed, low key.
And Mase Mase was talking some shit.
Mase used to be a reverend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Rapper,
he comes from
rapper.
a different perspective.
Yes. And I stand. My name is Mase. I stand by this message.
See,
that's the murder unit.
That's what I'm talking about with you right there. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's.
You can't be 60 years old still trying to be a street nigga killer.
I know You just don't know you like that.
That was another beautiful statement. Like, because, you know, Mase is reverent. So he was dropping like jewels within like his distance. He was like, nigga, you're 60
really be
years
preaching.
old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you should be, you know, going to the dentist or something.
Yeah, because honestly, when you hear about this nigga like when J Prince pops up, it's on some like intimidation, pressing shit on behalf of Drake. That's normally the most I hear about him. So it is kind of crazy.
And even him like coming out of nowhere and like just claiming himself as Shakira's manager, like it sounds kind of weird, right?
I mean, not if he's his manager.
I've never heard of J Prince's name connected to Shakur.
He manages people. That's what he does. He was like a Drake manager at one point. Like, he's a manager.
Glorified extortion.
I feel like everybody's getting into boxing too. Niggas want that boxing bread.
They do.
But do you watch that nigga? Have you ever seen the dude that they're talking about?
I watched the fight when it happened.
So they're pretty much saying like he's a good boxer, but he's boring.
He's a great boxer, but he is boring. He doesn't take the risks that make like entertaining fights.
Gotcha.
Like he'll do the Floyd Mayweather thing, but Floyd was so good at talking shit, and like Floyd was knocking niggas out early in the game
Selling
anyway.
the hell out of it.
So he showed his range on that part, but he was just selling how to fight. Shakur will talk the shit like he gonna knock somebody out and not do that. Floyd will be like, he can't touch me. I'm a pretty boy. Blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? He'll say what's gonna happen, but he'll talk shit beforehand.
He talk crazy shit, but he's a conservative fighter.
Yeah, I mean he's good. He's really fucking good though.
Right.
He's really good, but he's not letting his hands go, so it's not entertaining.
Let his hands go mean just like try to kill a nigga, right?
It means
in
throwing
boxing?
combinations. It means like not being completely defensive the whole time.
Yeah.
Like don't like you see the opening and you hit the nigga once instead of throwing a combo.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying you're trying to get it all on points.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see what you're saying.
But you're being too like wary about your record. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like your record is important, yes, but nigga, we want to see an entertaining fight. It's still entertainment.
There's a whole nother problem with boxing. Like the record system is like
it's like
people hold that shit to a high standard.
Too high standard.
You think Floyd kind of messed that up just because
having 50 and 0?
The 50 and 0
Floyd made everybody feel like they got to be undefeated.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like he made everybody feel like they had to be undefeated.
That is the rhetoric.
Yeah.
I don't have too much.
Because it seemed like that's the whole thing. Like Devin Haney, as soon as Ryan Garcia started going crazy, he said, "Hey, go ahead and take that loss off my record, nigga. I'm still undefeated."
Yeah,
like immediately.
And it's just more money in that O, beside like all those wins.
Just marketable.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the boxing world is nasty, man.
The boxing world is nasty.
It's
the most. I think it's. I've read somewhere it's probably like one of the more illegal businesses, especially on an underworld basis.
Right.
It's one of the more like most illegal.
I
shit
love
in
it,
the
but
world.
it's nasty.
Probably UFC too.
Nah.
They're more put together, bro.
Dana White's just in control of the illegal shit, but that nigga's getting money.
Well, UFC too, but it's all sports. It's all sports.
It's sanctioned different, right?
Any professional sport is going to be illegal shit.
It's money.
But with boxing, for some reason, it's like
because there's no governing body in boxing,
and it's 18 belts. You know,
it's
what
a
I
lot
mean?
of different belts.
It's a lot
of shit going on in boxing.
But I do enjoy watching these two old niggas kind of go at it. I mean, Jay Prince is actually the old nigga in this situation because like he's got at least Cam and Mase by at least 10 years.
Yeah.
Because Cam and Mase, they're probably 40?
40, 50 something.
40, 45 in their mid 40s or some shit like that.
And the greatest thing Jay Prince has ever done for the known public is
48. Oh, they're
Drake.
almost 50.
They're both
Cameron's
48,
almost 50.
yeah.
Oh, they're both 48, okay.
Yeah, they named it 50.
And Jay Prince is 60.
I think so.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's always fun to see old niggas fight.
Is that Junior
fight,
or
but,
is
you
that
know,
Jay
argue.
Prince?
That says James Prince. Yeah.
Who's this guy?
No, not James. Jay. J-A-Y.
Yeah, that's what I did. Just pulled up James.
Oh, wait, what the fuck?
So I think that's
He's more
That's
his
his
full
own. That's
name.
just
Dude,
Junior.
Jay's Prince rap a lot. Is that him?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. Why is that? That doesn't look like him at all.
That's back in the
Yo,
day.
sometimes Google just pulls up like the way that
Like the
the
random
images
person's
surface
name?
is just random search. Like one time I googled
Yeah,
this.
dude, Jay Prince Senior.
I googled
Yeah, I
this
think
one
his full name
NBA
is James
player
Prince.
and a nigga that looked
Houston,
like
Texas,
him
hip
popped up.
hop. Yeah, this is him.
And like I googled Derek
58.
White and this
Oh, yeah, I
other
guess
bald
so.
light skin dude
This is
popped
him.
up with a picture.
This is him. For sure.
Yeah, how does this end? You think they're gonna put hands on him?
Nah, hopefully not.
Nah,
But they normally, based on what I've seen, I feel like Rap A Lot waits for you to come to Houston and then catch you at a club or some shit like that.
And why would Killer had to go to Houston?
I mean, I don't know. Because he's rich and just wants to go to Houston.
What's in Houston?
yo, that is like
Nigga, I don't know. What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying.
I could go to a strip club, get booked down there. I don't fucking know. He's a rapper.
Fly over so many strip clubs, like nigga. What?
The nigga's a rapper still.
I would have to fly over Magic City to get there.
Bad bitches.
And at that point, it's like, what are we doing?
He can get booked there.
At a strip club?
No, just booked somewhere at a theater.
These vague bookings.
I don't know, man.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
He could just get booked.
This nigga's a whole rapper.
Yeah, this is his career, nigga. He has people to feed, bro.
He still performs.
Fans to feed.
He still tours.
He definitely does shows sometimes, yeah, for sure. Every so often he'll do a show. So I don't know if he just got him like sectioned off. Because this show they don't do this show in seasons, right? Oh, they do it in seasons.
It is in seasons,
So yeah, he might do it in off seasons.
Yo, that shit literally says season 4, episode 40.
Yeah, so yeah, they do it in off seasons.
Man, these niggas should not be arguing like this.
Yeah, it's not that deep.
Jay Prince need to grow up. I feel like he's been the same since he first found, like, he's been the same nigga for forever.
Yeah.
I want more niggas to go at Cam and Mase just because they handle that. Their responses are always the best.
Yeah, they handle it really well.
All their responses are always good. They never respond to where they have to apologize either. That's what makes it even better. Like their responses are always so good the first time. They never have to like take it back later.
When have they been in the wrong?
I can't remember.
See?
They probably
that's a part of it though. Like a lot of times.
Yeah, they probably have been in the wrong, but they sold me so well, I thought they were in the right.
Yeah.
And that one time Cam decided to go off script, he was like, let me make sure y'all know this is not a part of it is what it is. I'm doing this on my own.
That's right. Yeah,
you know
that's right.
Like,
that was with M4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the brand. This is Cameron talking shit.
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, he did go at M4. That was funny too.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, I think that was that, Mac.
Yeah.
Bad.
What'd you hear? Like a sliding?
Yeah, what'd you hear?
What's it? Did he fart?
Nah.
Oh, no.
I think he put some down.
He just
What was
slid his
that?
bag or something.
Okay.
Water bottle.
Oh, okay, my bad.
But so you got to be extra paranoid in here. You know, there's some creatures
F my first
flying around.
But that's about it. Yeah, skip forward a little bit more because I do want to hear.
Yeah, what did Cameron have to say?
He was just starting to talk.
Cameron
but,
just said
we
a
go
little
further.
bit. It was mainly Mase just kind of going off, giving his
Here we go.
Right there.
his heart out.
What God
Yeah,
thinks.
because you could see he's a little. Go back a little
He's
bit.
he's a little more animated.
He's a little frantic.
He's the 5. Yeah.
The next day is when Jay Prince just say what she wrote. Hey, yo, my man, listen, James. Let me explain something to you, bro. Mase said it exactly like you 60, nigga. You 60. What are you talking about? What are you, bro? I lost mad respect for you because I used to have mad respect for you. When you had Shakur with you, when you lined Young Boy NBA up, why the fuck you got Shakur with you? And this is why he acting like that. This is exactly why he acting like that. Talking about you got Young Boy NBA umbrellas and his keys to his car. Young Boy NBA told y'all niggas eat a dick. This is what he said. This is what Young Boy NBA said. Whack 100 was the most disrespect.
Why does he keep reading?
Wild disrespect. I ain't even gonna repeat the shit Whack 100 said. Mad disrespect. Drake is beefing with Kendrick Lamar as we speak. I have not heard, this is the first time Drake got into some shit and I ain't hear you say shit to Kendrick Lamar now. Why do you think that you could tell us what we can and cannot say, my nigga? Control your nigga. Control that nigga. Ain't nobody gonna tell a nigga, get the strap, and then we gonna sit there and be like, hey, I think we should shut up. Nah, nigga. This is not 1982, bro. You cannot sit here and tell niggas get the strap and then niggas be quiet. Nobody know that part because our shit just be going viral. You bugging. You bugging, James. You bugging, my nigga. And I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't know what bet you talking about, all that other slang down. Bet it. Whatever bet you talking about, bet it. I don't know what's bet it. You want bet it? I don't know what's bet it.
Pause. Yeah, that nigga was tweaking the fuck out.
Jay Prince might fuck around and turn into their big sloth.
Low-key, yeah.
The way that they ready to put him to bed like that, it's like, man, you cross the boundary.
And if you go back to Mace suit, if this nigga sneeze, it's over for the back of his fucking suit. One good sneeze,
Yo, that shit is good.
The way it's got that bunch
it's gonna
up there.
all the skin just ripped. Like, he turned it into a hole.
The Lou Ferrigno version.
Oh my God. But all right, man, that's about it on that. All right, let's move to this next one. All right, so everybody knows what happened with President Donald J. Trump Sr. He was attempted.
Who's ever said that?
Nobody, me.
Donald J. Trump Sr.
Attempted assassination at a rally in Pennsylvania. And that's the obvious news, right? Everybody's talking about that. But I mean, in terms of this, the podcast about podcasts, it's all the big political people stepped out. You know, like everybody with their conspiracies, everybody.
This is their Drake versus Kendrick.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Like the Drake versus Kendrick for the political podcast, the political space is ensuing. It's going to ensue all week pretty much, especially because the Republican.
In the next 6 months.
Yeah, but the Republican National Convention, it's like just a it's everything. Yeah. Like it's so much like it's the perfect storm, we could call that. You know what I mean?
Everybody. They got a lot of fodder.
They have a lot of fodder, yeah, and gasoline to be thrown on things. So, like, of course, the big league, you know, Candace Owens popped out. Don Lemon. Okay, I put
Big Act popped out.
Tim Dillon. He did an episode with Alex Jones. The Alex Jones
that sounds dangerous.
Just go to it.
That's probably hilarious.
I put Andrew Schultz on here as well too, because if y'all notice on the last episode of Flagrant, Schultz actually gave us after the debate. Schultz gave us a
synopsis.
A synopsis like he did with the Netflix special. Remember, turn your phone to the side. Yeah. He did that at the first episode after the debate. So I wonder if he's going to get active again for this. You know what I mean? Because this is the time for if you're a political commentator to pop out. It was the debate first. Trump almost got his melon cracked. So it's like,
are you putting him in that space, political commentator?
He deserves to be in that space because he got a whole Netflix deal off being in that space. Yeah, that was the whole thing.
Andrew Schultz?
Yes,
absolutely. That was that whole thing.
That whole special was.
Was it because it was political commentary, or it was just like late night talk show? You're talking about the main things that are going on in America.
It's political,
which happened to be political.
It's political commentary. We could look at
because he had episodes that weren't political at all, where he was talking about like.
But the base of it was.
It was the special. It was the whole turn your phone sideways thing, and he was doing that.
Okay, I'll get to you. It was political. It was literally called Schultz Saves America,
right,
which is innately political.
That's what he was doing.
Yeah, so I'm putting him in here. This is a Monday night, so this happened on Saturday. Like, I just see it coming. You know what I mean? That's why I put a question mark. But I watched a lot of people talk about this. The Tim Dillon joint, that shit went up. What is it at?
It's at 1.2 mil.
Yeah, because
14 hours.
And this is Tim Dillon's lane.
This is Tim Dillon's lane, yeah. But the whole Alex Jones thing, bro, Alex Jones is fucking crazy, bro. Like, just like Nance is the one that sent me this, because I don't follow Tim Dillon, and he watches him every so often. But I've seen Alex Jones. I've seen Alex Jones and Tim Dillon, obviously, because they go to Flagrant and things of that nature. And I've seen what Tim Dillon has done, but like Nance was like, bro, the whole time he was like, Alex Jones is literally like the drunk person that catches you at a party to talk about this type of shit. Like, but that's his standard, that's his base level.
That nigga got an HD green screen.
Nah, Alex Jones, it literally seems like he's seen so much.
Yeah,
he can't see straight anymore.
This is only like a 45-minute conversation, bro. It's so intense, bro. The whole 45 minutes is just so intense. Just like Alex Jones was going in, conspiracy theory bag. I think there's definitely valid points in this as well, too. I mean, I think everybody with the conspiracy has valid points. I think everybody that says it was 100% real, I think it was 100% real as well, too.
The premise of the most fun conspiracies are half-truths.
Yeah, pretty much. So
that's a good premise for a conspiracy. It's halfway true. Now let's expound.
Yeah, I mean, I think y'all should watch this just because it's kind of. I think Alex Jones is funny.
And Alex Jones right now, he's going on a spree. Did y'all see that Bohemian Grove? He posted a clip of Bohemian Grove, like a new version.
Oh, I saw that.
And basically, it's like, yeah, guys, you know, I got him again.
Another ritual that
they're just gonna start inviting them.
Yeah,
this nigga keeps
we might not need to speak on it if it did that to you. Yeah, that might be a sign of some shit.
But
also, Candace Owens came out, dropped 40 as well. I saw Charlamagne on The Breakfast Club, because in my mind I was like, all right, well, I need to go to all the people that are like do political stuff.
Who did you think first?
Who did I think first?
Like when it went down, who was the first personality you was like, what do they think?
Political pundit.
Candace Owens.
Candace Owens.
That was the first person that I thought of. Second person that I thought of.
Van Lathan.
No.
Nyla.
Letty.
I guess shit. That's fucked up. Candace Owens.
He said, "Where's Ja?"
But you know what's funny is that the first person that I actually heard, even though Candace is the first that I thought about, the first person that I heard was Andrew Tate on Twitter Space.
Oh shit!
Which is that wasn't a plan. That was not the plan at all. You know, but it was just like we get a text message.
This is what the Matrix does.
Trump was shot in the head. We got the wildest text message finding out. Just like shout out to my boy Sean. But he literally just sent the text that said Trump shot in the head. We were like, what the fuck? So
That's disingenuous.
Right? Yeah. So I went to Twitter first just to see if it was true. 500,000 tweets. This is obviously true. Then I saw Andrew Tate was on Twitter Space after. So then I watched it and I actually heard his take within like the first 10 minutes. So he was actually the first person that I heard outside of after seeing the video.
Sadly for me, it was Akademiks. Like I found out what was happening. I was off my phone all day. Lawrence and Akademiks live in the group chat. So I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? I'm like, yo, Trump got shot. I listened for like 5 minutes. And I was like, all right.
Yeah,
I'm starting to understand why that like I come to him for just rap.
And
yeah,
I didn't even.
There was a point in time where he got up from the stream and the news was just playing, and that reminded me. I was like, oh yeah, the news be live. Let me fucking type in.
That was what I went to first when I opened it up and I saw he just had the news live. I'm like, nigga, I can just watch the news for this.
Yeah, I was refreshing X, nigga, the whole time. Nigga.
Yeah, so it's like I don't know. This is the time period, and for our political people, our super political people, put in the comments who we should be keeping in tune with, and just to throw this out there. I want to see it all. You know what I'm saying? I watch Alex Jones because I think he's funny. I watch Candace Owens because I wanted to see how.
We watch the Hodge twins.
I wanted to see That's what I need to watch, actually. I need to see what they got to say about it because it's going to be humor in there as well.
Or very.
In seriousness.
Very patriotic.
Very patriotic, yeah. Yeah, I want to hear what their temperature is. Like, I want to see the people that are like, let's fight. I want to see all the temperatures. You know what I'm saying?
It's time to stand up.
Yeah, so like, drop in the comments who we need to y'all think we should hear from. Also, another thing is like I went to Charlamagne because he's supposed to be like he's the voice of black niggas be calling him for everything, right? Especially when it comes to talk about black people. So I went to the Breakfast Club to hear what they had to say. Or
you had to wait till Monday too.
I had to wait till Monday, which was fine. I knew we would get all of our I knew all the big wigs would come out by Monday.
Yeah.
So I went to the Breakfast Club and I was just like, that wasn't it. I mean, because we're supposed to be looking at him as like a political figure, right? That's how they're gonna keep propping him up, right? Whether I like his political takes or not, he speaks for Black America. So I need to watch.
He speaks for you.
He speaks for you too.
Yeah, I'm not taking
everybody
but you say, yeah, he speaks for all of us.
Yeah,
literally
everybody except FMAC. Half of FMAC.
25%.
Yeah.
So yeah, like he speaks for Black America. He speaks for everybody in this room. So I was in all the big wigs are showing out today. Like today's the day. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be in the political, it's like the Drake and the Pusha T battle. If you want to have a dog in this political commentary space, today's the day you drop.
And you didn't like his take on it?
I didn't like it. I think there was a couple. It's not that I didn't like his take. If Charlamagne is supposed to be a political voice that's more prevalent and speaking for Black America, I don't think those takes are good at the Breakfast Club because Charlamagne, when he talks about politics, he even does it at the Brilliant Idiots. He speaks with the tone of, don't interrupt me because I know I'm right anyway. So I would, if
an actual politician.
Yeah. So if that's the case, I don't want him. I want to see what his take is without outside interference, if that makes sense. So like a Schultz will just dolo. I'm playing one-on-one with the camera. Candace Owens will play one-on-one with the camera. And you know what I mean? These people would normally go one-on-one with the camera. We're only hearing your take, right? Like when Charlamagne did it, it was a group discussion, people calling in. I couldn't even hear.
You didn't watch Donkey of the Day?
I did watch Donkey of the Day, but that's you.
But that's the solo one though.
That's the one-on-one, but it was two things. It was him commentating on somebody else's take though. I just wanted to hear what his take was.
Well, from what I watched on the Donkey of the Day, it's like, of course, the Trump assassination he was talking about, but he was talking more specifically about like, I don't want to say the CNC, but the people around Trump who are doing a little fear mongering right now. That was his biggest take on this, to where it's like, you you can't blame the Democrats
so the donkey
for
of the
using
day,
a certain amount of.
So the donkey of the day was his voice.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like from what I watched, because even when they was doing the first intro.
Real quick, I don't want to keep cutting you off, but I didn't qualify it as that just because it was the donkey of the day segment. Does that make sense?
But that's what he used it for. Because when they first started talking about the Trump topic, I was even waiting to hear what he was going to say. But he was like, I'm going to hold my thoughts after we do the calls. Then he did the calls, he said a little bit, but during donkey of the day, he really went in.
Gotcha. I watched the donkey of the day, but it was...
Felt like it wasn't enough?
I didn't qualify it as that because it's donkey of the day. If it you know what I'm saying? Even though he gave his take, it was also telling me what I don't like that these people are doing. I just wanted to hear his take on what happened.
Like he's talking like a TV host.
I guess so. Yeah.
He's talking like a TV host instead of like
because being coded in donkey of the day, it just didn't hit the same to me. I just didn't. My brain didn't register it
because there's a side that's being marketed.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not clicking on a donkey of the day to hear Charlamagne's political take. I thought I was going to hear just like Charlamagne. I'm talking about just hearing Charlamagne's political take outside of shitting on how somebody else is conducting themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But like if you're watching the radio show in full, that's what's happening. It's just different when you're on YouTube.
Broken up.
Because
I tried to watch it in order too. So I watched Donkey Today first, and then the callers was directly afterwards. And then it was like even when Just Hilarious, she was pretty much quiet the whole time. And even when Envy popped in, it was just like, yeah, but we don't even need to be having that conversation. I was like, well, shit, nigga, I want go what I want with the camera then. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I guess we'll probably hear more on. Maybe it needs to be in another medium then.
Maybe he'll post like a solo video on his YouTube channel. Maybe
possibly.
I doubt it.
Nah,
but
that's not happening.
It could.
That's what the Breakfast Club is for. I think that's where he sees that, like, brilliant idiots. Breakfast Club. He gives like the not surface level, but he gives the face of what he feels. And then on Brilliant Idiots, he can really sit down and talk about this shit for 2 hours.
He might. It's kind of funny how he doesn't have his own political show on YouTube, especially with the likes of like Candace Owens. It's a bunch of different people doing it themselves. Tucker Carlson,
Oh yeah,
and
everybody.
I'm pretty sure
does.
Charlamagne has the same amount of like backing and just establishment as Candace Owens and fucking Tucker Carlson.
Well, they're independent as fuck, so
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. What was his take? I can't even. I guess I just didn't process it. I was watching the Donkey of the Day.
Tucker Carlson independent?
I'm talking about the Donkey of the Day. Let's pull it up. I meant to take it out because Donkey of the Day is copyrighted.
Tucker Carlson is independent. He hosts.
He works for a TV network though. How independent can you be?
Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
He's more independent.
He got fired.
I'm bugging. Yo, so many people have gotten fired that like I was only thinking about Candace Owens getting fired.
Don Lemon, Candace Owens, they're all independent now.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Don Lemon signed something new.
Tucker Carlson was on Kill Tony. And just based off that appearance there, he's independent as a motherfucker.
Yeah. It's not many people.
My fault. Y'all want to hear this?
Yeah, I do want to hear it because I can't remember. Honestly, I don't remember what his take was now.
Is Mike Johnson, as well as United States Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance. First and foremost, before we continue, let me state the obvious and say regardless of what you feel about a person's politics, violence is never the answer. It's that simple. If you don't like a candidate or an elected official, you should attempt to take them out with your votes, not violence. If you think otherwise, if you think violence is indeed the answer, just do a simple exercise and ask yourself, if this was a candidate or elected official that you actually voted for and supported and they got shot at, someone attempted to take their life, what would your reaction to that be? When we discuss what happened to Donald Trump, I believe that discussion, like most discussions in America, is multi-layered. But first and foremost, we should talk about the issue of political violence, and we should denounce it and state quite plainly that we have no place for it in America, period. And I'm not saying that to be politically correct. I'm saying that because that's how I truly feel. Now, back to the donkeys at hand. Mike Johnson and Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio. First, let me read this tweet that J.D. Vance posted on Saturday.
I guess that was the take, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It was so politically correct, it just didn't even register.
And he even told us, like, I'm not doing it because it's politically
correct. Because that's the obvious take.
Right,
that's kind of like nobody's gonna come on here and publicly call for violence on the president because that's fucking stupid.
Oh, that's stupid as hell.
Yeah, so you say that this shouldn't happen, and then you get to what you think the real problem is.
But
I guess when I think of a I guess this is what I'm maybe this is why it also didn't register for me. When I think of what a political take is, it's also like a recap of like the news. Like all that is kind of like built within your thing. So it's like a breakdown of the situation.
But it's also about how you empathize with the situation.
Right.
Like it's everything.
Right.
It is a very analytical process.
It's like a chronological breakdown. Like lay down my theory. Like lay down what happened. Even though we all know what happened, lay down a facts or just a general thing so we can all be on the same page. Then we go into how you feel about it. You know what I mean?
The difference with this though is that
because
this is a full radio show to where it's like we talked about a lot of the details like an hour ago. You get what I'm saying?
Throughout the last hour in
the
between
Breakfast
breaks
Club,
and stuff.
I forgot the lady's name, but the Black Information Network podcast, they do like a lot of the political regurgitation. So you know the lady that goes on there and says everything that happens? They already do that. No. So by the time it's time for Charlamagne to really say how he feel, he doesn't have to.
We should already be on that
He don't got to
page.
do that foundational shit. Y'all heard what happened, now this is how I feel.
Gotcha.
He's not solo. It's different. Like Candace Owens has to do that. There's not a person over there saying it for her.
Has to do what?
Has to say like this is what happened.
Lay the thing, lay everything
This is how I feel
down.
about it. He can just say this is how I feel about it because we broke down what happened.
Throughout the first hour of the show.
This is a whole radio show.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not listening to that much to get that. I can't. That's too much.
But I
just wanted it in one piece. You know what I'm saying?
I was wondering like what your take was gonna be on this take. Because a lot of people say that like he leans left and all that shit. But
this is leaning nowhere. This is just like stating the obvious kind of.
Well, off the first 4 minutes, yeah.
I watched the whole thing. I do remember that. I don't remember it. I don't remember knowing how he felt at the end. I did watch the whole thing, but I don't remember knowing exactly how he felt. You know, in terms of I know we shouldn't. Yeah, obviously, violence is not the answer.
Violence is wrong, and the Republicans got to take accountability for the rhetoric
and ask the question: why could this have happened?
Yeah,
that was What was your take? Because you were curious about what my take was going to be on this.
Well, because y'all just got your thing.
Yeah,
that's y'all thing. I can't speak on that. But y'all was curious because you don't be satisfied with the political take.
I don't.
And you weren't with this one.
You wasn't with this one.
No, and then I was like thinking, like, okay, what do I need to feel more?
What do you need to hear?
What do I need to hear to feel satisfied with like Charlamagne's political takes? And I think it would be the way I laid it out before, like how everybody else is kind of laying it out, where it's
going to take for him to crash out for you to like it.
What the fuck? No,
it's going to take for him to crash out for you to like it.
I did not say that at all.
He's just bringing.
But you like hard convictions.
It sounds like
that's the pattern I've noticed with you. Like if somebody's kind of being nuanced and it's like they not necessarily saying what's necessary, but they're saying what's obvious, it's like that don't really move you. It doesn't even matter what their belief is either. You just like hard convictions.
You're right, but
he didn't stand on it tough.
You're right,
you
but
get what I'm
it's a
saying?
different context, and I don't think that's what's happening now.
Yeah.
I think Charlamagne just genuinely didn't give a personal opinion, and it's quite obvious.
Right, yeah.
It's really he told us.
Yeah.
Like I'm not just saying this because it's not what I'm doing.
Yeah, and then like I was laying out earlier, like how you were. I mean, what you said made complete sense. The show is designed to where you got somebody calling in, laying out facts and things.
Yeah.
So what I was saying,
it get redundant.
For me to be, I think for me, what I would have felt satisfied, like, oh, I went to Charlamagne, and this is how I felt, is if it was in a format like where I get the full layout of the facts, then boom, at the end I get what your thing is. You know what I mean? Like that would have had me satisfied. Because then I would have, because when I just go into Donkey of the Day, I just don't think, oh, I'm about to hear what his political take is for some reason. You know what I'm saying? Just overall marketing what Donkey of the Day is. It's because I'm like, hey, there's going to be jokes. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I just don't know where I'm going with it. So it didn't even register to that. But what you're saying does make sense. So for me, I feel like that would be the solution to be outside of the Breakfast Club. This is our political voice, or a segment on the Breakfast Club. That's not Donkey of the Day. That is not Donkey of the Day.
Should Charlamagne be saving his political takes for the Breakfast Club, or should he have his own?
I think that's where he's supposed to be doing them.
I mean, but that kind of goes against what you just said. You said that you would prefer it outside of there because of how it's set up, right?
It makes the most sense. It makes logically the most sense to do it on the Breakfast Club
because that's the biggest.
I would just prefer it to not be in the Donkey of the Day. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
and it depends, right? Like if you think about it, it doesn't matter where he does it because he's still signed to the same establishment that he works at. So it's like his take might be the same no matter where he's at. Like whether he's in the studio alone, it might just be like nigga.
And
peace.
maybe I didn't watch the full show. Like you, it sounded like you watched this full show.
The full? Hell no.
Oh.
Nah. But like they post multiple video. Like if you go to the channel, this is not the only video with Trump in the name.
Right.
So I was going through a couple of them trying to see
and
what,
then kind of piecing it together type shit. Yeah. The order that they were coming in.
Full show.
Yeah, nah.
You're offended.
Impossible.
Yeah, because it is like
we don't do research.
It is like 4 hours too. So yeah, that's all. I guess that's it. That's just kind of how I felt about that.
Yeah.
I was looking at everybody step out. I'm going to everybody. I watched Star. You know what I'm saying? Like I went to everybody to hear what their take was.
I'm not gonna lie.
And even people who didn't have even people who had just conviction in their take. That's all.
Yeah.
Just not just repeating the things that obviously.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's it.
And it's probably hard to give a good, real take when you got to think about all the black people in the nation. And possibly how, your words are going to affect them. Seriously, man.
No, I feel you though. I feel you though, yeah.
Heavy is the afro that wears the pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because maybe I'm not going to get the strong-sided take or whatever. But then what I was saying, like the way that he talks, he doesn't need other people around. Because like, if I say like, if somebody in the room says I thought it was fake, yeah, but we don't even need to be talking about that. It's like, oh, we're shutting down that side of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, like that's how he's gonna
take my ball and go home.
Yeah, like that's how Charlamagne's gonna approach it anyway. So like,
depends on the person. He's not doing that with Schultz.
Yeah, that's the only person.
He's not gonna do that with Schultz.
That's the only person he can't do it with Schultz. He can't do it with Schultz because the people that are in that room, him and Chris Monroe, that nigga Chris Monroe knows everything, like politically too. So it's like both of them are just like these history buffs. Like, yes, but yes. So like, which is why like maybe I gotta wait for the Brit Idiots to really hear a better deep dive on how I feel. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna get it on the Breakfast Club.
Nah.
Yeah.
His boss is there.
But let's stay on Charlamagne then. Charlamagne. Let's stay on Charlamagne. Charlamagne has a new show on his YouTube channel. It is a interview-based show, and it is called Out of Context. And it looks like episode 1. It looks like episode 1 was LL Cool J. And this is a new interview one-on-one series.
Yeah.
I don't know how long this is gonna last. I remember he did say that he was gonna be he mentioned on the Brilliant Idiots a couple months ago that he's gonna start doing the one-on-one interview. So I think this is officially the first one. So
this is the first one he put a brand behind. Because before he would just be like, yo, Charlamagne conversation with Absol.
Right.
Oh yeah, it was just conversations with.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Talking to Judy Blume.
I mean, that felt like branding to me. Like, you know what I'm saying?
This is
just all new branding.
This implies that it's gonna be a lot more reoccurring than the other ones.
And it sets a different tone. I mean, it's filmed in black and gray.
It's filmed in black and gray.
Like, nigga.
Yeah, but I wonder if all of them will be like this. This is just the first one.
I kind of hope not. Like, you know, Jocko. What's that military?
Jocko Will something.
Jocko Wilco, but he has a podcast and he shoots everything in black and gray. It's the most weirdest shit ever.
He's a former Marine, though, right?
Oh, you don't.
That's probably the color he
like the black and gray.
It's
it was
cool.
It was a little weird.
This is PTSD.
But I watched most of this. LL, he did just drop a single. I think
LL's got an album coming out.
Yo,
he's becoming a rapper.
That shit was in my algorithm. All I see is just like a fucking arm the size of this chair, and he's just sitting there looking New York sad.
Yeah.
So I did not click on that. Yeah, passion. There's too much passion for me.
So what is everybody's thoughts on this new rollout? How we feeling?
He got to talk to somebody. Not shout out to LL Cool J, but
nah.
I'm not invested enough in LL Cool J as an entity
to buy into the show
for this interview. That's all guest based things. Is what it's like.
And I gotta.
You're only as good as you're subject to a certain degree.
And
like if he was talking to like Cashapp,
Charlamagne's
if
an
he
elite
interviewed
level.
Cashapp, that'd be crazy.
It depends though. Like if he would want to, I feel like it's important for him to interview people he wants to. And like what type of interview platform is this going to be for the old heads, or is this going to be like a?
Oh, like is he going to stay with like old? Oh yeah, I have
like,
no idea. I guess we're going to need like 10 episodes to figure out.
He's filming
what the
with
vibe
Method
is.
Man right now. Like probably.
Yeah, probably.
He's filming with Method Man or somebody of that.
It feels like he's trying to change the outlook that people have on certain characters, like how he thinks people are being taken out of context. In a way.
Damn, Lauren, that was deep.
Yeah, see if there's a bio in that description of that YouTube video about what out of context is even supposed to be. I didn't even look into that actually.
Lauren might be onto something.
But I do like that you said like that. I like that.
Lauren might be onto something, especially because one of the biggest things to come out of this interview was the whole him clearing the air on the Jay-Z feud.
Right.
Yeah,
so
is YouTube starting to do
there
that?
might be some credence to that, Lauren. You might
Shorts remix this video. Oh, these are people that made Shorts remix this video. Okay.
Ain't nothing else on
There is no okay, so there's no actual bio about what out of context. But that I'm not mad at that. I mean, that makes the most sense.
That's
to
what
me.
I feel like it's gonna be.
Yeah, that makes the most sense to me. And if that's the case, LL still don't fuck with Jay. If that's the case, the nigga was trying to be politically correct, but then when he was like, so what? Is there a battle? He said, hey, look, man, I mean, I don't know how many niggas want it, bro. You know what I'm saying?
And this is my first time.
Yo, he's that type of nigga, too.
It was like,
whatever.
Like, you know, we don't have no problems. I respect every man, but you know what I'm saying? But nobody wants these problems at the end of the day.
And that's another thing. This is my first time seeing LL in like a full length.
Like really,
I didn't know he was.
I
knew.
You didn't know he was this much of a nigga.
Yeah, LL's that nigga for real.
Like all the movies, like what's that one movie with Queen Latifah?
Set It Off.
He was in a couple movies with Queen Latifah, but
yeah, they were.
It was that one Christmas movie when he was a chef.
I know what you're talking
Nigga,
about.
That's a classic.
Yeah, that's a classic. Deep Blue Sea is what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the one you.
He brought that up. He said that was one of his favorite movies he ever did. Actually, yeah.
But nah, man,
I didn't know he was that much of a nigga.
I got a cool sense for like how cool this nigga is. Like, no wonder why he was LL Cool. Like,
right.
Cool
Yeah, this a cool ass nigga. Last Holiday.
The last holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah, what'd you say? Deep Blue Sea?
But that's one.
That's another movie.
So it's kind of hard for you to kind of get an idea of if you're gonna like this show or not based off of the guests.
Well, I know I'm gonna like the show because Charlamagne can interview. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's
not gonna be his fault.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Did this make you like LL more? Did you like kind of take on to that?
That means it's.
I thought I didn't. Yeah, he was a cooler nigga than I thought he was.
A newfound respect for LL for sure.
Looks like Charlamagne shit is already working.
So this is a good show then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also, whatever.
It was like, okay, so I enjoyed LL for real though, because so when I first started this interview, I was like, I do fuck with LL. You know what I'm saying? I do fuck with LL, and so but I watched like 10 minutes and then I stopped because I was like, fuck am I doing listening to LL right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, for some reason, it took me a while to get the gears.
It did for me too. I couldn't justify it at first.
It almost felt like for some reason I couldn't justify it, even though I like LL movies. I like his music. I have no bad things about LL Cool J, but for some reason, something about it just didn't seem to be. Something wasn't right about it. It felt like initially
because this interview really it's not for us. Like, it's not for you, but it is for you. You know what I mean?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, not 100% for me, but it reminded me why I like him again. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I will say this in terms of like, it felt like LL was more comfortable than Charlamagne was comfortable. Like, LL seemed more relaxed and I thought when I would start getting Charlamagne one-on-one interviews, it would be like him, maybe less former. I don't know, just more relaxed. Maybe it felt
serious.
Like it felt like more of him, like real conversations. You know what I'm saying? Just less intense. Still getting your questions off, but like
more brilliant idiot Charlamagne.
Yeah, more brilliant idiots, but combining brilliant idiot Charlamagne with conversations with Absol Charlamagne.
Right.
You know, that's what I thought.
If like when Charlamagne's interviewing somebody, he shouldn't have no cards. In my opinion,
I did not like the paper.
That should be making.
I didn't like the paper.
You have no cards.
And I'm glad you brought it up.
David didn't have no cards.
Because when I swear to God, I was gonna put that on the note, but I said if I bring it up,
Because
somebody's gonna say I'm nitpicking.
It's okay.
So I didn't put it on there, but the papers drove me.
You made him insecure.
Don't be insecure before it happens.
That's true. That is a good point.
You're causing anxiety for yourself.
Papers
You're already
drove
old.
me. I did not like the papers. That did bother me seeing the papers on screen.
And it's different when Shannon does it because one, it's a
cards.
lower standard. It's Shannon.
That's true, and that is a very good point.
It's a completely different standard, but also whatever. It's Shannon.
I was just thinking. I wish he had cards like Shannon. If you have to have the paper, at least make them cards. That's what I thought.
Oh, you want some crazy Patrick Bateman shit like, nigga, my card.
No.
Like, look at my card. It's hard.
I didn't like the
thickness of my
paper.
card.
I didn't like the paper.
I think paper is like,
I just didn't like it.
Like, for instance, if I have to print out a resume, I'm going to the store and getting some good paper. I'm not getting some like regular ass like,
right.
You can hear the sound.
What's good paper?
No, I know exactly what the niggas talking about. I know exactly.
What's good paper?
Good paper, nigga.
Nah, it's thick.
Good resume paper. It looks like a nigga hand weaved paper.
And it might look like marble.
You see the threads, nigga.
Marble casket.
Yeah, it looks like marble. Yeah.
Interview paper is different from that regular loose leaf shit.
Card stock,
Card stock.
Card stock.
It hits different. It hits different.
Yeah. This is why you are in the position. But let's continue.
That came out of my brain.
That was easy.
Bro, I think just now we just hit the thing that I don't like about Charlamagne interviews. And it's because he's always so much more serious and he looks that way because he does the serious face. But he always has notes on Breakfast Club. He just has a laptop. We don't ever see it for real.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I wonder if he would just do a show where he sat down behind a laptop and just kind of chilled.
To that point, I mean,
would that be good for him?
I think
I'm trying to figure out if I care about the papers or not.
I do, bro.
Well, about the
I
paper?
cares about the seriousness, and it just adds that.
First
to
of all, look, it is semantics. But,
You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to figure out how much is it.
But you saying that, it goes to show you know what I mean? Like what type of nigga you are. You feel me? Like,
I like papers.
No, but like that's a classic. Like every nigga, like we all
you accept a lower standard.
like interview paper. That's just a common thing. Like, all right, interview paper. Everybody knows in this room.
And I do feel like
when's the last time you gave a physical resume? What are you talking about?
Every job I've had to go to,
you
I
gave
have
a
to bring,
physical resume.
They asked me to bring in.
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. By the time y'all are watching this, I did it this morning.
You're 35.
Hey, AJ.
And I did it 2 weeks ago. Nigga, 3 weeks ago.
What's your paper flimsy though?
Oh, I will be. I got that paper in the house.
Yeah. My shit was strong.
I will be taking out the regular paper and putting that card stock in for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
And you gonna get it, nigga.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get it because I'm pulling. And I got a little folder.
Yes, sir.
You don't know what it feels like
hand.
when you hand like your interview with the paper and they like, oh shit. They start doing this to it.
It is different, bro.
This nigga thinks he has a chance.
I think Charlamagne, because somebody has said it in here, I think it was you, Lauren, I think it was a little bit of you too. But this nigga isn't comfortable. And I don't know if it's because he's not talking to people.
I said it didn't seem like he was. It seemed like LL was looser than him.
I don't know if it's because he's talking to people that his producer told him he should talk to because it'll get views and numbers and it's just monetarily.
This definitely felt like a 100% solo mission to me. This had nothing. This to me. Are there credits on here?
It's like you can say that,
not in the
but
description.
It's just perfect timing
like
because
in the
LL.
video, like the video, like
the end?
does it say production? Like what are the productions and shit like that?
I don't think it does. Let's see.
We gotta watch something.
You can say that, but it doesn't.
Yeah, what's that?
That must be his out of context logo or something. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's a logo for.
Yeah, it's like yeah, that's it. That's how it starts. Trying to the
Them chairs don't look comfortable. And they were sitting mad close. It's a couple things.
Another thing,
I don't think I'd be comfortable in this room either.
They did the Elliott Wilson dap up.
They did. I saw that. I first.
It started off he
just play from the top.
He didn't feel comfortable enough to me.
LL Cool J. Peace, my brother.
Peace.
How are you, man?
Good.
I want to set my intentions for this conversation before we get started. I want people to watch this conversation, and when it's over, I want them to say to themselves, damn, objectively, regardless how they may feel personally, who's their personal favorites, objectively, you can't have any top 5 greatest of all time discussions without mentioning LL Cool J.
I take that all day, man.
Okay.
I can't argue with that. I'm with you.
And one of the reasons I say that is because you are by far hip-hop's first major superstar. People could say you are the prototype for what became the formula for success in rap. You had the streets, you had the women, and you had songs for both of them. So with that said, why do you think LL Cool J isn't in those conversations?
She almost, she was gonna be blue
Well, I would
forever.
say, you know, first of all, I feel like
It's gross.
First of all, let me just say, I feel appreciated, and I feel respected, and I feel loved. I think that, you know, in any art form, in any genre, you know, ultimately, you know, there are different dynamics at work when people hear people. Like, so, you know, the internet ushered in came in during a different era. So it documented things on a different level. So some people who weren't there to necessarily witness certain things might not be aware. But my job, like, is not to really harp on what people don't know, is to show them what they should know and teach them what they should know, right? So it's like, that's the whole point of me making new music, just to get out there, to let them see what it's like to have me on the court, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? To see me out there balling. And the difference is, you know,
Yo, LL
this
is
isn't
definitely,
he's a nigga's nigga.
walked up to him, bitch, be like, yo, I'm cool, I'm handsome, I'm rich, fuck with me.
I fuck with this nigga LL heavy, bro. Bro,
This was like,
what more you want else from me? I'm cool and I'm handsome.
When I got money, bitch.
Wouldn't anybody look awkward sitting next to the coolest nigga of all time?
Bro, and that was a conversation.
Nah, you're reaching now.
Nah, and because I honestly don't see what y'all was talking about. And I wanted to ask F Mac, because he just sat there and he just watched it. This is your first time watching it. Does anybody look uncomfortable?
Not really.
That's what I'm saying.
I also didn't say uncomfortable.
Yeah, you did. Y'all said he looked uncomfortable.
I said LL looked like he was having a better time than Charlamagne was.
Yeah, you said Charlamagne looked uncomfortable.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe not uncomfortable,
He said
but
like
just
less loose.
Yeah, like less loose, less having
We've
fun.
seen
That's all I said.
Charlamagne in very loose environments.
Right.
Especially
Any Breakfast Club interview.
And it is one of those, and it's supposed to be serious. It's black and gray.
Anything in black and white.
It's supposed to be.
That's his thing.
Well, that's what was confused about, because it's like he's serious. LL is having a good ass time, so I think the energy conversation was off. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't
vibrant than a motherfucker.
As a motherfucker, like that shit was in color when he was speaking. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know, man.
So like. Charlamagne doesn't look uncomfortable. Like LL might beat him up any moment. Duh, obviously. It's
Who
just
said that?
I'm just saying, like, I don't know what, like just doesn't seem like throughout this whole interview. Okay, F Mac, we're not gonna watch the whole interview, obviously, but like you see how vibrant LL is, right?
Yeah.
Charlamagne never matched that energy. Pretty much, it's the same the whole
Throughout
time.
the whole thing.
Yes, and LL.
He said throughout the whole thing.
And LL is like continuously high energy the whole time. It's just a mismatch in energy. That's all. I still enjoyed the interview.
I did too.
That shit was funny as hell.
But that's because of LL.
Yeah, LL was the shit. Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
And it's like, I do think that sometimes when Charlamagne takes his thing serious, he takes it too serious at the same time.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah.
Is that a bad thing? You can take. Well, of course you can take.
You can take
too
it
serious.
very, very serious on the business side, but once you get into the bag, like, of the product, go ahead and like be easy on yourself a little bit. Have fun.
Yeah, and we don't know. It's like for all this could have been jet lag for all we know. Like,
that was.
I don't
one
even
thing
think it's that. I think it's one of them situations where he really wants to highlight the guest.
He does.
So he's taking the seat back.
Yeah.
Because like we've all done interviews here. Like we know that like at a certain point we both can't be shooting the ball at the same time. And if you're on my show, then this episode is not about me.
Do you think Shannon Sharp would have done this better if LL was giving us energy?
Yes.
That's a
and
good
for some
question.
reason, I genuinely think this black and gray is fucking with me. I think it's adding.
fucking with your attitude.
It's adding a certain tone in my mind that like
that's true.
Matter of fact,
I don't
that's what I'm
need
gonna
all
chat
the time.
GPT, because every colors do mean
Because
something.
nigga, color grading.
It mean-
Color
it's
grading is the
important.
most
It means a
important
lot.
part. If you're on YouTube,
I'm
and you don't know how to color
search
grade,
what does black and white imagery subconsciously do to the brain?
it subconsciously enlists nigga like long memories. That's what black and gray feels like. Long.
It's also
memories.
boring. Black and white is just it is associated with boredom.
It depends.
Black and white.
Good Google's white man.
Okay, black and white
Type in
imagery
white
has
same thing he
several
was doing.
subconscious. I got it. Black and white imageries has several subconscious effects. You know, one thing about ChatGPT is these motherfuckers will just keep adding shit. All right. Focus and composition and detail. Emotional impact. Black and white images often invoke a sense of nostalgia, timelessness.
He's got it.
Heighten emotional contrast. The stark contrast in black and white imagery can heighten an emotional response. Abstract thinking, focus on light and shadow, perception of time. Black and white can give a timeless quality to its effects. Overall, black and white imagery strips away some layers of visual information, encouraging the brain to engage more deeply with the elements of the image. This can lead to richer and sometimes more potent visuals and emotional experiences.
And real quick before you continue, and that's why it works for like Jocko's podcast, because he's a straight-laced military boot-cut hair nigga.
Okay.
Black and gray on LL of all people. If you type in LL Cool J,
he turned this into color.
He probably like this nigga. Like I don't know, but I don't know if that's what the black and gray is doing for me.
Well, based on that, I mean, having you focus more on it, then yeah, that makes sense. Now, I will just say on some just like production and convenience shit, I have no idea where this was shot, and
the black and white does that. There's no time or space in black and white.
Right, but he might have been LA. He might have been in LA because LL might live in LA. So when he went on his LA run, he might have done this while he was out there in a white room, black and white. That's pretty easy to replicate no matter where I'm at in the country.
True.
So that is also another thing to keep in mind.
That's
like
true. Easy to produce.
He might be going with this because it doesn't matter. Like if Charlamagne came to Raleigh, I could set him up with a fucking room that looks like this to shoot an interview if he needed to. You know what I'm saying? Like you can get this in every city anywhere to where at least your show can be consistent. So that could also be a thing too, just overall keeping consistency, especially if I'm traveling to some of these people.
Yeah.
That's one thing. But you also got to keep in mind what it does subconsciously to people's head. But I mean, shit.
What does green and orange do?
Stripping away the extras to make you focus on it. That's the energy that Charlamagne had. He said his intentions at the beginning of the thing. I don't know. I know that he said his intentions, but I just got so much more from this. You know what I'm saying? Like that was Charlamagne's intentions to make sure that he's a conversation piece of hip hop. I just got that LL was the coolest nigga in the world, and I wish he was my uncle. You know what I'm saying? This nigga seems coolest.
Christ.
Nigga seems cool as shit.
Is that weird? Is that pause?
No, a little bit.
It's not pause.
Not pause, but
no. If LL was right here, if you told another man that to
his face, that
like if I told like yo AJ, I wish you was my uncle, dog.
Yeah, that'd be weird. Yeah. But like he's got that. He seemed like a cool nigga. But I do like that. I do like that question though. Who would have done it better? Shannon Sharp or Charlamagne? The LL interview.
Who would have better?
Which one would you have entertained more?
I guess Shannon's
would have been turned up.
Shannon.
I think LL Cool J would have had a better time with Shannon.
He'd have leaned into that goddamn Jay-Z shit because he was tweaking a little bit on the answers, dog. That
Come on now, LL. Why I gotta be on that?
Right.
Yeah, nah. Shannon would have had. It would have been good.
Yeah, I just do wish that.
It depends on what you want. Like if you're an introspective nigga.
Even if I have grown out of more of Charlamagne the God's content and it's just like not for me anymore, if I do wish that in his later stages of doing content that it was like him doing one-on-one interviews and having more fun with them. That's all I would say. Like that would, if he was having more fun, like if he was having fun like LL was in his interview, I would have really enjoyed it equally on both sides. You know what I'm saying? But I just really enjoyed LL in this. You know what I'm saying?
Said Charlamagne was the worst part of it. It was still cool though. It was still cool. I found a lot of newfound respect.
Yeah, I've never heard another man call another man a sex symbol to his face so many times. That was crazy.
You also LL was.
That's what he was. You can't really. There's no way to get around that.
Yeah, like that's not even a no. Like he really was.
You could say that.
All right. Yeah. It's.
And that's a good thing to ask him about too, because that's what he was.
Yeah, it's just what it is.
Yeah.
If you watch any hip hop documentary, there's always like a 20-minute segment about LL Cool J.
Nigga, LL was like, it's
pretty serious.
He was the first that nigga.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, nigga, just like how you said, like what you feel is true, he's cool enough to be your uncle. You wouldn't say that to his face.
But sometimes the obvious has to be pointed out.
I might not say that part, but the sex symbol, and if I'm doing an interview, I'm bringing that up.
Yeah, the context of a question.
It matters.
I'm not saying you shouldn't have done it. I just thought it was funny. I've never seen that before. God damn, people.
That made you uncomfortable?
Lauren, I get it. You think he's sexy. Calm down.
Deflect if you will. Nobody's on your side, nigga.
Yeah, tell us.
I don't need you, niggas.
Tell us 2 good things about this and 2 bad things about this. Strictly on Charlamagne. Give it to us.
That's weird. I think I just did that.
No, I was just fucking with you.
Yeah. Say nah. Listen to the last 12 minutes of your show, nigga.
Let's see. Is there anything else we can talk about this? I do wonder how frequent these are going to be coming out.
There's no regularity.
I do doubt there's regularity as well. So maybe in 3 months we'll get another one.
Yeah, hopefully once a month.
I kind of hope that. I kind of wish that. Never mind, I lied. I was about to say I wish that he kind of had them stockpiled, but this came out and LL is also on a run right now. So
LL is on a run, which
yeah, that means they're probably not stockpiled up. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. All right.
And it's the motherfucking Northside House podcast. I am Donovan McCray.
Carlito B.
Super P. We got AJ the motherfucking Menace in here.
If I'm really being honest, I don't. Those be the ones that be having it.
The ones that don't look like it?
Yeah.
I hate old, tough people.
I understand what you're saying, because, like, yo, if I punch you in the chest, you gonna die. Like, don't act like that, bro.
Some old niggas that could box.
Old niggas will take your life.
Yeah. Yo, listen.
Yeah.
If he old with a fanny pack,
he's more than a freaking frog. He's a bullfrog.
Don Lemon and Candace Owens did an interview. They did a debate or a conversation. You know, I don't never know what it's called when people like these, when people like this get together and they're like
content.
Yeah, they did content.
That's what it is, low
But
key.
boy, they don't get it right. They don't agree with nothing. Damn near. Like, oh my god, bruh.
They only agreed at the intro.
Yeah, that was it.
I agree your name is Candace. I agree your name is Don.
That's always like the main thing with like people like this, where it's like just the beginning of they'll set some sort of loose rules. I respect what you do, blase blah, and after that it's on and popping, bro. It's
like in their world, conversation has turned into debate.
Yeah,
like that's just a new language for these niggas. Like they don't know how to have a regular conversation.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. And
this was pretty crazy though, because a black
honestly,
woman and a gay black dude talking to each other about politics, religion, and they disagree on everything. It doesn't sound like they should, but
let me get to just one of the most. Let me just show y'all the energy real quick, because I mean this isn't fair. Actually, go to my history on YouTube, Lauren.
What do you think about same-sex?
Were you looking for a clip?
I found it. It went right. That one right there. Put this on the screen.
I got you.
What do you think about same-sex marriage?
It's a sin.
You think it's a sin? So you think
It
I'm
is a
sinful?
sin. What's that?
You think I'm sinful because I'm married to a man?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, you're sinning. You are in a sinful relationship. I actually don't believe marriage can be between two men. So I don't.
What do you think about same-sex marriage?
So yeah, that was energy the whole time. It was so intense. Honestly, I don't even think you can click anywhere after the first 10 minutes and they're probably arguing. Like there's not much to say about this besides they don't like each other.
Yeah, I mean, they come from different political.
Biggest thing.
Didn't they have
biggest thing to
timestamps?
say? They definitely have. Do they have timestamps? Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
I forgot the timestamp. Can you click on it?
Yeah. Oh shit. There you go.
It was
how religious.
21 something.
2401.
I don't watch Don Lemon.
I believe it was that one. There was a turning point in this interview where it just went like
when it went left,
because Don Lemon
brought up Black Lives Matter and it went left after that. I think.
That, and so I didn't know this about Candace, but she's a diehard Christian. Like I knew she was like Catholic, but I didn't know she was like
she really bought that life.
Put me on the cross. Fuck Jesus. Like nigga, he don't deserve to die. I need to die for him because he's so great and he died for us.
Yeah, for sure.
So there was a point in time where they brought up the Holocaust, and she was bringing up like, well, yeah, the Holocaust was bad, but what about the Christian persecutions that took place? And it was just a back and forth.
Yeah, I don't believe she's that religious.
You think she's just sticking
I
to
don't believe it.
Nah.
I think that's one of them things to where it's like there's a whole philosophy that can back up all of her points. Not all of them, but a good majority of them.
Nah, you think that's where she got her points from?
Did you watch
that?
I'm saying the same thing.
Yeah, but I mean, she might have got that way from being an actual Christian.
But the way that she does it, it's almost like that's her Kamehameha. Like you can't really do nothing about that. God said so.
Well, that's why I like watching conservatives debate people because
strong stance.
it's always going to be strong.
Because they have Jesus backing them.
That's why I love watching conservatives debate niggas, because no matter what, nigga, God said it's a sin, nigga. Now what? You know what I'm saying? I love that shit. I can't get enough of it. I'm not going to lie, bro.
But that's lazy.
It's like a sick fetish of like, I love that moment every time. You know what I'm saying? It never gets old.
Because it's hard to argue past it, which is why it's a crazy cheat code.
I love that shit so much, bro. I love it, dog.
It's a crazy cheat code to use.
Yeah, bro. So, yeah, man. That's why I enjoy Candace, because she's kind of an asshole about it too, most of the time. Like, so it's gonna give me. It's gonna give every. She's gonna get the reaction that I want every single time.
Mm-hmm.
You see that shit.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
You believe her?
I'm gonna be real. I don't know what else to say about this shit.
Like, even in that moment right there where she was like, yes, you are sinning. You believe that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do I believe that she believes that?
Yeah.
Absolutely. What the hell?
I believe she said that shit a lot of times.
Even if she doesn't believe it, she said it so much, I believe it.
And she has...
That's what I'm saying.
But I think she does believe it, though. Most devout Christians believe that.
Most do, but she doesn't feel like a devout Christian.
Did you watch this?
She feels like a devout Christian to me.
Bro, if you watch this whole thing, I don't know how you're saying that. Like, she's
not even just this, all her shit.
Well,
I've never met a
interview,
religious person that was so stale. Anytime you've talked to a religious fanatic, it's like they've seen the light. It's a different way that they express this shit. She says it too analytical to where it's like she knows that this is an ironclad argument.
She says it like how she's supposed to, because she's married to a white man in the most whitest state. Well, I don't know where, Oklahoma, whatever. So it just
I don't know where they're from.
Her talking
or
points
where they live.
Directly reflect what situation she's
in. How should she say it?
She talks like she's from Oklahoma.
Well, how should she say it if... What's another way to say it?
I'm not going... Another way to say it, I'm not going to give an example. I'm just telling you that, like, when I've worked at McDonald's.
Okay.
I've met evangelicals, nigga. They talk like they're being haunted. Really religious people, especially to the degree that you were saying that, like, she's, like, Christian as fuck. She says it too dry for it to be true.
Nah, dog. She's very Christian. There was a point in time, and I'm trying to find it, where
is
laughs.
The one you sent in the thing?
Yeah. If you want, I don't know if y'all want. Y'all gonna have to clean it up. But challenging the meaning of words, that whole segment is just crazy.
Oh yeah.
But go to that. If we're gonna play this, you're gonna have to clean it up in post.
Yeah, I'll just cut it out pretty much.
With some maggots.
Oh
yes, the maggots.
It's a lot of bundles of sticks, a lot of cigarettes.
This is
I think it's already bleeped.
No, it's not. This will be audio version only if it's not bleeped.
All right. Well, y'all ready?
Yep.
So the word you said was right?
Yeah.
Is that exactly the word? So what did you mean by that? You think it's okay to say the word, to call people a to their face?
No, actually, I said words have meaning. And so when you start allowing the perverts to dictate speech, then words just have to go away. And as I said in that clip, when I was growing up and I was reading English novels, when people say you're walking through the woods to get a faggot, it meant a bundle of sticks. And then they said you can no longer say this word that has a real meaning, right? A bundle of sticks, because some pervert took that and threw it as an epithet towards gay people. I think that's actually, that's a wrong way of thinking, because then what you're doing is you're allowing perverts to dictate society. So I don't like the death of the English language because people are getting offended. So that's like, I could pick any word. I could say, plant. And from now on, every time I see a gay guy, I'm gonna be like, he's a total plant. And then eventually they say you can't say plant anymore. It's like, no, this is a real word that has meaning. Attack the person who's perverting the word, but you don't suddenly disappear a word and you say you can no longer say it, or you can no longer read these Virginia Woolf novels because the word has been perverted. I think that's a backwards way of thinking.
You can read Virginia Woolf novels, and the only people I know who are trying to ban books, Virginia Woolf. And other books that even say the N-word. I mean, it's conservatives. That's who's trying to do it. I don't think that you should be banning books. But I do know, Candace, that language evolves over time. And when people say that word to me, they're not calling me a cigarette.
Obviously, that's the point. It has a context. So if you want to punish that person because they're saying that offensively, that, if you feel that this person, but it's not fair to then say to everybody else who's not using that word that this word has now been banned. I just think that's ridiculous. Yeah. That's my point. Yeah, I don't think that you can suddenly say go backwards and delete words that had real meaning because someone has perverted it, because then it never stops. It just becomes constantly having to update the language for people's feelings. And I don't think that we should be doing that.
So you would never call me a fat to my face, right?
Well, why would I just randomly call you a fat?
I'm just meaning,
have you ever seen the Louis C.K.
never use that word
skit
against
on? Have you ever seen the Louis C.K. skit on?
I think I know what it is. Hit pause real quick.
And
I think I know what it is that you don't like.
What?
You don't like how she got ice in her veins, nigga. That's what you don't like.
I like whore hearts. I like whore hearts, but and I'm not calling her a whore, but you saying cold, like, you know, the coldest people are whores. But
like even with the religion, because like you were saying, like the way she stands on the religion, it's like it's ice in her veins, bro. Like
nah, it's just,
she don't be budging. She be standing on her shit.
It's not ice. It feel like script. Like even that argument they was having right there. Well, like what the hell were they talking about?
Because
Don Lemon, they honestly talking about?
Because Don Lemon, like he was
tried to go there
throughout this whole interview. He wasn't trying to, but he was egging her to like walk into her own trap.
Right.
Of like, this is what you said. This is bad. Now defend it.
Right.
Oh, you said that, but you said this. So it was just like an hour and 30 minutes.
That's literally all it was.
That's all Candace Owens in interviews, right?
Pretty much. Anytime she interviews with somebody from the other side.
It depends.
Yeah, that's all these people do.
But they
you
never
said this.
But they never catch her lacking. She
got God back in.
Yeah, pretty much. Like they never catch her lacking, and she always stays. She got that ice in her veins, nigga. She got that ice,
nigga. Missionary, she looking at you straight face.
Yeah, that bro. Yeah,
no
that's why I like that shit. It's hilarious.
But even it's a segment. Are you anti-Semitic? Can you just go that one?
Oh,
it literally lasts like 30 seconds.
I got you.
Yeah, they switch screens.
And you know what you just explained. My question to you is, and because people think that you are you anti-Semitic?
No, I'm not anti-Semitic.
Go on.
You don't even believe it.
Go on with what? You asked me a question. I answered it.
You said
I don't need to launch into defense of myself because I'm just not anti-Semitic. There's nothing that I hear that I need to add. I guess today anti-Semitism, the definition keeps expanding, and now I guess it means if you don't fall over yourself every time Bibi Netanyahu speaks, they're just going to call you an anti-Semite. Nope, I'm a Christian. Kids being bombed is upsetting to me, and I have a right to say that without being called an anti-Semite. And if you want to call me an anti-Semite for it, I simply don't care.
I'm not calling you an anti-Semite. I'm at because people call you that, and I think, look, if you, there's the whole talk about Zionism and anti-Semitism and whatever. I think it's a conversation that you just can't win. But I would like for you to be able to explain yourself because
Judaism is not Zionism, and it doesn't matter how many people insist that it is. It's just not.
Before they get us banned for this conversation,
right? Look at these lower thirds. Don Lemon really in the trenches with us down here on YouTube,
right now, yo. He fucked up. And watching this interview, I low-key see why or how he could have got fired. Especially if they was just like, all right, let's kind of just cut all loose ends, get rid of this cellulite. Like, who at this company, could literally
He had something else happen. I can't remember, but he had something else happen.
It was something else.
It wasn't like it was. I don't remember it being his conduct on air.
But I'm like, damn, like, nigga, I felt like he was better up in CNN or wherever he was at.
I don't follow none of these niggas for real, for being all the way honest.
But of course not. Why would you be listening to Don Lemon consistently?
Why would you be listening
I don't know.
to?
He's not entertaining enough. And I guess, I just rather watch Candace just be cold as ice.
Mm-hmm.
Just destroy people. I just love that shit.
Yeah, nah.
How many religious people that you know that are cold as ice?
All the Jehovah Witnesses.
A good amount?
Yeah. The Jehovah Witnesses, the Mormons.
Religious people in general.
How many Christians?
I feel like most traditional content creators or content creators that are like, they are very traditional in their thinking. Most of them are heavy Christians.
Yeah.
How many? Wait, what was
I feel like you're just like what?
How many ice cold religious fanatics do you know?
Yeah, we also.
I'll give you Mormons or the motherfucker who be churning butter.
Mormons and Jehovah Witnesses.
Amish, that's what I'm thinking of. Amish ice cold.
When you say ice cold, you just mean
that's not a religion. No, that's a culture.
You just mean
I've never seen a Christian fanatic that didn't love Jesus.
You don't think she loves Jesus?
Not in the same way. Is it? And we're also from the South. Maybe that's
I was
my
about to say,
perspective.
I feel like you're used to like niggas like catching the spirit and shit like
because
that.
the way that she's describing it, and the way that he made it seem too, like she's religious as fuck. Like I just don't see it.
It's literally.
I know religion backs all her talking points, or a lot of them, but religious is.
Candace Owens is like white religious Christian.
That's
like,
literally what I said.
She reads hymns out of the book.
She's like
she reads hymns.
You seen her?
No, but I can only like. I've been to a white church where they're like, flip to this hymn, and all of us are going to sing along together, and we're literally reading the hymn lyrics out of a book, and it's white people up there. There's no soul, niggas. It's terrible, bro. That's the church she goes to.
And there's literally a segment called "Becoming More Committed to Christianity and Conservatism."
Play.
Like she don't go. No, we don't have to play because we got to move off this. She doesn't go to a church. Like if you bring your own tambourine to her church, you get kicked out. Like we we welcome that shit in the black church.
And I feel like that's part of it.
Right.
It's beyond that though, because I've just met white people that was in the church. I don't know. Everybody I've ever met was in love with God.
You don't think she's in love with God?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sounds like you met Christians.
Yeah. Wait, sounds like what?
You met Christians.
Yeah, and she doesn't look familiar.
I wish I'd have done this all together. Let's move over to this Brilliant Idiots real quick. This is supposed to be with the Charlamagne segment, but Brilliant Idiots. Charlamagne responds to Poetic Flakko. The video that Poetic Flakko did where it was... Poetic Flakko was pretty much laid out a premise or a theory that Charlamagne the God is the reason that everyday struggle was brought to he tore it down from the outside with like manipulation tactics and things of that nature, playing DJ Akademiks against Joe Budden and vice versa. So that was the video that Flakko laid out.
Yeah, that's the content.
How Charlamagne the God destroyed DJ Akademiks' Joe Budden hit show. That was the premise of the video. Flakko actually responded to it. You have to go to the Brilliant Idiots. Yeah, go to the Brilliant Idiots audio actually, not the YouTube, because I don't know where it's at in the YouTube version.
Yeah, I forgot that the links be different.
Actually, go to the Brilliant Idiots. We might be able to scroll and find it.
Okay.
Actually, nah, it's already there. Yeah, just go to it's already right there. It was at 32:13. That should be the last episode, honestly. Ram something, right?
Yeah. Rum topper.
Yeah.
32 what?
13.
Yeah. 32:13.
This is 32:16, so it's roughly that.
When you realize, the narratives
people
of
just
people
making up
saying,
shit.
Bro, I know.
Like they literally just making up shit. Somebody sent me one about me 2 days ago.
I know.
I love. I mean, but they make it up only because they're monetizing. This is what you do.
Go back like
watch
2.
stuff about yourself.
Yeah, referenced it as if it was real. So we got fucking caught.
Because you sit back and laugh
What's
at
it
people.
called? Bar wars or something like that. Bar wars.
I do think those have this shit that kind of do, or they say about kind of he just looks like. I wasn't even thinking about that, but let's go with
I mean,
I'm sure.
That's what a liberal arts degree is at any school. It's just reading books and adding
funny
meaning.
though. It's clever. I think the certain stuff they make up.
I mean, but they make it up only because they're monetizing. This is what you do. Watch stuff about yourself. That's when you realize.
The narratives
people
of
just
people
making up
saying,
shit.
Bro, I know.
Like they literally just making up shit. Somebody sent me one about me 2 days ago. I loved it though.
What was it?
I like because no, you know why? I like the ones that make me look like some.
He's like an evil genius.
Exactly. You make me look like some evil genius, diabolical mastermind. And all these people are my puppets. And I'm just making them do my bidding, and I'm making them move this way and move that way just to destroy them and their platform. Oh, I love shit like that. I literally saw it. Somebody sent it to me, and I was just like, I didn't watch it, but I just saw the headline, and I was like, they give me too much credit.
Yeah.
They just do.
Yeah.
They just do. But hey, if you want to make me out to be Magneto, cool.
You'll take it.
I'll take it. Why the fuck not? It's fun.
Yeah.
What else we got, Taylor? What else happened last week? What did we miss?
That's right.
Yeah.
I think he watched it for sure.
Well, I mean, it's clear he lied.
Yeah.
Yeah, he most definitely watched it.
It's clear he lied because he gave us the breakdown of what Poetic Flakko's video was, and then tried to cover it and say, "I didn't watch it. I just picked that up off the headline." No. You watched it. You watched the whole thing. Charlamagne be watching himself. Because why else would you even bring up watch things about yourself and then say I only read the headline? That don't make no damn sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean.
So the fact that he lied about it, do you think that means it's true?
That what is true?
That he really did compare.
Nah, those things aren't mutually exclusive. You can lie about watching the whole video about you and have that whole video still not be true.
And him lying about not watching it is more so him not wanting to give Flakko free clout.
Yeah, that's what that was.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what I thought. Like, I think he watched it, but I don't think he's trying to market it.
Yeah.
It's too late. He gave us the synopsis of the video.
Yeah, but people who don't know Flakko don't know.
He's done that
But
before.
I mean,
numerous
and
times.
honestly, you could have gotten that from the title. Like, he kind of did just say the title, how Charlamagne the God destroyed DJ Akademiks and Joe Budden hit show.
But at the same time,
It's pretty,
I don't think,
context clues.
No, nigga.
Why would Charlamagne like what? Like these niggas rivaling our Breakfast Club show. Like, why would he?
We never even talked about the validity of what Flakko was saying.
Right. We didn't talk about this video.
And it's probably because it just wasn't true.
Flakko was making a hell of a case though.
That nigga was
I didn't think
reaching
it was that
for the
crazy.
stars.
You thought so?
Yeah, no, he was reaching for the stars. He was reaching for the stars.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like that much of a reach, honestly.
It was.
You don't think that's crazy for
that has to be
Charlamagne?
his take.
You don't think
It
that's,
has to be your take.
No, it doesn't.
You don't think that's crazy? That's ironic. But you don't think that's crazy that Charlamagne the God would potentially waste time out of his day to just destroy another nigga show?
That's actually likely.
Based off Flacco's premise, Flakko says that Charlamagne felt threatened by the success of Everyday Struggle, like it would take out the Breakfast Club, and he had to get rid of that shit.
Charlamagne the God cares. Let's start there.
No,
he cares,
but
a lot.
Yeah, but
about things that he shouldn't care about.
But academics around that time.
So let's start.
We can start there.
Let's start there.
But what does that have to do with anything?
Because I'm gonna tell
and that's
you,
why we're starting there, because it don't go nowhere.
It does go somewhere. He cares too much about a lot of things that don't actually matter. A hit show when Everyday Struggle was out, that was a show that was rivaling, and it's like it was soon to be. It all of a sudden, the Breakfast Club was the best.
Soon to be.
The Breakfast. What? I don't even know what you. The Breakfast Club was like the hip hop show, and then like the fucking Everyday Struggle was like all of a sudden the #1 hip hop show. That was back when niggas were pretty. That was Angela Yee. That was when niggas was bragging about every year we've been #1 for the last 7 years. Like shit, niggas were competitive as fuck back then.
Yeah.
I don't think like they were competitive back then, bro.
Especially with other radio stations.
Exactly.
This is it's not like they're competing for an audience at a certain time. That's different. Hot 97 in the Breakfast Club, that's a different type of rivalry because you are either listening to us or listening to them.
Exactly.
I can wake up in the morning, drive to work, listen to the Breakfast Club. Then it's 7 o'clock, I'm at the crib on my phone watching Everyday Struggle.
Exactly.
So just because it was it wasn't a radio show doesn't mean they weren't.
What is the real threat?
I'm saying
What's the threat?
There's no
The
real
threat is not being #1.
Plus,
the threat is not being #1 by people anymore. Yeah, that's the threat.
Everyday Struggle
It doesn't
wasn't
matter.
sustainable.
It doesn't matter where the medium is at, bro.
Everyday Struggle wasn't sustainable. And it wasn't a threat. First of all, we never went to Everyday Struggle for breaking news.
Yes, we did.
We went for their opinions on the news. We didn't wait for them to like give the information out. Everyday Struggle got lit because niggas was arguing.
We don't go to Breakfast Club for breaking news. Breaking news happens where breaking news happens nowadays.
Breaking news happens when breaking news happens, but
Like-
they
but we also go-
treat
like-
these
like-
topics in different ways.
Like if there's a mass shooter at like 2:00 in the afternoon, the Breakfast Club missed that break. You know what I'm saying?
but the reason
so like we're not
the reason people were
breaking
tuning
news shit,
in.
that don't mean nothing.
The reason people were tuning into the
reason-
Breakfast Club, was a variety of different reasons. It wasn't just because of one thing. So even saying like their rivalries is kind of disrespecting all the work that they did beforehand at the Breakfast Club. Like it was a big show, but it's nothing that Charlamagne of all people
should have been worried about.
He was not focusing on that. He was not focusing on, especially because around that time, I'm pretty sure AK was trying to kiss his ass even more. So it's like, nigga, I got the quote unquote biggest show. One of the hosts wants to kiss my ass. He wants to be my understudy. So why would he have to even want to destroy the show?
And even if he did, like, let's go with that. Let's say Charlamagne's evil. He wants to destroy Everyday Struggle. It was a threat. Why would he even have to touch it? It was going to destroy itself.
Especially,
you don't know that.
It was going to destroy itself. First of all,
good.
Joe Budden has said numerous times that it was Complex was a print company that was venturing into video, and they didn't really know how to handle that shit. There wasn't sponsors in between the shit. There wasn't like, yo, he got a Prime right there because Prime is paying us $500,000 an episode. They didn't know how to facilitate it. And it was also, when you think about all the moments, all the reasons you watch Everyday Struggle, it's because niggas was arguing. It's because he was disrespecting act.
You don't
It's
think that?
literally it.
No, granted, that's not a good reason, but I get what you're saying. But that's not a good point. But
that's not sustainable.
It's actually a terrible point. But
It's only so many times to where like we can have a dynamic of where it's funny because y'all don't like each other.
You keep talking about the sustainability or something. So what about the part in Flakko's video where he laid out that the whole deal part going over to Revolt and that Charlamagne.
Oh, that's another. Oh, you can keep going on what you're saying, but my fault. It just made me think of something else.
Go ahead.
Well, why would I try to destroy your show and then get y'all two paid at my company? Why would I bring y'all closer to me if y'all competition?
To control more.
Because now I'll be an executive producer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the argument he laid out. If you're going to
be an executive producer,
you think I don't want you to. If you're going to be super successful and have a hit show called Everyday Struggle, if I could bring y'all over here and be executive producer of it over here on Revolt, why not? If you can't beat them, join them. Attach yourself to it. Logically, that makes sense. It's like when
you can't beat them, join them.
Well, not if you. Yeah, if you can't beat them, join them or own them or get a piece of it.
I don't think
that's what regulators do every day. That's
how you destroy your show.
That's business 101.
That's how you destroy your show.
I don't think
that's not how you destroy. If I can't destroy
the title of the video is destroyed.
Oh my God, bro, you sound disgusting right now, bro. Just open your fucking mind to both sides, bro.
Oh,
like
man, he's getting
goddamn. It's like
you always do.
It's
this.
crazy. It's crazy.
I don't just take a deep breath. Just relax. Just relax. You don't have to get emotional.
I don't think we're losing some stands in the argument or in the discussion.
Because let's start with this. Because I can remind what everybody started at the beginning. You said this was a Hail Mary completely. That this is completely ridiculous. That this whole video was a reach. That's what you said about Poetic Flakko's videos.
Yeah.
You said I don't know, but he did lay a hell of a case down.
He did.
That's what you said.
That is what he said. Yeah, he said and what I said was, shit, I don't know. It could go either way in my mind. Because if I can't, if I was to believe this theory, this could go either way. One, Charlamagne could be so busy, blase, blah, that why would I waste time? But we all did agree at that time their competitive nature was through the fucking roof as well.
Charlamagne.
So it's not ridiculous. And if I can't get y'all to separate, because your whole thing of it was gonna destroy itself, it's literally it's a silly argument. It's actually crazy.
Hold on.
Because you can't just that's
not the only point.
That's
but
crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like
it would be. Hold on.
This business is guaranteed to fail anyway. Like
that's what that was the running joke. He kept calling that shit. They got 6 months left because Joe Budden involved.
Well, that's also sowing seeds of chaos.
And another thing.
Yes, that's
sowing seeds of chaos.
But where's the chaos coming from?
But I'm saying that's
Joe
like there are.
happy.
Hold on, I just want to say there are a lot of cases of Charlamagne sowing seeds of chaos.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like calling Axe saying he should quit, all that type of stuff. If that's valid, then that's also something there. This is also the time that Joe Budden and Charlamagne really started hyping up their beef, and they started not liking each other after this. Because this is the time Charlamagne started saying things about Joe Budden and his business tactics while Joe was trying to get a deal done elsewhere with like Spotify too. You know what I'm saying? So like, there's a lot of signs of him kind of sowing seeds of chaos. Is all I want to say.
Also, I think he definitely instigated, but I don't think it was his intentions to facilitate this going away.
Maybe not.
Because Everyday Struggle and the Breakfast Club can survive at the same time.
Well, he wanted a piece
of it.
They
can survive at the same time. And even in the video, Flakko was like, yo, why would he tell Akademiks that this isn't a good situation for him? And then Joe Budden quit a couple weeks later. So if it wasn't good for Joe Budden, why would it be good for Akademiks?
And I don't think there's...
Go ahead, my friend.
There's not a single world where Joe works under Charlamagne.
That's a whole fact.
So it's like, if it was gonna end, it was just gonna end. Like nobody's gonna work for anybody. I don't even think DJ Akademiks work for Charlamagne, and he respects him. Like niggas had their own motion to the point where, like nobody really needed anybody. It was just good for everybody to work together. But this is a reach. I don't know about this. I don't think Charlamagne.
You said he brought a hell of a case.
I think he was too busy writing a book or something. Charlamagne be busy, man. Like this.
I don't think it might have been like an intentional plan, but I think he did have an
eye
on
and sometimes things can
this ending. Like I think he really didn't want it to. he said he wanted it to end, and it would end in 6 months. And I think part of that is like
he predicted it would end in 6 months.
He predicted it, but I think part of that is like I don't really want this shit around.
He did the same thing to the Joe Budden podcast when he went over there.
It's probably it's one of those things.
He did the same thing when he went to the Joe Budden podcast when he said, Drew's going to ruin. He went to their podcast and he told Rory and Ma he's going to ruin this. He ruins everything. He did the same thing.
I just find it amazing how on the show to where it was obvious that Joe Budden was like trying to sabotage this shit, that Charlamagne still ends up getting blamed somehow.
What? Okay, well, that's the part that's confusing because if somebody, you're telling me that Joe Budden was purposely sabotaging Everyday Struggle. Is that what you're saying?
Not purposely sabotaging Everyday Struggle, but
that's what you're saying.
But not purposely sabotaging it, but he's doing things that aren't in the best interest of continuing the show, like quitting.
What?
No, you
like
can't use
quitting.
that. That's the end. Yeah, that's the end of the. Yeah, doesn't work.
Okay, so Joe Budden. So I'm Joe Budden. I create a show called Everyday Struggle. We get DJ Akademiks. The nature of the show.
I didn't feel like I was getting what I was worth.
Well, let me finish. Because you're speaking of his nature of purposely destroying a business. That's what you're speaking on right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that he created a show, pitched at the complex. They got a green lit. DJ Akademiks. The show is the more successful than it's ever. One of the most successful shows, and people are quickly calling it a successful show in hip hop.
And the two hosts weren't happy.
You're telling me
the two main hosts weren't happy.
I'm not done. And you're also telling me that consciously, at the same time that they were getting the best show in the world, this is the best show in the world. He's like, goddamn right, I'm about to bring this bitch burning down. That's what. So you're telling me that's what he thought.
Yeah, I think neither one of them niggas was happy in the situation. Act was early on in his career to where it was like, this is an opportunity that he doesn't want to feel like he fucked up. But he's still getting caught up into it because he was so willing to make that shit work post Joe. But nah, I don't think it's crazy that Charlamagne told Akademiks to quit a place that his co-host quit a couple weeks later.
He told him to quit multiple times.
Yeah,
it was also before Joe quit. It wasn't a couple.
But Joe still quit.
How long has Charlamagne and Joe known each other?
Forever. Like they talk about going bowling in like South Carolina and shit like that.
Can we say they were in bad terms during this time?
Joe
Joe
said that they were cool up until the point that Charlamagne. Joe feels like him and Charlamagne were cool up until the point that he got his podcast blew up, pretty much.
So basically, Joe
like
always had a secret. Joe
is saying that Charlamagne had. It was cool being around you when what you were doing in my lane, you weren't as big as me or bigger. But once I became just as big as you in this hip hop commentary space, all of a sudden I'm a problem.
I don't know if I believe that, especially knowing.
I'm just telling you what Joe said.
Especially knowing the history with Joe, that sounds a little like far fetched. Like nigga Joe has a history of just fucking up relationships because of his ego. So that could be him, but I don't know. I feel like y'all niggas was just y'all getting to a point where it's just not going to go anywhere.
Oh yeah, nah, it's not.
Like why? Well, I'm on the side that I think it's just far fetched.
It's just far.
Look, Flakko, if you're watching this, a great video, by the way.
Yeah,
but
man, this is a great video.
I'm just confused.
The editing.
I've been consistent. I could go on either side. I don't think it's far fetched on either side.
Well,
you didn't say that until just now.
I could go either way.
You didn't say that until just now, though.
But I can go either way.
And he's saying it now. It's fine.
I'm saying it now.
Yeah, I'm saying it now.
But
what did I say in the beginning? I said it could go either.
Flakko.
No, I didn't side with Flakko. I said it could go either way.
We said it was far fetched, and you said I don't think it is.
It's semantics.
Yeah, I didn't fully agree, but both sides could be true. Not both sides could be true. It could be either one.
I think he definitely instigated, but this is not like a grandmaster manipulation tactic so I can secretly EP your show.
Yeah, I don't think.
And even on the Brilliant Idiots, he said that like he wouldn't get paid for EPing that shit.
Then why would you want the executive production? What does that even mean? Doesn't production means you put money behind it?
No, producer.
Executive producer is
an
actually,
EP is an executive producer, not production.
executive producer is the only way you get paid.
So when
Drake is executively
when
producing.
niggas, I don't
That's
know.
just attaching
When
your
he
name
said-
to
when
it.
he
It's
said
a
that-
cosign essentially.
It's a glor. It's you know how
It's a glorified
you know the
position.
term.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
You know the term.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
You wouldn't mind what?
What?
Even if I didn't get paid for it, having my name attached to it.
Yeah, of course. Because
it's like I
But
put
what
that
does that
together.
do? Nobody's listening for the credits.
It's part of your resume.
Yeah, it's like I put that together.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
part of your resume.
Yeah.
Which in turn could raise how much your value is.
And you see, that's when it just comes down to perspective
So
on how
even-
you
so-
view the nigga that we talking about. Because we could have easily said that.
No,
we could have easily.
no.
We could have. Well, let me get it
No.
off first
Go
before
ahead.
you disagree. We could have easily said that Charlamagne saw another show that was doing this thing. He wanted to look out. You know, Charlamagne got a history of looking out. He wanted to get them boys paid some wells. We could have said that.
That's what you were
It's the
saying.
same. It's the same movement. It's the same. Like, I'm doing this for this, but we're attaching intentions on it based off how we view the nigga. If you see the nigga as an evil manipulator,
Then
that's how you gonna see it.
Yep.
If you see him as Magic Johnson who out here
Yep.
throwing lives in the system,
Then you see it that
that's
way.
how you gonna see it.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen both sides of them.
You skewing one way though. You only arguing one.
No, well, I'm asking.
You're only arguing one.
I'm asking you to argue your side because you said one is far fetched and the other, so which means it's only on
I
one
feel like
side.
I've argued it. I feel like I've
Yeah,
I've
so,
said
but I'm saying
everything.
it could go either way.
I think
and
he instigated.
And Justin says
just
he
being-
laid a hell of a case, which means it could go either way too. Like
Look, nigga, I don't
Yo,
remember
you keep saying that, like, when the fuck did
this
that
whole
happen?
time I've been like, yeah,
Well,
hey,
no,
nigga, this
at
shit
the,
look fake.
at the beginning, you did say he laid a hell of a case. You said that, and then he followed up with saying
Laying
that-
hell of a
Just like
case-
how I said,
laying hell
hey,
of a-
Flakko, this is a good video.
But at the same time, AJ, you were currently on one side throughout the rest
Yeah,
of this
you
before
on
you
one
came
and
out
you
and
argue
said
one-
that
My fault, Lauren.
before you came out and said that it can both sides. That was later
I'm on
on
the
in
laying a
fact.
hell of a case side. Laying a hell of a case means I feel like when you said that, that's how I felt, which meant in my mind that meant you can go either
when
way.
I said that, I meant this is a good video. Meaning, like, this is going to start the discourse that it just happened, like what just happened. He made a hell of a case.
The only thing that I think is
But that's-
egregious
it's-
is
like
Tone was-
prosecutors make a hell of a case all
Yeah,
the time, and they
yeah.
still fucking lose.
Mhm.
So it like
That's
you
your
can
job.
make a hell of a.
That's
It's
true.
literally your job.
You can lose
And
your
what you
case.
about to say, Lauren?
I said I think you were pretty egregious with saying that they didn't enjoy each other or that they were because they were bickering on the show. Like I think they both enjoyed that. You know what I'm saying? Akademiks and Joe because they like to debate. And I don't think they hated each other because of that. They actually loved each other on the show. I think Joe just didn't like the company and what they were doing when he saw the bread. So
Yeah,
he
that's
dipped
the
out.
part that
so
really
that's all
threw
that
me off.
was.
And I even listened back because I thought we was gonna talk about this video on I think last episode.
last week.
So I went back and listened to
I just
when
didn't have a reason to
Akademiks
put it
went
in.
on Brilliant Idiots that one time. I forgot what the name of the episode was, but that podcast episode, Akademiks felt like a battered victim.
He's getting it from the guests
You get
too.
what I'm
That's
saying?
why.
Like
It's like the guests were giving it to him too.
And we gotta remember the times. It was a running theme that like Akademiks can't get his shit off in front of Joe. That used to be a real narrative. That's
true.
I saw
that like Joe was just gonna overtalk you. That was a running joke that we could have said. If we were doing this show back then, it's no telling what we would have said about that.
That's true.
We would have had moments of the show where it's like, yo, let's see Akademiks try to fucking say his take. That's obviously annoying. In any workspace, it don't even matter if you podcasting. Like if we just fucking at McDonald's and this nigga's always talking.
It was still a hit show though.
But it wasn't.
It might not have been a
It
perfect-
wasn't a
it
hit
might not have
show
been- it
for
might not
the
have-
reasons that the Breakfast Club was a hit show, which is why I think the Breakfast Club had a little bit more sustainability, and why I don't think that
Yeah,
should have
but-
been worried about a show that got hot 6 months ago.
I also
But
think
to
you're
me,
putting.
sustainability has nothing to do with
And
it. Like,
I think you're taking a small part of what the show was and making it bigger. Like, yeah, they used to
Yeah.
argue and like bitter. That's like a nigga saying
hit show
like,
was a hit show was
okay, all right,
a
let me
hit
take
show
it
was a
further.
hit show because like this the part that like I was trying to be with you, but like the part that like really kind of confused me was when you were like, yeah, the nigga didn't like the show. It's like you made it seem like the shit that they came to 4 days a week they didn't give a fuck about anyway. It was
nobody
obvious-
said that they didn't care.
Yeah, but you were making it seem like nigga they were throwing that shit away anyway. Like
That's not what I said. I said that they weren't happy with the situation.
they
Neither
were
one of
happy
them.
with the show.
The show, but the situation.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the situation. We're talking about the
We're
show.
talking about everything. This
we're
show-
talking
this-
about
the show
we're ta-
is a
we're
situation.
we're talking about the hit show,
Mhm.
and then in
And the
Flakko's.
hit show-
So wait, hold on. If we're talking about the show is a hit, Flakko is playing into the fact that he's saying that based on what each party has said is that Charlamagne kept sending things to him, playing on the argumentative side of the show. The show was a hit objectively. That part doesn't
playing on the argumentative side of the show. What does that mean? He was sending things to him that played on the argument.
Yes, by saying keep quitting, that nigga don't respect you. That's pretty much what Flakko was laying out. How in different times of the show, he's playing in on the turmoil or the argumentative factor of the two hosts by saying, man, you should quit. That nigga don't respect you anyway.
The show is that bad advice?
No, it's not.
Is that bad advice coming from your mentor in media to where you have a show?
Telling me to quit? Yes, especially if you know I have a hit show. You should be trying to getting us all together, or talking to Joe about have a little bit more respect for him so that this shit. So he can feel more respected.
Call your co-host and trying to get him to be nice.
Telling a nigga just to quit is like, why would you tell me just to quit when I'm in the middle of a hit show?
That speaks to you more wanting it to end anyway. Or you like
right? Because why would you tell me to
seeds
quit?
Of chaos if you're talking that.
Why would you tell me to quit? Why would you tell me to quit if I'm your mentor and I'm in a hit show right now?
Unless I see my protege being disrespected and not taken serious. But I'll even give you a little bit of that. I'm not gonna harp on that point because it's like I can see that because at the same time he told him to quit a job that his co-host went on to quit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're talking about
that's
hindsight. That's hindsight.
It happened.
No, but you can't use it. That's hindsight.
It happened.
You're not
about before the quit,
wisdom
bro.
is.
I get what you're saying.
Wisdom is hindsight in the moment.
I get what you're saying. The argument is just being set up a little bit wrong. Like,
yeah, we're talking about before the quit.
Yeah.
Like the show when it was popping and when it was a threat.
Would you want to be the last person to quit something else?
Bro, we're not talking. That has nothing to do with how threatening that show
Joe
was.
Budden has a history, so it's like Charlamagne telling DJ Akademiks to quit is just Charlamagne, yes, being a leader of a company and being like, hey, like come join my team on some LeBron shit. Like, yo, like the Wizards not loving you over here, nigga. You know, come to the Lakers.
True.
But it's also him having the foresight of knowing Joe Budden, knowing his history. It's like
we could also say that
seeing what happened. Was he wrong?
Hindsight, though.
Yeah, hindsight. You can't. You can't.
Obviously, like if you're saying that somebody foresaw something happening and then it happened. What the fuck are we talking about?
Okay, but you also are playing into. I'm also playing my hand into it. I can say I think that show is over there I think they're gonna fail because they don't look like they're getting along, and I could just never speak to either of them and tell them to quit. It's different from me saying something from a distance or me texting the person like, "Man, quit. That nigga don't fuck with you anyway." Like blase blah. It's different. Now I'm inserting myself into your job.
Yep.
That's completely
another point.
That's completely different. Hold on. That's completely different from sitting from the background and saying, man, I see Joe fuck shit up all the time. It'll fuck up regardless. I don't need to influence him to do it or tell him to quit. And we can also say Charlamagne has a history of going to people's shows or speaking on people's shows and telling them to break up and telling them this shit ain't gonna work out because he did it on the Rory podcast too.
And he was wrong about that too.
He was wrong about what?
About the Rory and Mase situation.
He said they were going to split up.
Yeah, when he went there. So I'm just saying that plays into this side of it. That plays into this side of it, of like the manipulation or things of that nature.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
And I understand what you're saying. I understand you're just giving your case.
Yeah.
And it's just like.
I think both sides are plausible.
I think he
60-40. I think this is some bullshit.
Yeah. And I think I don't want this to go unnoticed. I think he instigated the situation.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah,
but there's a difference between instigation and manipulation. Those are two different things.
Instigating is manipulating, but instigating
it is. But it's different degrees.
Yeah, well,
it's different degrees.
To say it was premeditated, I'm with you on that. I don't think so. But to say that you had a hand in the destruction of something because of how you approached this said thing and inserted yourself, I think that's a fair thing to say. I don't think it may have been premeditated. I do think Flakko's video is a stretch going that far, but I do believe Charlamagne had a hand in the demise of the show in a small way.
Yeah, you saying what I said then?
Do y'all think that Charlamagne is like really cunning, or do you think?
I do so. Yeah, for sure.
I talk to Charlamagne a lot. That's a cunning nigga, bro.
He's pretty cunning.
He's not an idiot.
You think he's more cunning than Joe Budden?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think he's.
I think Charlamagne's intelligent.
It's harder to be.
Charlamagne is, and not only is he intelligent, he's cunning. Cunning is very different from like.
It's in a
Charlamagne
weird,
is cunning, bro.
It's because you're using your intelligence for you.
Charlamagne's cunning, and that's a it could be positive or negative. Sorry, but it's a thing. Yeah.
It is. It's almost like a Barack type of cunning. It's kind of scary. You know what I mean? Because it's like you smiling in our face, but you bombing to my niggas over there.
I don't know what you can use it for.
I don't know what you're doing.
100%.
Yeah,
100%. Which it's a good and a bad thing. It could be 100% the reason why you're as successful and great at interviewing and things of that nature, because you know how to play things 5 steps in advance, 10 steps in advance. Yeah. But it could also be used for good and evil. I could stop world hunger. I could fuck you over. You know what I'm saying? Like it's one or the other.
It is easier to be cunning when a lot of your dirt, hopefully, is still in the dark. Like a lot of Joe Budden's dirt is just out. So
Charlamagne's dirt is out too. People just don't remind them. It's just not like.
And Joe's cunning.
It's not like headlines.
And Joe's cunning in the same way.
That might speak to Charlamagne's cunning nature.
We were a part of one of Joe's plays potentially.
No. Joe is shorter term. Okay, if I had to rate their cunningness, Joe's short term cunning, Charlamagne's long term cunning.
It's like,
but I think Joe's more petty. I think Joe's pettier, which would just innately mean that he's being more cunning.
I don't know. I compare it to like Batman and Joker. Like they're both cunning in their own ways.
Yeah.
It just depends on like which one calls more for the situation.
Bro, the simple fact that AJ just said that Charlamagne's scandals are out there, but we don't really talk about it's not headlines, that alone speaks to his cunning nature. That alone. The fact that shit is out there, but like the way he moves about the shit that's out there would. You know what I'm saying? Like, just how he moves in general.
About his allegations.
I just mean how he moves in general.
I get what you're saying, but I get that.
I'm just saying that's a small thing you can use to speak to it.
I get what you're saying too. And the only reason I would say like Joe Budden's on Twitter Space. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Talking to mere mortals and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Like Charlamagne's just not like popping up on a Twitter Space to chop it with niggas where they could be like, nigga, what's up with just read? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not happening. But Joe is in spaces where the random bystander will hit him with that drive-by.
Have a discussion about me.
And that has value, but
what's going on here?
It helps insulate. It helps insulate.
Correct.
Whether you're like purposely trying to insulate it or
like what
anything.
Joe is doing is perfect for what he has built and what his brand is. You know what I'm saying? So it works for him and what he has. Like he's only cultivating his Patreon. You know what I'm saying? Those people are paying for him. So he's cunning on his business side, like for him. But Charlamagne is cunning in the world of war and in the world of just like.
So is Joe.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know.
So is Joe. You were a pawn in one of his schemes.
Yes, I know that.
That was a short-term scheme.
Yes.
Short-term scheme, long-term scheme. It's a scheme. That's what I'm talking about. But it doesn't matter how long.
All I'm saying is like when we were just like rating who's more cunning.
Oh, okay.
They have two different specialties. I think
there you go.
Joe Budden I think Joe Budden 6 months, 1 year.
It's in your face. You see it, so that we accept it.
Charlamagne's a 5-year, 10-year nigga. He is, bro. He is. Like, he's a 5-10 year. That's a planning ass nigga. Let's not don't sleep on this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you're that smart,
but I respect it though. You know what I'm saying? But it's like,
so if you're that smart and you have that much foresight, why would you risk your whole career? Why do you feel so threatened by a show that just got lit in a couple of months? If you got that much foresight, you know that shit takes more time than that to truly be classic.
Right.
You know how many years a show has to be hot to be able to rival the Breakfast Club?
You know when
you can be the hot shit right now, but you can't be a grandmaster and then still get caught up on these short-term schemes like that.
You know when it's
We're saying two different things.
You know when it's easier to put a fire out? When it first starts.
Yeah.
Compared to when it's caught the next 3 houses on fire. Now we have an issue. We got to block off the road. But it's easier for me if one house is on fire right now. Let's just take care of this one house before these niggas set the block on fire.
That's a fact.
So that's
a good analogy.
That's why.
Yeah, this is the perfect clip for Charlamagne to watch.
You like that, don't you?
I mean, because
it's that old head analogy. You stuck him, nigga.
Shit. He didn't stick a motherfucking thing.
I just saw that. You just
you see how slow his feet was? He almost became his old self.
But yeah, man, they can both go both ways. But these some cunning niggas, man.
I just find it funny that we keep we won't ever say this about Joe.
What do you mean?
We won't ever really sit down and talk about like, yo, this nigga's a manipulative motherfucker.
No, we have. What do you mean?
I'm gonna tell you why. I think we haven't done that. I think because
we was getting manipulated.
No, I think there's 2 reasons. One, us 3 in particular don't watch Joe Budden every week or every year. You know what I'm saying? Like, no 3, like us
every year.
Well, no, like us three. Like Lauren is the most he's the most avid watcher, right?
He's the most gaslit.
So like Lauren can speak to what he thinks Joe Budden's character is better than any of us put together. because we just go off of moments, situations that we've seen. If shit's on a clip, I mean, we've watched plenty of Joe Budden podcasts, right?
Yeah. We watched years of Joe Budden content.
But we're talking about but there's people, even when you go to like a Danny Twitter space, these niggas are like 5-10 years every week. They haven't missed a week. You know what I mean?
Like, it's kind of scary.
You can hear, you can, just like why, but we have that with Charlamagne. You see what I'm saying? So we're able to like,
maybe.
Possibly, yeah, but it's like, I would just say, long story short, in terms of who we watch weekly, monthly, yearly, more consistently, and what we can think we can speak to that person's character is leaning more towards on Charlamagne's side. We can still go on the Joe side. What also helps us not have these long, drawn-out conversations with Joe is that we know this nigga's crazy. We know that, right? Yep. He admits it. He jokes about it. And so it's like,
it's even in our face.
And even when he knows he's wrong, even when we know he's wrong, he knows he's wrong. We know what angle he's gonna take. He's not gonna admit to it. It's gonna be the rigmarole. You know what I'm saying?
Spin around,
right? But Charlamagne won't even in the last like couple years. He doesn't even directly play into people. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't directly respond. He throws sub disses. He does little things. He doesn't directly connect himself to any direct response to one individual anymore, right? So even in his movement and his new way of thinking, it always leaves plausible deniability, cunning points again. You know what I'm saying? Like, Charlamagne never moves with definitiveness in terms of responding to people, movements and actions and things of that nature, unless they're 100% positive.
Unless he feels threatened by the show.
We're not talking about that. I'm just I'm just saying. Just
it's a joke, but it wasn't for you to laugh. It's for them to laugh.
But just you get what I'm saying. Yeah, though. Just like he moves so that he can never be. Right, even when I'm talking to this nigga in conversation, he's not pinning himself down, bro. He's not. He's always. This is when I know. Just like if me and him are just like debating or talking or whatever. This is when I know it's like, okay. He says, "I don't know what you want me to tell you." That's when I say nothing. That's it. That's how certain our back and forths end normally. And I'm like, okay, because you won't admit we're not gonna get to that point, even though I laid out 4 points, just not clear, black and white. It's all good though. It's just we'll never. You heard it. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Hey, fuck it. I do it. I do that too with people. Sometimes I just be like, when I get to that point, look, I don't even remember that shit. It's whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like. He won't even in that conversation pin himself down. So it's easier to do these speculations when a nigga doesn't.
Because one nigga makes it obvious and the other one might not be doing none at all. And that's room for doubt.
Exactly. You're always leaving room for doubt. Yes. Yeah. That's why.
Room for doubt is doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is, I mean, I understand your point.
I didn't realize it was gonna go that long.
Yeah, nah.
Nigga, you knew it was gonna go this long.
No, I really didn't. I did.
Yeah, y'all niggas. Hey man, y'all love y'all some Charlamagne.
Nah, he
love
just like
y'all some
we're
Charlamagne.
literally just always gonna be on like if it's a Charlamagne topic, he's gonna think it's something. I'm gonna think it's something else. Usually,
I'm never gonna take the evil part off the table. That's my thing. Like, I'm never gonna take. This could have been manipulative for sure. I'm not taking that off the table at all because. I don't care how many assists are thrown and how many positive stories. Nobody's that perfect. Period. You know what I'm saying? And even in the way that you communicate, if you can't even be like it's all flexible and shit. It's like, hey, look, man, I don't know what's going on over there. You know what I'm saying? Like he could be doing it or he couldn't be. But the fact that I can't even get a decent read on that shit, I just gotta believe both sides. It's just what it is.
Charlamagne hard to read.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I wanted to talk about this, and then we'll jump into office hours. The Brittany Renner joint. Did y'all see that?
Is that what you want to talk about?
The Brittany Renner, the GF.
Every time somebody says her name, I think of the basketball player.
Oh no. Renner.
Fat ass.
Yeah.
Not really.
The BYG podcast. So Brittany Renner makes just Pearly things like get up and leave a podcast. It's a podcast with it's a panel, 4 women, 3 black women, 1 white chick, just Pearly things. And this actually happened a couple weeks ago, but Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews is the one that covered it. Let's go to his video first, just so we can salute to Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews. Yeah, just started from right here in the beginning. All right. Salute to this good brother.
Yeah, that's a good brother right there.
Girl, what the shit that comes out of your mouth? You don't literally just say whatever. What? Are you gonna do?
Look at Brittany go.
Because honestly, you're delusional.
Brittany.
No, don't Brittany. Go ahead.
Brittany, look, if you're gonna yell at me, I'm not gonna do the show. Like you don't have to. You don't have to scream at me. That's so disrespectful. You know, I'm not here to get like that's like you don't have to be rude. I don't.
Today I bring you guys content that saddens yet dismays me, but I would have been lying to you if I said that I did not see this coming. What is it that I am talking about? Well, let's just hop back down up in there. A couple of weeks ago, I think it was about a month or so ago, I did content commentary over this brand new podcast that features none other than just Pearly Things and Brittany Superhead Jr. Renner. And I thought to myself, this is going to be fantastic pieces of content just based off their ideologies. I don't know who these two other women are, but I wanted to watch the show to see how it would.
Because we can go now. You can go back to the other one. Yeah, this show is nothing I would. So when I did actually start watching the episode, I was like, "Yo, why the fuck did Pearly Things even set herself up for that?"
Oh, why was Pearly Things there? To begin, like
this part of it, like why
they couldn't have found a fourth black woman.
But
that's what I was thinking. Exactly.
But
That's what I was thinking.
I was thinking that too,
bruh.
I was thinking that too. But as you watch it, it's like, okay,
nobody agrees.
I understand.
I mean, she does do.
I understood why she was there after I watched. I was like,
right. It makes
the only sensible broad, on this panel, nigga.
Chill out.
How we feeling that people broad? We're trying to bring it back. I'm trying not to say the B word.
Right.
But nah, seriously, like she was the only one. Like she was the analytical person,
right?
So, and that's
facts, data, statistics.
That's
all that
necessary.
shit. Yeah.
And Pearl, she has her some personality too. She's not like a square robotic bitch. You know
she has to be, nigga. She don't got no assets.
Exactly.
But it's just so funny because it's like she's demonetized. This is actually a smart move because she's demonetized. She did a purge of like 20,000 videos. Didn't appeal, and they still denied it. So this was a good move business-wise if she's getting paid. Like, at least she can stay active and get a check from something, but she had to quit this shit because it was too much.
But it's something ironic because she's sitting with her enemies, right?
Who, black
Aren't those supposed to be her enemies?
In a way.
No, whores.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You get what I'm saying?
Pretty much.
Like I got to see the rest of the panel before we just say whores.
I ain't gonna lie. When I saw
the
that
one on the left,
when I saw that one was missing a side tooth, I said, "Yo, it's up."
Oh, she's missing a tooth.
She don't even got a silver.
She don't
tooth.
got no molars.
She got that. She
got
the
silver on there.
The side. No, the side tooth.
No, there's no silver in there, nigga.
Yeah, the side tooth is missing. I was like, I'd have never accepted this.
I know Mexican immigrants with silver tooth. This bitch don't catch. She don't got no like guidance. You know what I mean?
There's no dental plans.
I know motherfuckers with no insurance that could get that shit.
But why do so many people lose their side teeth? Why?
Yo, cavities is a big problem, my nigga.
Yeah. Really?
I haven't had cavities in like 3-4 years. That's something I brag about.
Y'all had cavities?
Not having cavities?
You've had a cavity before?
Oh yeah, I've had a couple.
I used to I've never had a cavity.
Yeah, but you were vegan in high school.
It's not true. But
that's not true?
It's not true.
Vegetarian. I'm sorry.
For a year.
I'm sorry.
For a year, but I was vegan in high school.
You see what I'm saying?
Do you hear the difference?
There is a big difference between
I was
those two,
vegetarian junior year and vegan in high school.
It's close, but it is.
It's not even. It's nowhere near.
Yeah.
That is a quarter of your high school career, though.
He was the only friend in the friend group bringing his own salad. That's what the nigga Tony did.
So niggas, but niggas be losing them side teeth, bro. That shit real, dog. Yeah. Okay, let's watch.
Brush your teeth, dude.
I had a timestamp at 7 something.
Yeah, 7:10. It's at 7:09 right now.
Okay,
So I had put that time. You can go to 7. It's literally 7 and like 4 more minutes on top of that. It's like a 4-minute stretch of like straight hell. Cause it all started when it's redundant. Just play it.
All right.
And it was something about it was something about female intuition.
This.
Okay. And I just don't think female intuition exists. I think female intuition is terrible. I
think it's terrible in what way?
We make terrible choices as women. So people will always say, "Oh, my female intuition. I knew because of my female intuition," and yeah, I don't think it's really a thing.
Well, intuition, just simply put, is heightened awareness. And so it stems from when women were at home with children and had to be tuned into what was going on. So intuition doesn't just stop at children, it's across the board. So if you aren't tuned into your intuition, that's a you thing.
No. I just look at the choices we make,
We are you. We as women. I mean, look at what kind of choices do you make? What kind of choices do you make?
Okay, what kind of choices do you make, Brittany?
That's important. That's another. It went left after that.
It was,
she was just she
yeah.
thought about all the penises she's had in her mouth and like just everything that she knew she fucked up. Like, why was you in the room with 5 niggas?
And to be fair, like all this YouTube training that Pearl's had, like that delivery was terrible.
What have you done?
No, I just think it's bad. We just make, her delivery, there's no conviction. It's just like she legit is just repeating shit. You know what I'm saying?
She's
like,
smiling while she's saying this.
Right. Like it just, even her hands move robotic even when she's delivering the message. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Which will piss a nigga off too.
And especially like Brittany
was ready for war that day. Holy
with
shit.
broads like this, like their opinion, because it hasn't been respected for years, because they've been using their body for their opinion and their respect.
Oh, you really
like once they
today.
get
Let's
to this
it,
point,
nigga.
once they get to this point, like nigga, their words, they really hold it dear to heart. So when she brought this up, it was like, what do you mean? Like my tweet was stupid. Like my tweet was stupid. Like, first of all, why are you getting mad at somebody saying your tweet was stupid?
Yeah.
It's a tweet.
It's a little. Oh shit! Yo, that's crazy. That's the first time that's ever happened.
Right.
But this is like it's one of them situations to where these are two different levels of woman. This is a woman in Brittany's eyes. She's looking down at another woman who like didn't do it right. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So everything that she's saying is just immediately cut off because it's like you're one of those. They're not like us.
Exactly. And
They
but
not
no,
like
but they're
us.
both saying that though to each other. It's a
Yeah,
weird.
it's true.
But
Yeah.
you can keep playing it for like
Yeah.
30 more seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, zoom
They're
in a little
both
bit,
right.
because it does. Well, actually, yes. Let's start here because it does get cracking right here. This is the turning point.
But you're the one who's, we're talking, you're saying that females don't make good choices,
Well,
so
look at, we own
let's
the
go.
majority. I have no debt, right? But women in
That's
general.
because you're from a rich family, girl.
She gotta let her talk.
Women, you're from a rich family, so what are you talking about? You have no debt, girl.
Women in general have a
Congratulations.
Women
Like, you don't get fish don't get applauded
I know,
for
I'm
swimming.
lucky. That's why I said I'm lucky.
Okay, so for you, so
why
why lead with
acting joke?
that? So why lead with that?
You asked for an example, and I'm going to give it to you. Do you want me to start?
Girl, okay. Let me tell you what
Let's talk about
what we're not going to do, because you have a history of doing this, because I'm familiar with you, okay? Girl, what you like to do is you like to say these really stupid fucking comments, right? And then so what you do, then you like sit back and then you're like, you think you're so smart, you have this fucking smug ass look on your face, and then you're waiting for someone to give you that like emotional, like passionate response. So then you can sit there and be super dismissive and really kind of just gaslight. And I don't know, as a female.
Gaslight?
No. Yeah, do you know what that word means?
You guys use it for everything.
You guys.
Go ahead.
Okay, you know what's funny about using you guys is seriously, it kind of feels
the
like
difference
the
right
only
there,
thing that is
that's literally where the line was drawn. You guys. She's talking about women like she don't got a pussy.
Yeah. And MTR brought up a good point. He was like, it's funny that Brittany Renner just beautifully laid out what Pearl does every time, but at the same time playing into it.
I fall for it.
Exactly. Like she's literally playing into it.
She's doing the exact thing.
But broke it down perfectly. So it's
Here's
hilarious.
what you make people do. Let me do it and show you.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Classic broad.
Okay, but skip forward to
No,
when
it's like 20 more seconds. Yeah.
Oh no, I was thinking of when they got to white guilt.
I don't know where that is. You want to just keep skipping?
It's a chapter marker, but
okay.
let me hear what she had to say. I can't remember what she said. No, hit play.
Have that. who have it turned off, who are disconnected
like her.
from their intuition, who don't make poor decisions. We make poor decisions. Like when we actually go down to the root of why it is that we make these poor decisions, there's layers and layers and layers and layers to it. And more of it is going to come from just like the science and backing that you kind of put into collective bundles that ultimately just come from who? The white man that you were raised by. So when it comes, so when
that's the reason that she doesn't have any debt.
I'm just saying, so there's a certain level of understanding that's not there.
So that's not you making a decision. That's you being born into white privilege, and we need you to acknowledge that. So that's not a decision that you made. That is the way you came into this. And honestly, girl, you're a family of like 9 or 10. Like all that's how your dad set you up. So there are things that you genuinely did not have to experience.
Right.
You don't fucking know. You get to sit there again. So you don't even have to make any decisions. You're the same person. You are the same person that the last time I saw you accidentally shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. And you get to go. You're the same person who accidentally spent $50,000 and your dad was able to pay it off on your credit card. Yes, you did when you spent.
I didn't actually.
You're the one who said an accident. I spent over my limit.
Bro, you got to get up and leave.
Yeah.
You got to get up and leave. Like, you can't sit down and have a serious conversation with a person who's over talking you, and then when you try to get back in, just shut the fuck up and let me talk.
Yeah.
That's that Joe Budden shit.
Yeah, literally.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But also, too, like when they went the white route, and she said, which was established by the white man, but that you were raised by. I was like, oh, Pearl would never win an argument in this fucking panel.
When somebody when somebody discredits your whole experience because like your experience doesn't give you enough perspective on this topic, you can't talk to them no more because they're not hearing nothing you're saying.
There is a validity to some of her experience and the things that she does discuss, though. She doesn't have a lot of that experience.
Not according to Brittany. Brittany don't give a fuck.
I'm talking. Well, I'm just saying.
I'm saying she's not. You're right.
I'm saying Brittany's not wrong in some of the things she has said about Pearl.
Yeah, it's just the timing. It went from women's intuition to you're white, bitch. You'll never understand.
Yeah, that's what it went to.
It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It got personal. Like, I mean, they should have just said it like first episode. Like, look, Pearl, we hate you because you're white. But
they should have. Yeah.
Now that it's out, let's just continue from there. You know what I mean? Like some things you just got to tell your co-host. Like,
but when the person came together and put this together. What were they thinking? They thought this was it right here.
Yeah, I don't know.
They said we're gonna kill her with this shit.
I feel like it could work though. Like you got.
They need 4 black women.
I don't know how.
Work like in the future with Pearl.
They needed 2 Pearls. You know what I'm saying? Like 2 people with those. It's obvious. It feels obvious that these 2 are on the same page, and the girl in the middle too. It's like feels like it's 3 against 1. Like.
It is 3 against 1.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you're gonna have 4 people, we can't all be on the same page every time. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just crazy.
Yeah. And they're always gonna agree.
And they're all and if
it's a blanket statement, but it's just for the most part.
And if defaulting to her being white in patriarchy is gonna come up, this is a lose-lose.
You can't have a conversation like that. Get up, leave, take your ball, and go home.
Especially when you have 3 people.
Nadeska wouldn't allow this.
Nadeska would allow this.
No, she wouldn't.
Yeah, she would. Nah. She let that nigga Joe.
Nadeska used to buck on them niggas.
When they
Akademiks mostly.
Well, yeah, when Akademiks fought back, she would buck, but nah, nigga.
She bucked on both of them.
It was a couple times Joe said, "Shut the fuck up." Just shut the fuck up.
I don't ever remember Nadeska getting told shut the fuck up.
I'm talking about to act, but
right. Yeah. And then we came center. Nadeska straightened them niggas out, and we're on to the next topic. Let's get it.
Nadeska. Shout out Nadeska.
Yeah.
She work at Apple now, man. She's powerful. Let's talk nice about
skip
it.
to the chapter. I like Nadeska. Skip to the chapter called White something.
White fragility.
Yeah, that shit. Because she left. So they had to.
Well, you might have to show up.
Yeah, got to show the storm off, and then they continue to.
It starts at the top.
Yeah, then they pretty much say, well, you know, white people could just walk off. You know, that's what they're used to doing. Shit, it was amazing.
Nah, it's beginning of white fragility.
Oh, okay, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if this
of course we are. We're still
just got you mad, then my pullout was really gonna make her mad because I was about to pull out the tweets about black women are racist. How in the fuck do you sit on a panel with 3 black women and say 3 black women are racist? But I'm gonna wait.
No, she's not coming back because you know what we're now experiencing. This is white fragility. Remember when I said that Caitlyn and not Caitlyn herself, I'm sorry. Remember when I said that white women are very fragile? That's because of this cushion that has been created for them. So when they are confronted with truth, whether I'm at a 30 or I'm at a 3, the truth doesn't change. The reality is her and I've had conversations.
That's a crazy thing to say.
Yeah. Is Brittany Renner half white?
And that's another thing I was about to bring up. She keeps talking about white girls like if you don't squint at her, she could be something else.
Yeah.
She's got on a long blonde wig.
Jesus Christ. Jesus.
It's all right, nigga. It's late. They can't see you Googling. But we can.
Oh, damn, that's funny. Yeah.
Her mama's
half
white.
black.
I knew her mama was white.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with these mulattoes sometimes is they
wait for confirmation.
especially when their mama's white. It's one of two things. The mama tries to be too friendly with them, or they end up not fucking with their mama because they think their mama got some weird fetish with like black culture and shit. Like they could turn on them. It could turn on them at any moment. They can either be best friends or it could turn on them. One or the other.
And it's already heightened with the daughter-mother relationship. They tend to argue a
She's
lot.
going in on her side. She's going on 50% of herself.
Yeah, and I don't know where that's coming from, but it comes from somewhere.
But nah,
it
man,
definitely comes from somewhere. You think she was trying to fit in with white girls and it didn't work?
And I don't like people.
She definitely went through that.
And Pearl
Both sides.
was trying to be cool with bad bitches, and it didn't work. So now they're mortal enemies.
Pearl found a niche on the internet and said, "Nigga, I'm milking this bitch dry." That's what Pearl did. None of this is Pearl.
But out of rejection, that comes from not being able to play this role. Pearl was never able to play that Brittany Renner role.
What, white? Or
no, not
half
white.
and half?
Just in terms of like how she was treated in society, being a beautiful fucking woman.
Oh, that part. Yeah.
Yeah, nah, man. It was just a 3-verse-1. Even the one girl, she was quiet because she was just waiting to pull up tweets just to catch Pearl. In another lie.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. You thought she was like friendly, and she was like, "Well,
Nigga,
I had
the
an
worst
uppercut
one.
for the I had an uppercut for the bitch."
You know what I mean? It's but Pearl, she should have stood her ground, even though leaving was probably the only thing her mind could think of. But
I don't know.
She could have stayed down, argued a point. Man.
It don't sound like it.
Like a real red pill woman.
It don't sound like
she took the blue pill when she
Somebody from Monk's Corner commented on the 3-0 podcast episode.
What did they say?
From Monk's Corner's mouth at 6 a.m. to Menace Material episode titled by 7 p.m. NC and South Carolina are not the same, but the Carolinas is convenient. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, you're right. North Carolina niggas don't comment like they're writing a letter. Well, did he say all of that for real?
I've read that word for word, and I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, me.
Dear AJ, comma.
How you get Wi-Fi over there?
Chill out.
It's dirt roads.
They got it.
Charlamagne better have paved some of them goddamn roads. Shit.
Yeah.
All these years I'm shouting out, you better put a couple paved roads down
Literally,
there.
nigga. Better be some shrubbery.
right. God damn.
Don't he got a day out there?
I don't know. Probably. Shit, he better have a day. Shit, that's like one of the things. Like, if I'm from a small town, nigga, you better make a key to give to me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
the only reason y'all met.
Nigga, if I've been repping it this much, you better figure it out, nigga.
Matter of
Like,
fact, here's the fun. Get the key. Baby.
yeah, bro. I better have it all, bro. Like, I don't know.
Monk's Corner.
But yeah, man. Hey, so I mean, Pearl, I didn't even realize she had been doing this for a little bit. That's crazy. Like, what is that key made out of, right? But like, it is crazy. Like, I don't know.
Don Lemon would call it something else.
Who knows what Pearl's going through? But you know, honestly, I thought I'd stop seeing Pearl, but I think she's just gonna keep popping up. So when she does pop up, we'll cover her. You know.
I like seeing people that I think should be
done,
poor and impoverished and ashy and like starving. You know what I mean? Like certain people, like, how are you still alive and surviving?
Right.
Like after everything,
You like resiliency.
like everything is gone.
It's
Like,
respectable.
You're demonetized. From what I've seen, you know, public perception, nobody really likes you.
Yeah, pretty much.
How
No,
the
I
fuck
feel-
you look healthy still. Like, where are you getting
Oh,
these
she's
vegetables
rich,
from?
so she's a
she does
breed.
come from rich. That's that white.
50K. She made a 50K mistake.
Exactly.
Nigga.
You ain't gotta tell us. You ain't gotta tell us. We
50K
know,
mistake,
nigga.
nigga.
We know, nigga.
Shit.
But all right, let's just burn through these as fast as we can in office hours.
Yeah, man. Y'all know what's going on, man. Hashtag office hours, partner at the end of the show.
We answer your questions. Sometimes it's about us. Most of the time it's about other podcasts, various other shows we talk about. But regardless, we like to get them out. And as we said in the beginning, if it's easier for y'all, go to our Reddit, Homeroom University Pod. You can put in your office hours there, #office hours. We're going to get to it. But it's a lot of paragraphs. Again, guys, if you're going to do the paragraphs,
let's
please.
do the paragraphs. Actually, let's not do it.
Commas.
It doesn't matter. We'll just do it in order.
Periods.
All right. #office hours. No question this time. Just my opinion. I listened to y'all Patreon discussing y'all comedy sets. A bunch of laughing emojis. That's y'all funniest episode.
No pun intended.
Yeah, right.
And isn't Max 17 the good brother that's coming here from?
Yes, he is.
He's trying to explore Carolina pussy.
Yeah.
No, Charlotte. Let's be specific because we
Did
might
he
have
say
some
Charlotte?
fans. He said
Yeah,
Charlotte.
I think he said
yeah.
Charlotte, and that's
Yeah.
a pretty good destination.
All
for
the
some-
women that live in Charlotte,
that's right, he did
for some strange.
please give your coochie to Max 17 and tell him Homeroom sent you.
Yeah, facts.
Yo, that's fucking hilarious.
Max 17, if you get some pussy off a homeroom nigga, we need to know.
Nigga, I need to know.
Ring that bell.
Bring that pussy here.
#office hours. We need an AJ crash out. I'm looking forward to it. Did I crash out this episode?
Nah.
All right. Well, I don't know. I guess somebody got to say something.
Crash out. Yeah, Charlamagne would probably have to feed a bunch of sick kids.
If
He had to do something extremely
Charlamagne
positive.
has to sneak distance, which he might. Charlamagne sneak distance for a little stimulus package, nigga.
I
You
think
know what I'm saying?
we're past that point in time. But #office hours, I noticed something when I watched the Three Oak podcast, this one, that reminded me of a gripe I have with the way he puts these emojis. It fucks with your sentence structure, nigga.
It does, yeah.
I have with the new JBP. Y'all can argue with AJ in the Will show, still be enjoyable.
And the show will still be enjoyable.
I'm reading what he wrote.
it's not
I'm
you.
gonna read what he wrote.
Right.
Instead of the cast arguing with Joe, and it feels like nothing but love taps. A yes man in the room. How do y'all feel when y'all watch the JBP? Can you see one of the cast afraid of arguing with Joe because they're afraid of getting fired? Sorry for the emojis. Yo, it's crazy. We just said something. We just said something.
You did ask to put them.
Huh?
You asked to put the emojis.
What are you talking about?
So, but you did ask us to put them in to make.
Oh,
the
you didn't let me
paragraph
finish
easier to
reading the
read.
shit.
And I'm over 30 and I don't know how to use them properly. We could tell.
Whoa.
Wow.
Over what?
30.
Over 30.
Oh.
Patreon $5.
Patreon $5. But that is interesting. And
You remember?
I told you. We'll move on.
They proved your point.
We don't
Patreon $5.
I think we're undefeated
What's
this
Reggie
episode.
say? I don't like talking about victors. But so we didn't even talk about the office hours where Joe Budden was just like, yeah, everybody, give your opinion on the show. And it was just a bunch of angry niggas like, man, I think that y'all keep picking on Mel and woody woo woo. I need to give her a break.
Oh, the spaces.
Nigga.
The spaces.
There was a girl.
The Twitter spaces.
Yeah, there was a girl. I don't know if she lived in America,
Is
but
it
she was from
Grandpa Rick?
England.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're
She was
talking
like,
about.
actually, I've been watching the show for about 5 years. I
That
think
shit-
that,
yeah.
Joe, I think you do need to be a little bit more,
Yeah.
It was, I was just like, yo,
and
this is
then
great.
and then Joe crashed out and was like, I'm the best. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah,
That shit was amazing.
It was incredible.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. Yeah, we
Now-
didn't cover it.
Honestly, man, I've
It's
been
kinda-
watching a
it's-
lot more people talk about, especially the spaces, like
Yeah.
the conversations with, Joe Budden.
The
I've been
spaces
watching
are
that
just
a lot
so
more.
interesting because it's like it's too much content happening over there almost. Like that's what the last couple of Danny videos are like spaces shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it's not podcast stuff, it's spaces shit. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Me personally, when I think about the spaces, I don't want to every week cover the spaces. I just feel like, I don't know.
I mean, it shouldn't. If it's something cover worthy, yeah.
That
but-
technically, that kind of was a little bit, the joint that you're talking about, but like it was, but it wasn't, the one that the crash out.
What?
We could have brought it up during the complex list because it came in the midst of that too.
It could have, but
That's what we should have brought it up.
a lot of the space was just about.
It was open feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was mainly about them possibly bullying Mel too much.
Right.
Which was,
we've had that conversation.
We've had that
like
conversation.
5 times.
Maybe we
Yeah,
started.
yeah.
But to answer this good brother's
to answer
question,
this question, is he asking why can we argue with AJ and have it still be entertaining?
Yeah, pretty much. And
I mean,
How do y'all feel when y'all watch JVP?
and they argue with Joe. It doesn't feel like Ish be holding back from getting fired.
That's the main reason I fucked with him from the beginning.
Yeah, so it does not feel like Yeah, not really. It feels like, and then with Ice, it's like they're trying less of to hurt his feelings, really. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah, it's
I
hard
feel
to
like
say.
Mel is like the only one, maybe Mel and Flip. But I don't know. Ish, it seems like it's up for that nigga with Ish. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it could go left.
They're standing toe to toe every time.
Yeah, pretty much. It doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
But it's not everybody on the show. I will say that it's not everybody on the show.
Yeah, nah. I mean,
yeah, over here.
No, I'm talking about on JBP.
Oh, but yeah,
like that energy is there sometimes, but not with every member though.
And it does mess up the show.
Absolutely.
Like it just energetically, it just messes up the show. Like it throws everything off.
And I think that I don't know.
And a lot of times,
maybe it doesn't feel like that over here because nigga, we still got a long way to go. Nigga.
Yeah,
we ain't going nowhere, nigga. This is the crew. This is who you gonna see, nigga.
And the bases, it's so many different caveats.
Right.
We're not scared of AJ.
Right. That's a huge.
And we're also not afraid to argue with AJ, which is another big tripe.
Well, that's
which
kind of
is
what I
like,
was saying.
I said also, nigga. Listen. But
you just said what I said.
But I added on top of it. I helped you, my nigga.
Hold on, let me remix it.
I like, yeah.
You didn't remix it.
Put my fucking wrist in it.
Said it different.
Put some B12 in it. But I think a lot of them, and I don't want to, say they're afraid to argue with Joe Budden, but they
hope you don't. You just did.
Well, I don't want to make it seem like they're, pussy or lazy, but I can tell.
Lazy,
I can tell it being a lot to even have level 1 argument with Joe Budden.
Yeah. Right.
You have to care.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? More than he does, and then you'll never.
And it's normally a buildup of situations.
Yeah,
it's
you have
normally,
to escalate.
I've walked away from this argument too many times, and you keep trying me, and now I have to blow up.
And
on
also,
because Joe was in
I don't think nobody in that room is pettier than Joe. So it's very hard to out-argue a nigga that's very fucking petty. Who will say you won the argument, but an hour later who'll bring up like what you be doing, like fucking
recall
tags and shit, but in an actual condescending way.
Right,
I'm doing it to joke.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to like make anybody feel.
Yeah, whatever. Nigga.
No, that's true. Yeah, I get what you're saying. And another thing too with us, I feel like we know where our arguments are going. Like if it's Charlamagne, me and Tone are going to argue.
Just put us in the thumbnail,
right? Like that's off the rip, right? But even with those arguments, I go into them knowing I'm not gonna play into this. I'm gonna state my facts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay how I feel.
Yeah.
And hopefully he just accepts
Hopefully.
it. And vice versa.
Yeah,
but it's like one of us says something that has the other one like, what the fuck are we talking about right now? Like for
Nigga
me,
said I sounded silly.
And typically, it's like
you sound
and
silly.
usually every time you say something that could be negative about Charlamagne, Tony's face just goes.
Right. Even if he doesn't say something,
Do
the
both.
face.
Do
the
both.
Face.
Because if we're talking about Charlamagne feeding sick puppies, he's gonna be like, man, them niggas ain't really sick.
That's true. That's true.
Nigga, I don't want to take evil off the table.
So it's like, even during that earlier, I was just like, hey, I'm just gonna say, hey, look, anything is possible, anything is possible. And then he said, I think it's completely ridiculous. I said, what the fuck are we talking about? That was when I snapped. He was like, nigga, this shit is far-fetched, nigga. I was like, what?
Yeah, and it's crazy because I said far-fetched, but that was your sentiment too. It's
he was like, nigga,
I'm the face.
He was like, nigga, that shit's silly, nigga. I was like, okay.
Said Flakko reaching, nigga.
All right.
Get out of here.
Yo, brother PD, hashtag office hours. When is the I was drunk /high excuse supposed to be used? When are times y'all used that excuse in the past? When did you get it off, or were you called out? When are sometimes someone tried to get that off on y'all, pause, and y'all let it slide? Another one?
Let's read it after.
Let's do the first one, yeah.
But the proper time to use that excuse is when you were drunk or high.
Yeah.
And that's literally like, I mean, if you lying, then you lying. Then there's a couple of things you could use as your premise for your lie.
Yeah.
Like, Dad, you say that when it's true. Because otherwise niggas don't believe it.
You typically when you're like, the drunken high shit, that's
It's when you was drunk or you was high.
That, or you was caught in a tricky situation. Your girl asking you where you've been.
I think he's also kind of referring to like the Rory thing and like
I know,
when
but-
you do something in your actions that honestly I don't. If I use that excuse, I probably don't give a fuck about you.
One, I wouldn't be drunk.
That's
I wouldn't be
how
abnormally
that's how
drunk.
I interpret it.
And why are you abnormally drunk or high, like in front of the camera?
I take that back. Let me
read that
I've used it to flake on somebody. I've used it to flake. I haven't used it to apologize like for my actions, like I said something wrong or something like that. But I've used it to be like if I was supposed to go somewhere or something like that, man, I was drunk and fell asleep, or I got so high I fell asleep. Like I flaked on some shit.
Yeah.
Like that's the only time I've used it.
When I turned 17, or maybe like 18, 19, I don't know. I got real disgusted with myself when I would do shit like this. Because I'm like,
it's kinda
why?
hard to use.
I started like, why the fuck am I lying about what happened?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Because I don't do shit that I'm ashamed of.
Yeah.
So why the fuck am I like, what does this person mean to me to where I'm
It's
scared
just
to tell
like
the truth?
It's
But I didn't want to go.
It's one of those things we've been socially taught in America to just kind of like spare niggas' feelings. But in
Yeah.
Germany, they don't do none of that.
It's no social pleasantries.
I don't want to go anymore.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah,
that's it.
Fuck you.
That's it.
That's how they say good morning. Fuck you.
Fuck you. Too.
But another one. What kind of argument or fights do y'all let y'all girl you're intimate with win all the time? Which fights do y'all refuse to lose to your girl?
All of them. All of them.
I don't refuse to lose all of them now.
The ones where I'm not, the ones where I'm wrong is like, I'm wrong, you got it. I'm not gonna fight you on that. I'm a mature person.
I refuse to lose the accountability fights.
Whew,
I'm going through one of those right now.
Those are the hardest battles, man.
Yeah, going through one of those
I
right now.
refuse to lose the ones where it's like you're not being accountable for something you either said or did, and you're not acknowledging it. You're skating past it. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
This is the point that we need to talk about. This point right here. I refuse to lose those.
Because
we
it's
slide
principle.
past this.
It's
That's you. I'm not sliding past that
principle
shit,
at the end
bro.
of the day. Because
It's
if
a
you
principle thing,
if you
bro.
get on me about some shit, and then you
And
turn
you want me to
around
take
and
full
do said
accountability.
shit,
Yeah.
but you take zero account. Oh nah, I'll stay up all night over this.
I'm that way, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Nah, nigga, fuck
I'm
that.
like, and we don't even have to be on good terms afterwards. I just have to know in my head that you realize that I recognize what the fuck you did, and I'm not letting you get away with it.
Yeah,
As
nigga,
long as I
some
know that
things-
you know that, I'm cool.
Exactly, Lawrence. Some things you have to like be fucking steadfast on, like what
For
we
sure.
said the other
Yeah.
day with the nigga. Like, nigga, I'd rather march into hell than to follow a bunch of fools into heaven. I forgot who said that. It was a
Why?
what?
I did hear
Why?
that, but I didn't.
I don't even really. You would rather march into
I
hell.
would rather march into hell than to follow a bunch of
That's
fools
why you can't
into
take
heaven.
he can't take criticism. Do you hear that?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Do you
I think
understand that connection I just made?
I don't care. If
No,
there,
well,
if there
I
is-
mean,
you will
unless you're
march
taking it out of context.
into
if there
hell.
is a heaven,
So you don't understand.
I'll take entry any way I can get it. You know what I'm saying?
If there's a heaven, I'm sliding that bitch.
I don't care if I get kicked into that bitch, nigga. I'll
sure.
take it over hell.
I'll
Nigga,
fall into
goddamn.
heaven. But yeah, now that just goes to show your stubbornness, though. That's your stubbornness.
You literally
Yeah, that
did, you
is.
said the same thing. All of them. I win all of them. So what are you talking about?
No, he was saying accountability. He was agreeing with the accountability.
Yeah,
part.
accountability.
No, he wasn't.
part.
Don't
Yeah,
look
nah,
at him for
it
clarification.
was the
I thought he
accountability.
doesn't,
That's what I
and
thought.
You
you
didn't
didn't
hear
know
what
what
I
he was
said.
agreeing with.
You don't listen. You don't listen to your show.
But no, I'm
Yeah, because
I'm
Lawrence
trying to
said
win them all.
accountability.
yeah.
So I'm not. So I'm not. So I'll tell you right now, what kind of arguments or fights do you let your girl or woman you're intimate with? For me, that's this area that is more pertinent. They can win all of them. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because we're not together anyway. You know what I'm saying? So you can win all the arguments. Am I getting some pussy still? You know what I'm saying? Like, and if it's egregious enough, you'll probably get replaced. I'm not even gonna argue with you. I just didn't like that. I'm just gonna move on to the next. You know what I'm saying? That's just me though. But if it was like a relationship one, then I can understand the accountability one 100%. Like I'm not, I wouldn't go for that.
The other ones are frivolous. It don't matter really.
Yeah, the other ones, but there's like, but outside of that, just like a girl I'm intimate with, you can't even argue with me. I don't argue with bitches. I'm gonna be real with you. Like it's just not happening. We're not going back and forth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I
tell
move
you,
on
I like
quickly.
if I like doing things this way, it's just what it is. I'm not probably changing.
I've
you know what I'm saying?
argued the most frivolous shit ever.
Yeah, I don't at all. I barely argue. I just stop responding, stop texting
Argue
back.
the
The
most
next time I hit
I
you up,
don't be arguing like that.
Argue. I mean, I'm going through one right now.
Argue is the word we're using.
Yeah, I can't wait. I might go home and wake her up. What time is it? 2 a.m.
Yeah, God damn.
Nah, because it's some bullshit. She don't know how to. I don't like it. She don't know how to apologize.
He said, "I'm gonna wake her up."
She don't know how to apologize.
Like to say
you know,
I did something wrong.
To
Type
say
shit.
you did something wrong.
Yeah. That type of
Because
shit,
you,
yeah.
Lauren, you know when you fuck up.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You know when you fuck up. You know the process that you go through.
I've had to go through that before. I've had that conversation before.
The fact that they don't do that shit on the back end, like, nah, I'll argue that to the death.
Like, no.
Then they'll just do shit like, why are you being sassy? Like, it's not sassiness, it's principle.
Just acknowledge that you did something wrong. Like, that's a human thing.
I don't like that I have to make myself feel better in order for this to not be an issue no more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, because that's what parents do. And
You get
I'm
what I'm
not
saying?
one yet. So, motherfucker, don't act like you my child. Like, I shouldn't have to, I shouldn't have to try to be a better person to make you feel better.
Yeah.
Because that's
I
what a
love
parent's
waking
supposed
up
to do.
knowing I don't have to argue with nobody. I really do.
I feel it.
I really
But
do.
see, I don't even. We don't like. I don't even argue
Niggas
like
don't
that.
be arguing.
Yeah,
Like,
we don't be
niggas
arguing.
don't be arguing.
Like my disagreements. My disagreements.
Shut up.
My disagreements turn into arguments because it's not an argument. It's more like you still think this is a thing. I've already moved on, and you're like, "Are we okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm done. It's fine."
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've already said my piece, and you're just concerned about whether or not there's still something here. And I'm like, yo, I've already moved on. You just need to learn how to move on faster.
You know, argue is the word, but,
Yeah,
disagreement, conversation. It's all the same. But good question, PD. Appreciate you. This guy, if all y'all watching, follow what PD is doing. This nigga be commenting under all 3 shows.
And we having the best comment.
He
And we
leave
having
y'all
the best
questions. He leave us questions. Mm-hmm. Shout out to PD, man.
Hashtag office hours. I have a theory. I believe that a person is only as faithful to God as the trials and tribulations they encounter. I believe, all caps, every person has a set of circumstances that will make them stop believing in God. Do y'all agree or disagree? Why or why not? Now, do you see how pushy this person is being? You see the emphasis on every person. This is a religious fanatic. This is what that sounds like.
I don't know if he's
No, I think he's saying the opposite, right?
Yeah, I think he's the opposite.
I believe every person has a set of circumstances. He's saying that, I don't know if he's an atheist, but
he doesn't believe
it doesn't even matter what he is, but maybe.
I agree. Because there's people that like things happen, like if they're, like if their child dies or something, like they'll say, like there's no way
God can't be all good.
God would allow something like this for me to feel this much pain. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I agree with this statement 100% that both ways is they're only as faithful. But
like DJ Khaled believing in God.
But never underestimate a nigga's faith.
I was about to say, because it's gay people that are still gay. And
Yeah.
God, it clearly says.
And on top of that, yeah, they're taking the
Gay
lifelong risk to it. They're like, we just gonna figure it out when we get there.
Yeah. There are people that would argue though that the person who falls off on that really fast was never faithful.
That's true, exactly. Yeah.
Because the faithful person would say, he works in mysterious ways. He has a plan.
Yeah. A nigga with
It's kind of like religion's kind of like torture in that way. So where you got to keep getting punched in the face, and it's like it's because God loves me.
It's a lot of waiting for the glory.
Yeah.
You nigga, when I went to a customer's house one time, so we sell like we do, long story short, I do bathroom renovations at my job. I went to a customer's house one time. I gave them the price of how much it would cost. And she looked at me and she said, you are so sweet. Long story short, she's telling me no, extremely polite. And she was like, but I just can't see spending that much on a bathroom. But when I get up there, everything's going to be wrapped in gold. I said, woo, yeah, you are serious about the Jesus. Like, she said, I'm going to have a golden shower. She said, I was like, oh,
she gonna get pissed on.
Golden shower. But it's funny. But you know how everything in heaven is gold.
Yeah,
you know what
I'm fucked up.
That's pretty much what she was telling me.
I'm fucked up.
That shit was hilarious.
In my head, I would have been like, I hope hell exists. This bitch annoying.
She was such a nice lady, but just like, she had that level of faith to where like, oh no, I can't spend that much because this is just a temporary thing. Like everything that I'm waiting for is up in heaven.
And you see too much faith, it makes me want to question it.
Oh, for sure.
Because I think I could get you. I think I could trick you, bitch. I think I can get you. I think I could get you to come to the dark side.
They're the best one. Yeah, because if you're the pastor, you can change your
you don't have
message.
the leadership skills.
You're crazy.
You don't have the leadership skills.
To be a pastor?
Or either or. Both of them. Fuck 'em.
Yeah. All right, let's go to this next one.
Shout out to A Brown Town.
Hashtag office hours. After watching Brick Baby start a beef with ATK solely based on him watching a clickbait video, spreading that misinformation, and then not being man enough to apologize, have you guys ever put out info you thought was correct that later turned out was wrong? And how did you amend it? Oh, we did, and the comments did probably. It's just. Did we put out real misinformation?
Drake Kendrick beef.
I take that back. Yes, we always put out misinformation because it seems like every time we talk to these niggas that we talk about, we had the whole thing wrong every time. So,
but we never really break news. So did we put out misinformation?
That is true as well too. We're not breaking news, but our speculation is always off.
Yeah, no.
Well, we've heard that we get pretty close sometimes too. So I don't know.
We told the line is
everybody's no. We've always gotten close, which is why they've been so offended by it. Yeah, because we're a little too close.
How much
without knowing any information?
How much did y'all know about the Brick Baby situation? Because I saw it and I thought it was ridiculous. I saw the video. I was like, Brick,
I did too.
Why would you say that?
And on top of that,
he's not good in North Carolina, nigga.
Yeah, that was crazy. But you know what my favorite part was? The ATK niggas.
Yeah,
I'm loving their videos. The ATK niggas, because Brick told one of them, I get your OG to whack you. Nigga got on live and said, nigga, what OG? Ain't no OG whack me, nigga. I was like, bro, these niggas don't care, bro.
Niggas is different.
Them niggas are different, bro.
It's also you're seeing two different types of people.
Exactly, because he also said, nigga, this ain't the West Coast. We don't have no fucking politics over here, nigga. I said, yeah.
At least not like that.
This is a different, because over there, it feels like there's so many calls that have to be made for something actually happens. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah.
But over there, they're saying, no, nigga, nothing has to be had. You come over here, it's up. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's too easy to get a gun.
I've kind of enjoyed that back and forth. It's not coverage worthy. Like, I don't want to cover it, but it's like,
it's not even really podcast specific.
Yeah. It's not podcast specific. It's just but I do like how the Florida niggas are handling that shit. Like, how they just don't give a fuck about no West Coast politics, and it's just smoke, nigga.
Yeah, nah.
All right, hashtag office hours. This is the world hunger versus world peace, motherfucker. LOL. Keep doing your things, fellas. This is one of the better episodes, in my opinion, because it forces us to really question our morals as it relates to the music we listen to and what we continue to accept culturally. I think one thing that should be acknowledged, however, is that just because something happens often, it doesn't mean that people will accept it or desensitize themselves to it. So to AJ's question of why so many people are outraged at Adam interviewing Pop Smoke Killer, even though Adam's actions have remained consistent around interviews similar to this, my response is that the shock factor remains because people will not accept these actions as okay or usual. Just like verbal racism may not make you pop out and show niggas, but I think we all know a few who just waiting to pop the trunk for any reason. Facts. Podcasting is an art form, yes, but if the life imitates the art and the art imitates the life, what will podcasting look like without any form of morals in place? Just something to think on. Love the show and the new set, fellas.
Appreciate you, man. That was a real pointed
I like that.
opinion.
It was.
He said that we're forcing niggas to look at the ethics of morals.
I love this last one.
What are your ethics to your morals?
Oh, just okay. Yeah, I didn't know you were passing me the ball.
Yeah. So just like in that last episode,
caught that bullshit. You just
but just like in that is a good point though, because just like in that last episode, I said that wouldn't be no shit I'd do, and even certain beef shit like the ATK and the Brick Baby shit, it's stuff like that's not always good to highlight. It's not worth it.
On top of Brick being a cool dude, we know the nigga.
Somebody gonna do that shit.
Yeah. And what was his question exactly?
There was no question.
Okay, he was just saying his spill on it.
Yeah, it was all statement.
He had a good.
He was kind of answering. He was kind of answering my question about why. Blah, blah, blah.
Hashtag office hours. Questions for Tone. Do you honestly believe you can play in the NBA or G League right now? Laugh aloud. If so, what would your stats be?
Nigga. Question face. You forgot to say that emoji.
Because he takes me serious, and I'm glad somebody does. But nigga, hell no, nah. NBA or G League right now? Of course not. And I don't know why you would think I wouldn't say that.
Because you're sometimes delusional.
My confidence looks delusional against you.
And that's
because he's overly insecure. What are you saying?
Oh, you said that.
What the fuck are you
but
talking about?
But I will piggyback off that. I will piggyback off of that.
I mean, that's good. I'm glad that you got buddied up to that.
Nah, Max 716, nigga. I am a rec.
skinny man.
I am a rec room hero. Community centers.
I wouldn't even say hero. More.
Nah, hero. Hero. You don't know my legend.
Hero.
You don't know my legend. You don't know my legend.
It's another word.
But there's a lot of people who can speak to the feats.
Of course.
The lore of Tone Groove and the basketball.
But this is when we tell you to calm down. This is how crazy you get.
I'm relaxed.
You got niggas thinking that they're questioning you like something like this.
No, he's questioning how delusional I am. 'Cause he knows that I couldn't. He just wants to know if I know that.
No.
Yeah,
Exactly.
pretty much.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what's happening.
Okay, at least you know.
You're delusional.
Okay.
But yeah, nah, Mac. And a different
There's
like
nothing below a G League. Well, that's D3. That's.
I mean, like college, fucking high school basketball.
You think you could walk
So
on?
he said D2.
Could you walk on to D3 right now?
Is D3 low? D1 is good, right?
Yeah, D1 is the top, and you know
Okay.
D3 is
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
D1 is Duke and State.
Could
and
I
shit.
walk on right now?
Could you walk on to a D3 squad?
Have I been training for 2 years at least?
Nah, for you been training for 6 months.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's gonna be hard, man. I don't think you can do it.
It's gonna be hard. I think I can make a team for sure. That's nothing.
But be a starter or something like that?
Yeah, nah, because I haven't hooped for real since I was a teenager.
Like organized? Just
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean tournaments. I
Did you
nah,
do
I
A-
don't even
did
really
you-
count tournaments. Yeah,
did you
nah,
do AAU?
organized. Yeah, nigga, I did everything.
Oh, okay.
Anything, literally.
Anything
Upward.
to try to make it.
So you just
I'm not
stopped?
trying to make
you
it.
just stopped?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
That's why he's dying. That's why
Maybe
he's
the
so
same
mean.
as like your rap.
He's dying on the inside.
You
What do you
said
mean?
what?
How does that happen?
Yeah, I'm just like wondering.
I think that y'all got a misconception that like since I was 7 years old and wanted to go to the NBA like every other black kid that like I don't know, I took it more serious. I love basketball. I've hooped my whole life.
I'm just like going off of like your love for basketball. Like you love it a lot and shit like that. But I just don't hear like it just seemed like after high school you were just like fuck it.
Oh no, that's not true. It's like it was a couple
'Cause you tried to make the
situations.
team.
It was a couple situations
You
that
didn't play on the
fucked
team in high
up
school? You
my
did play on the team.
love for basketball.
Okay, gotcha.
It's like it's beyond the game at that point. It's just like this coach is a bitch ass nigga. It's all this other shit. It's the timing thing. So I'm like, nigga, nah. I'm just hoop just to hoop. But
Gotcha.
there was a point in time at Wake Tech where I was like, I'm gonna try to walk onto this team. And it's like, And we was actually podcasting at that time. It's kind of like
you had told me you was
not
thinking
saying
about trying
I had to choose between the two, but it's just like, where's the future? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, because that's what I'm like.
Because it doesn't matter like what level you're hooping for. Like it's a job at that point.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
Especially if you want to be good.
Yeah, and I didn't mind that, but it's just it
Yeah,
was
it didn't
just
seem like he minded. That's why I was just confused on like why
It's
we
a
didn't.
lot of- it
like,
was a
what
lot of
happened
red
from
tape.
high school to Costco to
the Wakefield High School basketball coach.
hungry.
We just had like a dumbass rivalry, like we just
Gotcha.
always did.
So you didn't even fuck.
So
with
that fucked up my love, and even some of the coaches I actually had, like a lot of the shit on the outside would just ruin it. They would just
Gotcha.
ruin it.
Yeah, a goofy coach it'll fuck up your whole position.
Yeah, but nah, I was nice. That's why I'm the nicest here. I did it the most. It's that simple.
I'm gonna start putting a mixtape together.
Or what? Like some songs?
Highlights?
Oh no, like my basketball highlights.
Nah.
I start setting the
Basketball
camera.
highlights, I
up.
thought you were
Yeah.
It's gonna be the slowest
Against Nance.
slowest point
Yo, shout out
scored.
to Nance.
Yeah. Well, me and Lauren had to play a game. We didn't even get to finish our series. It was
How many?
it was 1.5 games. It was
Yeah.
so hot, nigga. I was about
Who
to
won the
pass
first?
out. I started spit. He won. My fucking
What
head
was the
started
score?
spinning.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
It
but
was
do
like
get that hot though.
21-17, something like that.
Yeah, bro. It was hot, nigga. I was starting to get lightheaded.
They
I was
do
like,
get that
bro,
hot.
what the fuck, bro?
I tell you, man.
So
y'all-
yeah. I
What do you
couldn't
think the record is between y'all two?
Me and Lauren?
Yeah.
I don't know, because when we play, we don't really. I feel like we didn't
Don't
really
keep
do.
score.
I don't. Well, not keep store, but like. So like
We
with
didn't do, like,
Nance,
series that often.
yeah, like with Nance, we're always doing best out of 3 at least. But I feel like with me and Lauren, we never really played like that. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, we
Yeah,
started.
there's some
We
shots
started
up.
to.
We started to, but
and
that
we-
wasn't like
we
consistent
had,
throughout
well,
the
we
whole
had
time.
we had a consistent run because we were going to.
Oh yeah, that's right. There was a
yeah,
time period when
we
we were
were-
playing in the morning.
Yeah, we had a consistent run, but we never like held on to it. So like we did it, but then it was like we just
Yeah,
kept
we
moving
never.
on.
But who was the best?
He was probably more, but I definitely was catching my W's.
Yeah,
I'm
he
up
had
right.
Dubs.
I'm up in my Nance in the Nance series
I
right
was about
now.
to say
Yeah.
every
It's 25
like,
to 20.
Tuesday morning.
It's 25 to 22 right now.
Don't forget though.
That's the thing about basketball is that size occasionally be skill.
Hey, look, man, Saturday mornings, if y'all trying to get it out early
If
before
we
it gets
really,
hot.
I mean, on some
I'm
10
there.
a.m. shit. Like,
I'm
we need to
with
be out there
you.
early, low key.
I'm with
'cause
you.
We'll have from like, what, 10 to 12? Because 12 is when it's probably going to be the hottest. But like, yeah, we're going to need to be out there no later than 10 for real. Like 9:45 for real. You know, it's like, because it gets, especially if it's a hot day. Like, if it's an overcast, we're good. But nigga, the sun was out that day, this Saturday. It was out, bro.
I would hate to call the ambulance for y'all.
Yeah, but it was hot like that for real though. But no, I've got a lot of new skills and shit. So I'm ready to play
a lot of new
Like
skills.
drops,
He has
like
a couple
drop
things he
step
showed me.
animations.
What you got? It was new.
I won't
Just,
give it
I got
away.
better footwork, that's all.
Yeah, it's better
Yeah,
footwork.
you just been playing.
Better footwork and my shot is better, even
In
though
the
it was
post?
definitely off. But
Yeah, in the post, he's better.
in the post and just overall footwork.
He actually posted me up and did a move that I never seen him do before.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's
He's
fine.
getting a bag.
Yeah.
You learned about 30 more tricks.
My left finish is better.
Said the left finish is better. Hey man, that's good, man.
My shot is definitely better, but it was off that day. It just kept. It was like in and out. The back of the rim. Back of the rim.
Away
back of the
court.
rim.
I was telling you, it's an away court. You want to play that court
Yeah.
often.
Excuses. But, yeah, no.
I mean,
You think you could beat him now?
I could always beat him.
No.
I was never worried about that.
Yeah, nobody's worried about
And that nigga was always food.
No.
Yeah, we always.
You hear that? Pray.
Food.
Your bait.
Yeah, I'm not the food he likes. I'm vegetables. Nigga. Fuck out of here. I'm tomatoes and help me out, nigga. Zucchini. I'm that bad type of food, nigga. I ain't that good, nigga. What? Nigga, don't fucking play with me, JJ.
Oh my god.
Serious.
Nigga is hilarious.
I just let y'all battle it out.
Come on, man.
Nigga said, I'm not the type of food he
broccoli,
likes. I'm
nigga.
vegetables, nigga.
Talking about this food like it's good, nigga. It ain't
Oh
good food,
shit, that's
you, nigga.
hilarious.
Oh,
but honestly, I think
I'm not
it's
even-
1, 2. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is that. But I'm not necessarily done with basketball.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you done those?
We can do a lot adult leagues.
Yeah, have you done those leagues yet? Have you ever
Not
signed
yet,
up?
but
Don't
like
do
once
an
we have
adult
that
league,
time,
dog.
it's getting serious.
Don't do an adult league, dog.
They're
Make your
fun,
own
bro.
decisions.
I've done that. It's fun.
Yeah, what are you talking
I've
about?
hooped in an adult.
You know,
league.
You done that?
I've done
you
that
know,
twice.
Kareem be hooping in them shits.
I've done that twice.
Yeah,
bro.
because
I've been to a couple of them. The shit gets kind of intense.
Some of them are
What's wrong with
legit.
that?
Like there's the one at the factory or whatever. They be
Yeah.
hooping out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Nah,
be
serious.
hooping
Some
out
of
there.
them, some of them are pretty serious.
You see,
serious.
that's my. I like basketball.
And I'm not-
I don't.
Me neither. I'm with you.
like. We would have to play for 2 weeks just so my mind could get like
Yeah.
basketball.
Yeah.
Because it's like, nigga,
Bro, it's
I don't-
fun, bro. It's
The
fun.
moment a nigga yells at me
fun,
over
bro.
a play, the fuck out of my face.
It ain't
nigga.
gonna
You
be
got
like
me-
that.
Like
You talking about
Nick-
like another player?
yeah, like even my own team, nigga, we ain't having no fucking championships. Get the fuck, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm having fun, nigga.
And
Like I'm
once
not
you-
here for no imaginary championship.
It's different when you put the jersey on.
It is. I was lucky
When
No,
you
because
put
that's
the
true.
jersey on, you
That's
get a
true.
different level of
That's
investment
true.
into the game.
Yep.
Yeah,
Because
that's
it's
true.
like,
I'm
oh,
talking about
there's a
those
score.
pickups.
and it's not
Yeah.
even yelling anymore because you realize that your teammates, they're not even yelling at you. Everybody just wants to find the best way to win the game. Like, nigga,
Yeah.
we literally huddle and like we'll say you doing something wrong, but we'll be like, nigga, you gotta do this instead. Like
Yeah.
we're not, it's not about like, nigga, you
Yeah.
fucking up. It's about,
It's about
here's what we
winning.
need to do. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
we have to win. Like
Right.
that's literally what
Plus,
it turns into.
I'm not arguing on no court that has a ref. He either called
Yeah, they
it
got
or
a
didn't
ref.
call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got a
And then
ref.
it's fucking,
Oh, that's
what
true.
it is.
They got a ref.
It's
Yo,
like, I don't give a damn.
that's another thing too.
There's
I
ref,
kind of
though.
want to play organized, but that's only because I've never played with a ref ever.
Yeah, it's official.
It's gonna be
Ever.
different.
It's gonna it shows you who can really play
But I
basketball.
also
for
wonder
real.
how many fouls I would draw. You know what I'm saying? Like
It is also more fast.
how
Depends.
terrible, like how
It
terrible
depends.
is my defense to where am I 5 fouls out of there quickly or do I get fouled way more than I realize I get fouled? Because
Yeah.
I'm only used to
Yeah.
pickup games, you know?
Yeah, it's more fast.
Playing a
paced
real
pickup games
game
too, bro.
will humble you because you don't know if you can really hoop until you've actually had to hoop.
Yeah.
Until niggas calling you for your
It's
incorrections.
different.
yeah.
Like it's just different at the park. It's different at the rec. It's
Yeah.
different. You getting away with so much shit.
Yeah.
That is the biggest thing that I've always wanted. I've always wanted to play with a ref because I'm like, I wonder how many times I would be drawing a foul and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And once you learn
That'd be-
how to,
right.
you know what I
It's
mean?
even easier, but
It's
just
even
like
easier.
off the way I play now, like,
Exactly.
yeah, I wonder if I'd be drawing the fouls like left and right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's just certain
And be
shit out of
spending
it.
half my time at the foul line, at the free throw line. It's interesting.
It's possible.
You gotta make free throws.
Yeah, yeah. Then I'm like, shit, I gotta take these free throws more seriously
Yeah, you gotta-
because if I want to play like this, I'm gonna be at the line a
You gotta
lot.
make a free
There's nothing like missing a free throw.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
shit hurts.
But all right.
Man, hopefully Hopefully y'all enjoyed the episode. Hopefully y'all loved it.
They
Hopefully y'all liked
enjoyed
it.
this one.
do your due diligence. Please do it. But yeah, man, check out the Patreon. Check out the subreddit, Homeroom University Pod. Homeroom University Pod. Again, if you don't feel like leaving your office hours underneath the YouTube comment section,
DM.
You could DM, go to subreddit. But
no. DM on Instagram.
Yeah, DM Menace.
Homeroom University Pod.
Homeroom University Pod.
And the Reddit is just Homeroom University.
The Reddit is on?
Yeah, but just Homeroom University, yeah.
Well, do your due diligence.
Yeah.
But it's been good. It's been great. Y'all be safe. J Noble.
Stone Groove.
AJ the Menace.
White man behind the boards.
Yeah.
F Mac on the keyboards.
Still me.
Yeah. I don't know why I almost said
It's the motherfucking Northside Hours podcast. I am Donovan McCrae.
Carlito B.
Super P. We got AJ the motherfucking Menace in here.
If I'm really being honest, those be the ones that be having it.
The ones that don't look like it?
Yeah.
I hate old, tough people.
I understand what you're saying, because like, yo, if I punch you in the chest, you gonna die. Like, don't act like that, bro.
Some old niggas that could box.
Old niggas will take your life.
Yeah. Yo, listen.
Yeah.
If he old with a fanny pack,
he's more than a freaking frog. He's a bullfrog.